Good morning, everyone. Please bear with us as we are not a quorum yet. We will start soon. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's meeting. We will have a very extensive and a very, very long meeting. So I would appeal to all of us to be patient in this regard. Honorable members, the agenda has been flighted. We are going to deal with the welcoming and apologies, the adoption of the agenda, overview of the department, as well as the presentation by Free State, Western Cape, Northwest, as well as Gauteng. The agenda has been flighted. May I have a proposal in order for us to proceed with this meeting? Please raise your hand. Honorable Khabo.
Good morning, Chairperson, and let me also pass my greetings to everyone on the platform, including the ministry and the department and portfolio committee members. Chair, I stand to propose the adoption of the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ketwa.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Chair, I second the proposal.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mtetwa. Is there any apologies, Portfolio Secretary?
Yes, Chairperson, we do have apologies. We've received an apology from the Portfolio Committee from Mr. Daniels, who is on the road and therefore been out of the meeting. From the Select Committee, we have an apology from Mr. Feni, Mr. Mukwili, and Mr. Yes, those two, Chair, and they are attending a physical meeting in Parliament. We also received an apology from the minister who is in the meeting, but will be in the meeting for an hour as he has to join a BRICS Culture Ministers meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Any other apologies from the department as well as from the Select Committee side, the department? Dr. Kumalo?
Sorry, thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you, members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister, and all the Select Committee members and all the colleagues. We do not have an apology. The officials that need to be in the meeting are in the meeting, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Free State representatives, the MEC of Free State. Please unmute.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee. On our side, we don't have any apologies. I'm here with the delegation from the province. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MEC. Minister, would you like to say anything? Welcome to this meeting.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Honorable members, Honorable Portfolio Committee members, staff of this side, the MECs. I want to say nothing, and I can see your jacket and it's green. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, provincial departments, with particular reference to this meeting, Free State, the MEC of Free State, guest, I would like to say good morning to each and everyone. I want to start by acknowledge your presence, everyone's presence, the minister's presence, the representatives of Free State, the department, as well as members of parliament, and also the staff members. I want to welcome you to this meeting. We will have, like I've said, a very long meeting, and we meet today at a very critical time. I'm saying at a critical time because we will deliberate something that is very close to a number of members' heart, as well as I believe each and everyone. If I think and I look at the agenda and I look at Northwest, I know how Honorable Khabo feel about infrastructure in the Northwest as well. So we must remember, honorable members, that infrastructure is key to development. Without proper facilities, equipment, community halls, libraries, museums, and sporting venues, we cannot grow any talent in South Africa. We cannot create jobs or give our people access to arts, access to culture, as well as sports. Now, honorable members, yesterday, Honorable Tembile Nkosi, the portfolio secretary, Zoleka Kula, and I have attended the opening of the 2020 SPA National Netball Championship. And what I have observed, I have seen the power of infrastructure last night. The 2026 SPA National Netball Championships are taking place currently in Stellenbosch High School in Cape Town from the 5th to the 11th of August. And I would like to encourage members who are available to go out there and see for yourself. I am aware that the Honorable Matahung will be also present sometime the 10th or the 11th of August. Another observation from my side is the fact that the tournament is not just about games. It's about young women that have a proper court to compete. It is also about scouts having a venue to find the next pro-T player. And it was also yesterday about communities having a space to rally around. And this is not the first time. I've attended the one last year as well. And we also are aware, what has transpired with some of our federations throughout the time. But we were very impressed what we have seen last night. That is what good infrastructure does. It turns potential into opportunity. If there's no infrastructure, no one can participate. Today, as we are here, we are going to hear presentations from the Free State, from the Western Cape, from Northwest, as well as Gauteng. And I would advise from my side and urge members to focus on a number of things, mainly so on the maintenance of, as well as the upgrade of existing facilities, so that they are safe and that they are usable. We must also concentrate on the equitable infrastructure in our townships and rural areas, so that talent cannot be lost because of, if I may use the word, a zip code. We need those talent, we need those coaches into the respective townships. A very sound observation yesterday was also the partnership with the private sector. That was really pleasing for me to observe. It was just more than SPA yesterday that assist the Netball South Africa and also other federations. And this is key to build and to sustain our facilities in South Africa. Honorable members, sports unite us, and also the culture tells us a story. We need bricks, we need development, we need Wi-Fi's, we need lights, we need budgets to strive. We need budgets that is workable. So while we are also joined with members of the NCOP, I look forward to our discussions today and also working with very much closer with the provinces to ensure that every child in South Africa has access to sport facilities, access to libraries, and also access to stadiums that is close to their homes. Members, I would like you to note that this meeting will be co-chaired by myself and Honorable Du Plessis, if the surname hasn't changed yet. Also note that the chairperson of the select committee, Mr. Fanny, is also, as indicated, not present in this meeting, and due to the fact that they have other obligations. With that said, I'm going to immediately give over to the department to give us their overview following the presentation by Free State. The department.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, once again, extending all the acknowledgement and greetings to the honorable members and the minister and colleagues. Zuzo, if you could just put up the presentation while I introduce it. We have with us all the directors that work within the space of infrastructure, and they are headed by the Deputy Director General, Vincent Campbell, who would take the committee through the presentation. And while I wait for the presentation to come up on the screen, not sure whether Nzuzo is struggling. Okay, I see something is coming. Our presentation, Chairperson, is going to speak to the background, which we try and limit our presentation within the time that you've given us. But we also wanted just to speak to the process flow, and you'll note that the presentation would then talk to the process flow in terms of from the application process and how it unfolds. We will also briefly in one of the slides speak to, don't move the slides yet, Nzuzo, I'm just highlighting. We'll also speak to the progress as of the 2016-17, which is when this particular infrastructural conditional grant commenced. At high level, we'll speak to the challenges and the recommendations. I've noted that the presentations from the 4 provinces that are appearing before the Portfolio Committee today then also go into the specific challenges and also make recommendations. As indicated, the Deputy Director General will then take the committee through the areas that I've covered. Over to you, Mr. Campbell.
Just a second, Honorable Dr. Kumalo, before we proceed. I want to check on 2 things. Firstly, I just want to apologize. I've just been informed that all the MECs are present in this meeting. My apologies. I want to welcome each and every one. We are going to deal with provinces. MECs of respective other provinces are welcome to sit in and perhaps also watch the format. But my concern is I just want to check, Dr. Kumalo, of what is going to be presented. Has this been shared with the respective provinces? I just want to know the status thereof. And if not, can we perhaps also circulate this to the respective provinces? I take it for granted that there was discussions, not for them to be surprised, what is presented by the department today. Dr. Kumalo?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Because the presentation is talking to the standard processes that are followed, these particular matters are very familiar to the officials that we work with within the provinces. But DDG, you can then specify further if there are any other further engagement. We'll share the presentation. It's a high-level presentation, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. DDG? We're dealing with your province, DDG. Your ex-province, should I say.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, DG. Good morning, MECs and other honorable members of Parliament. Chair, my name is Vincent Campbell. I am the DDG responsible for recreation development and sport promotion. Chair, for the purpose of this particular meeting, I'm also the Chief Director for Infrastructure, and I'm here with my team, Chair, comprising of the two directors. So they will help me navigate through this day, Chair. Chair, maybe just to start off, and I'll use only the 10 minutes, Chair, that have been allocated. I can't agree more with your opening remarks in terms of the critical nature of infrastructure as an enabler for us to achieve our objectives within sport and recreation. We really cannot do much without quality sport and recreation facilities in terms of sport development and other key objectives of the branch. So, Chair, I'm going to be very brief, and I'll jump into the presentation straight away. Nzuzo, I'll just indicate to you when you can move. I think you can move now. Thank you, Chair. And Chair, as I've indicated, I will obviously then rely on my colleagues to help me navigate through the day. Just as the background, Chair, very, very briefly, and I won't read the slides verbatim, Chair. The first slide, Chair, I just thought it was important for us to just give the honourable members a background as to where we come from as DSEC and as RDSP with regard to this particular part of our work. Now, Chair, this thing emanates from 2015-16. Chair, honourable members would know that municipalities are allocated what is called a baseline allocation in terms of MEC funding. And there is an expectation that a percentage of that particular funds be allocated to sport and recreation infrastructure. But what we also know, Chair, is that because of competing priorities within municipalities, that once the MEC funds are allocated, very little actually goes to sport and recreation infrastructure. We know that because of the competing priorities, and I think municipalities would always, identify through their IDP processes what would be their priorities, and always sport would then suffer in terms of the final execution and implementation of the MEC grant processes. So what we then decided as DSEC during that particular time, Chair, was to say, let us request Treasury and COCTA to ring fence 5% of the allocated MEC grant funding specifically for sport and recreation. So there was quite extensive negotiations around this particular matter, Chair. That culminated in a process in 2016-17, where there was an agreement that 300 million rand would then be ring-fenced. Now, the 5% at that particular point in time, Chair, was 745 million rand, which we wanted to have ring-fenced specifically for sport and recreation facilities. And as part of the negotiations, that was not agreed to at that particular point in time. So only 300 million was then allocated and ring-fenced for sport and recreation infrastructure as part of the MEC basic allocation grant. It was also subsequently agreed here that the balance of that 445 million would then still be allocated to the baseline MEC allocation. And that's obviously the remainder of the 5%. So, Chair, so that's just the background, Chair. Now the allocation has fluctuated over the years, Chair, to the extent that last year we received 450 odd million, and this year, Chair, we only received 408 million rand for the MEC infrastructure ring-fenced amount. So I just thought it's important to reflect just on those particular aspects, Chair, so that we understand where this ring fence matter comes from. You can move to the next slide, Nzuzu. Chair, again, I'm just going to paraphrase. Chair, this slide is a very important slide as part of the intervention from DSEC. Chair, historically, we would know that when budgets were allocated, there was an expectation that municipalities would plan and implement projects in the same financial year. And the result of that was quite catastrophic, Chair, because a planning cycle, especially for a new project, takes a minimum of 6 months. So municipalities would get funding, and they would be expected to do the planning and the execution of the project within that particular financial year. And this resulted, Chair, in a number of challenges. One, Chair, it was impossible because the planning takes 6 months. You would have 6 months essentially left to implement a project, and that was not always possible or feasible. And as a result, you would have consistent requests for rollovers. And that would then impact in subsequent financial years on the program and the projects and the projections that we would have had as a department and as municipalities. So to negate that particular challenge, Chair, we then decided that what we would do, we would use a full year for planning. And from COCTA and DSEC side, we would then also support that planning process by giving a tranche of funding for the planning processes. So you would see, Chair, if you look at this program, almost a full year is allocated to just plan, so that when we transfer the funds, all the planning would have been concluded. So that when we transfer the second tranche in terms of the actual execution, planning would then also not be an issue. The second part of why we did this, Chair, was to ensure that when the planning unfolds, that because also our responsibility as DSEC, Chair, would be to ensure that the approved norms and standards are actually adhered to by the municipalities, the provinces and the municipalities. So we also then through that process ensure that whatever planning is done, that it's in terms of the approved norms and standards that was set by DSEC for facility development within the country. So, Chair, those are the two critical interventions around the planning processes that we've introduced over the years to ensure that we negate the challenges of having to implement and plan in the very same financial year. Now, just quickly, Chair, for this financial year, the closing date for submissions was the 31st of March. Chair, we went to a MINMEC with the Minister, I think it was in Cape Town, and there was a request from the MECs to ask whether we can please appeal to COCTA for an extension, which we did, Chair, which was also subsequently approved. So the closing date for submissions was then on the 1st or end of April. And Chair, so this the rest of the slide will just then articulate how that process then unfolds. Chair, an important part is that all the approved projects will then be gazetted in February next year. Thank you, Chair. Next slide. Chair, just an indication, Chair, over the years, how many municipalities we have supported, Chair. And I'm not going to go through those, Chair, but you can just see, if you look at that I think over the last 3 years, it was the highest number of municipalities. 2024-25 was 52, 25-26, 47, and 26-27, 52. Now, I said to the team, Chair, I think what we should have done, and we will do it now, Chair, is maybe, because I know honorable members would have an interest. What we will do, Chair, is we will circulate the full list of the municipalities that we've supported, but also the approved projects, so that honorable members can have a look at that, but also helps with oversight to ensure that honorable members can then go and have a look at these projects as part of the oversight going forward. Next slide, Nzuzo. Chair, this slide just paints a picture as to what we've done over the financial years, Chair. Now, if you look at this, Chair, this is just an allocation per province in terms of the projects. And remember, Chair, MEC only goes to local municipalities and not to metropolitan municipalities in terms of the ring-fenced amounts. Now, if you look at this, Chair, you will see that if you look at some, I just want to highlight a few things on the slide, Chair, is that The highest allocation ever was during the 23-24 financial year was for KZN, which was 13. The second highest, if you just look at this slide here, it was 8, which was 8 and 9, which is Eastern Cape and Northwest. But you can also see here there's a consistent, from certain provinces, there are consistency in terms of the applications and ultimately the approvals and in certain. And what I also derive from this slide here, you would also see that, for example, some of the bigger, and let me call it the more richer and affluent provinces, has a lesser reliance on this grant funding because they are able to generate at municipal level some funding to be able to then fund some of these projects. So I just thought I'd highlight those few things on this particular slide, Chair. Next slide, Mr. Mzuzu. We are moving swiftly to close it, Chair. Just the challenges quickly, Chair, and this is not a secret, Chair, like they just indicated. We work very, very closely with our provinces, Chair. And so they will be aware of the challenges that we are articulating in this particular slide. And I'll just run through them very, very briefly, Chair. The first challenge that we experience from our vantage point is that there's very poor construction and contract management capabilities within municipalities, Chair. The second one is that the poor maintenance and non-utilization of completed facilities. Now, Chair, this is very critical for us. Remember, in terms of the Constitution, Chair, it is the responsibility of local government to ensure that they maintain and sustain facilities. They're also responsible for operationalizing those facilities. So when I say that, Chair, they are responsible for putting in place tariffs, for arranging activities, etc., obviously with ourselves and in partnership with the province. But the primary responsibility of local government is to maintain and to sustain those facilities, Chair. Then, Chair, there's always issues around progress in terms of implementation. And there's a number of reasons for this, Chair. We all know the issue around construction mafia, projects being stopped, etc. There's a myriad of issues that also contributes to slow progress. But we also have just, certain contractors are not able to perform. So that's part of the problem. Lack of technical personnel in some provincial departments, Chair. And I must also just say, Chair, that in certain provinces, there's also, lack of support. When we have these oversight visits, Chair, and visitations, you do have provinces that are completely part of our processes and municipalities, and you do have other provinces that are not as fully ingrained in this particular project as they should be, Chair. And then, obviously, Chair, when we go through this process, Chair, remember a local government, Chair, go through a process of identifying priorities, and that is through the IDP process. And what we found, Chair, is that very few of the confederations and the federations and all communities actually make a meaningful input in the IDP process. And as a result of that, Chair, you would find that sport and recreation is then not high up on the priorities of that particular municipality. And as a result, they would then prioritize, through their MEC applications, they would then prioritize those elements which they deem to be most important as an outcome of the IDP process. In other words, they would then prioritize clinics, provincial departments would prioritize schools and other amenities, Chairperson. So that is also part of the problem that we are looking at. And then obviously the change of the project location and scope also has an impact, Chair. So just a few recommendations, Chair, and then I'll end off. Last slide, Mr. Nzuzo. So, Chair, we are saying we need to strengthen municipal contract management capacity through training, through mentorship, and other way that we feel we should be able to deal with that at that particular level. And this is, again, I want to emphasize this point, Chair, now that we've got our MECs on the platform as well. Because it is a requirement, Chair, from MEC that we get a council resolution from a particular municipality confirming that they would then maintain and sustain the facility. And that is, although we get those resolutions, Chair, the practical situation on the ground is that it does not always happen. So we implore that funds are really ring-fenced for this particular purpose, Chair. And then also improve procurement planning and then establish technical teams to deal with these projects going forward. Chair, we just added some of the good work that we are doing together with our counterparts in province and municipalities. A few slides, Chair, we can quickly flip through those, Chair, in terms of work that we've done. And I'm not going to explain, Chair, but I think it's there. Honorable members have received this. And these are some of the completed projects, Chair, in the different areas of the country. You can proceed, Mr. Mtuli, that's Lisedi. You can just flip through, Mr. Nzuzo. This is in Mpumalanga, Chair. You can see fantastic work that we've done there, completed facilities. This is Eastern Cape, Dr. Bayes Nudia Municipality. Proceed. You can proceed, Nzuzo. This is Maluti Apufong, Chair, where we've done some work and completed facilities. You don't have to wait for me, Nzuzo. You can just proceed. I will just, this is Hunter Municipality, Chair. You'll see there what we've done. This is Ratlo, local municipality. Proceed. This is Okalahamba, local municipality. This is Saldana. Proceed. This is Ephraim Mokhali, Chair. So you'll see, Chair, there's a range of municipalities where fantastic work has been done, Chair. And our concern is always just the utilization and the maintenance of these facilities going forward, Chair. Chair, let me end there. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I'm going to call upon MEC Sifuba to introduce entourage to us, their positions, and also proceed with the presentation. MEC Sifuba.
Good morning once again, Chair. I have a Chief Director Sport with me who is going to take us through the presentation. I also have the CFO with me, and I also have the responsible.
MEC, my apologies. If it's possible that they can just switch on their cameras so that we can put a name to the face, because when we do oversight, most if not all the times, our experience is that individuals who is responsible are always not available. So we'd like to see them.
They are sitting with me, Chair. This is the Chief Director, Mayor Kutlwano Takudi, responsible for sport. This is Mr. Mbenya, an official responsible for infrastructure. And on my left, I have Pule Khiba, the CFO of the department. The HOD is off sick, but she indicated that she would want to log in so that she follows these discussions for future references, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. The presentation by DSEC has, in a way, covered us, especially when it comes to whose responsibility is it, not because we want to relegate our responsibility as the department, but in a way, it has a bearing on what we are able to do as the department as far as the sports facilities is concerned. Because of the provisions of the Constitution that put the budget of this infrastructure in municipalities, it then limits our space to maneuver as the department. But without wasting any more time on that, Chair, I'll then hand over to Chief Director Mayor Kutlwano Takudi to take the committee through the presentation. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and to all honorable members who are also on the platform, including the Minister of Sport, DG, and colleagues. Thank you, Chairperson. The purpose for this presentation is for us to provide an update on the development, maintenance, and management of sport infrastructure in the Free State Province. A report on progress made in implementing sport infrastructure project, including those funded through municipal infrastructure grant, as well as outline the budget allocation of MIG sport infrastructure project, as well as demonstrating the department's commitment to strengthening oversight in the planning and delivering. I will jump this slide, Chair, because it speaks to the functions and programs of the Chief Directorate, Sport and Recreation, if Chair permits, looking at the time and the number of slides that we have. This slide that I'm on now speaks of the current and active development of new sport infrastructure by the department. We are planning
Sorry,
to...
Chairperson. Sorry to disturb the MEC. Sorry, Chair, can you kindly request the MEC to fly the slides or the presentation? Thank you. My apologies, MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Kabu. I think the presentation is only showing on your side.
Oh, apologies, Honorable Chair. We will share on the platform as well. We are working on it, Chair. Is it showing on the side of honorable members?
Not yet. It doesn't show
Not
yet.
yet. Okay. Is it now?
There we go.
Can the members see now?
Yes, we can see.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm now on slide 5 of 58, but maybe it may not show the numbering on the side of the Chair. Current and active development of new sport infrastructure by the department, Smithfield Multipurpose Indoor Sports Center. We started on the 29th of December 2023, and our plan was to finish on 5th August 2025, but we had to put the project on hold and terminate the contract that was appointed due to the contractor's default in the proceedings with the works with expedition, which resulted in non-performance, Chair. So we are currently working on advertised a tender, and hopefully we'll be able to finalize the tender process and be able to appoint a service provider so that we are able to implement and hopefully be able to complete this project by February 2028, Honorable Chair. The next slide speaks to existing sport infrastructure managed by the department. So those are listed there. It's where our offices are, the Netball High Performance Center, Boxing High Performance Center. They are all in good condition. Badminton, karate, judo, Lejole Putswa Local Talent Development Center, and Fezile Dabi Local Talent Development Center. They are all in good condition. And what we do there, we do day-to-day maintenance to ensure that we are able to give services to our communities, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. The same goes for Thabo Mofutsanyane Local Talent Development Center, as well as to Mahole Indoor Sports Center. Where we have a challenge, Honorable Chair and Members, it's Sipho Motsi Indoor Sports Center. We have structural defects at the center, and Public Works is currently handling the building condition assessment on behalf of the department. As soon as we've received that report, we'll be able to then map a way forward so that we are still able to serve our communities. This one, I will just jump, Chair, because it only speaks to the general building and maintenance, as I've already said up there.
Can you stay a little bit there? Please stay a little bit there. That's too quick. There's quite
no, it's fine, Chair.
amounts there. Yeah, stay on that. Can you take us through that?
This is Welcome Community Sport Building. This is the local talent development centers that I spoke about there. And Welcome LTDC's So this is the day-to-day maintenance that we do, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. There's your Welcome Local Talent Development Center. The amount there is 151,776. We have the gym at the Free State Sports Science Institute. General building maintenance is 299,759. Sport and recreation offices at our building, general building maintenance 339,720. And our offices are there as well, Honorable Chair, including the Free State Sports Science Institute, general building maintenance. So it will be all the buildings that we have there amounting to that 1.912820, Honorable Chair. Permission to move to the next slide, Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Now I'm moving to part B of our presentation, progress made in implementing sport infrastructure project, including those funded through the municipal infrastructure grant. But what we have also started here is that these are some of the facilities that were built by the department and were handed over to the municipalities. We built Dr. Rantlai Mulemela Stadium. There, what we did, we upgraded the soccer stadium and pitch, as well as Fezile Dabi Stadium. There was upgrading of the soccer stadium and pitch, as well as Sipho Mutsi Stadium, upgrading of soccer stadium and athletic track. Then in terms of facilities built by municipalities, Lejwe Putswa, Machabeng, a town is in Meloding, and the facility name is Meloding Indoor Sports Center. It's under construction. Meloding Stadium itself is vandalized. Meloding basketball courts vandalized, and Habinia Multipurpose Center, soccer fields not maintained by the municipality. And then still in Lejwe Putswa, Tabong Indoor Center, operational and is used by the community. Zugabaloi Stadium is operational. Kopano Indoor Sports Center, it's operational. This is where we are as well. We say it is our local talent development center. That's what LTDC stands for. And then Rugby Stadium is operational. Tabong Stadium is operational, but Tabong tennis courts vandalized and require refurbishment by the municipality. Rovers multipurpose, there's lack of maintenance. Still in Machabeng, Velcom, swimming pool is closed. It will require refurbishment. Bronville swimming pool require refurbishment. Bronville Stadium is operational, and then Kutlwano Stadium is vandalized. When you get to Allen Ridge, Nyakalong Stadium, there's a lack of maintenance. The courts are vandalized. Henneman Pumulong Stadium, there's lack of maintenance. Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, Pumulong Courts, lack of maintenance. Henneman Stadium is in good condition, as well as the Henneman Courts. Going to Mama Habani Stadium, it's vandalized, as well as the Mama Habani Courts, they are vandalized. Moving to Nala in Wesselsbrom Munyaking Stadium, it's vandalized. Perimeter fence has been installed though. Munyake multi-purpose courts vandalized, and then Wesselsbron Rugby Stadium is in good condition. Botterville Khotsong Stadium is under construction, as well as the Khotsong courts. Botterville Rugby Stadium is in a fair condition, as well as the Khotsong Outdoor Multi-Purpose Center. Moving to Hopstad Tikwani Stadium, all those facilities are in good condition, Honorable Chair and members. If it's okay with the Chair, I will then move from that slide as everything is in good condition. Moving to Tokologo Dalesville, Siretse Stadium is functional, and Siretse Court registered construction. Then Herzogville Stadium is functional. Majwemasweu Stadium vandalized. Winnie Mandela Sport Ground operational and functional. Tshepong Stadium operational as well and functional. When we move to Thabo Mofutsanyana, Namahadi Charles Mupedi Stadium, first phase of renovation in progress. Putadichaba Stadium, it's operational, ablution facilities are not working, and it's starting to be vandalized, and this would need attention to ensure that there's security as well there so that it's not vandalized. Putadichaba Indoor Center, there's no markings on the floor, and then the courts, they need maintenance as poles are also broken. In terms of the multi-purpose hall, it's complete, but there are no lines on the floor. Malutia Pufung, Blue Bush Stadium, it's operational. The multi-purpose hall is operational, and there were budget speech that were hosted at that center, Honorable Chair and members, which shows that when we have a facility within communities that is in good condition, it's able to be used by the community. Makwani Stadium, it's in good condition, as well as Mononsa, and Tibella Stadium, it's operational. Jwala Buhulu Stadium is operational. Tseseng Sifikeng Stadium, it's operational. Tulong Stadium is dilapidated and will need the attention. Intabazwe Indoor Center and Multi-Purpose Hall and Diatalawa Stadium are operational, Honorable Chair and members. Moving to Pumelela Zamani Multi-Purpose, it needs refurbishment. Memel Rugby Stadium will need refurbishment. Zwelani Multi-Purpose is under refurbishment. Warden Rugby Stadium is in a fair condition. Friede Stadium needs refurbishment. Tembalise is operational, but Friede Swimming Pool will need to be refurbished. Moving to Sitsoto in Tlokolan, the stadium is in a poor condition. Tlutlulwane Stadium under construction. Marquardt Stadium is in a poor condition. Moemaning Stadium operational. The multi-purpose courts are vandalized. The Jobo Stadium is under renovation. Multi-purpose hall, it's in good condition. Heni Divet Stadium, it's in poor condition. Mikeling Stadium in good condition, as well as the sport complex, but the multi-purpose is in a poor condition, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. In terms of Ditabem Bethlehem, the showground, cricket operational, as well as Global Park Stadium, Butlukong Stadium, Butlukong Youth, and multi-purpose courts are operational. Bakken Park swimming pool is registered for construction, and the sport complex itself is operational. In Pologru, Fatenzensu Stadium, it's operational. Rosendal Maute Stadium needs refurbishment. Clarence Kubetswana Stadium needs refurbishment, as well as Forestberg Showground, it needs refurbishment, as well as Mashayeng Stadium. Moving to Nketwane, Mama Fubedu Stadium is operational, as well as the Pretestain Multipurpose and TAS Stadium and Petsana Stadium. But with Petsana Stadium, it's also registered for construction, Honorable Chair. When we move to Lady Brand, Arthur Pizzo Stadium is operational. Lady Brand Rugby Stadium is vandalized, needs concern. Hop House, Dipilaneng Stadium operational, as well as Tabapachwa multi-purpose court. Burwa Stadium is under construction. Davisville Stadium is operational. Excelsior Stadium vandalized, and Matlatswetsa Stadium is operational. Masenken Stadium, we are now in Mangaung. It's operational, as well as Mutabi Sports Center, Johnson Bendile Stadium, Billy Morrison Stadium, Mangaung Outdoor Sports Center, they are operational. The Free State Tennis Stadium needs refurbishment, as well as the Bloemfontein Swimming Pool, it needs refurbishment. When we move to Mangaung, still Blumanda Swimming Pool operational, Mangaung Indoor Sports Center operational, Dr. Rantlai Mulemela is operational, the Athletic Stadium is operational, but it needs attention. Bloemfontein Rugby Stadium operational, Bloemfontein Cricket Stadium operational. Botshabelo Stadium is operational, Chair. The swimming pool needs refurbishment. Tabanchu Mabana Stadium is operational. Silosisha Stadium is vandalized. In Vepenar, Webinar courts need refurbishments as well as a stadium there. Soutpan Stadium need refurbishment. Diverstop swimming pool need refurbishment. Netball courts as well as the Diverstop Stadium. Van Stadensrest Stadium also, and the courts there also need refurbishment, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Matwang Stadium as well, it needs to be refurbished, as well as Steenrest Stadium. In terms of Lobsha Park Stadium in Kronstadt, it's operational. Brem Park Stadium is operational, as well as Brent Park Swimming Pool will need to be refurbished. Phil Jones Kroon Stadium is vandalized. Ram Mulutsi Stadium under renovation, as well as the courts are in good condition. Saysoville Stadium in Mukaka, it's not in good condition, as well as the courts. Constantia Artificial Turf under renovation. Moorevach Swimming Pool under renovation. Nyakalong Swimming Pool not in good condition. Mahabani Square Outdoor Gym, it's not in good condition. When we move to Ngwate, Hillbron, Pirituna Sport Complex, the multi-purpose courts are vandalized, as well as Sandersville. Fezile Derby Stadium, it's in good condition. Skonkenville Stadium, it's in a poor condition. Mastanakedi Indoor Center is in a good condition, as well as a 5-a-side mini stadium. But
You have 5 minutes. Seeing that the trend is almost the same, I am eager to see some recommendations, solutions, or challenges.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will then also jump on the projects that have been done and are completed by municipalities. That would be the slides that follow, so I'll move in that. So what we are saying, let me move to the other slide, Chair. Apologies. I will jump all those that as a department, we will continue to provide technical support in aligning the sport facility development with the National Sport and Recreation Plan, and to ensure provincial growth and the development strategy. Also to continue through the MEC to collaborate with municipalities to identify communities requiring new or upgraded sport facilities, try to provide technical guidance on sport facility planning, design standards, and sport-specific requirements. Then these are the challenges, Chairperson: vandalism and theft. We will continue in terms of our mitigating strategy, continue to speak to municipalities to reinforce security measures. Where there's a lack or poor planning towards maintenance of sport facilities, municipalities will be encouraged to set aside a budget aligned with the maintenance plan, as well as where there's delayed completion of project, that they should continue to appoint competent and suitably qualified professional consultants and contractors, as well as they must ensure to monitor adherence to project management plans from inception until closeout. And that they must also ensure there's penalties implemented and termination where it's necessary. Continue with the capacity. So I will jump all those slides, Chair.
There's some nice developments there.
Chair?
I see some nice developments on the previous slide, that one.
Oh, yes, Chair.
Yeah, just massage the members here a little bit.
Yes. If I have to speak to recommendations, Chair, I will say that the development, maintenance, and management of sport infrastructure in the Free State Province, we progress made in the implementation, as well as the municipal infrastructure grant, budget allocation, expenditure and implementation, status of sport infrastructure, the department's ongoing efforts to strengthen oversight, monitoring and coordination in the planning, delivery and maintenance of sport infrastructure, including key challenges identified and interventions implemented to improve project delivery and sustainability. I thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if MEC would like to come in there, but thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, for the time given to the Department of Sport in the Free State Province.
Thank you so much, Ms. Takudi. Is the minister still in the meeting? Minister? Minister Mackenzie?
Chair, Minister left the meeting.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm in the meeting.
Yeah. Thanks, Minister. I'm listening to this presentation, and I want to tell you that
I'm in the
ever
meeting. I'm
since,
just struggling with the mute button. Yeah.
okay, what I'm saying, Minister, I'm listening to the Free State presentation. It's your former province, and since I'm a member, I must also say to the members, it is in a very, very long time that I've listened to such a transparent presentation. And I'm saying transparent with the focus on about vandalism. And I want to say to Ms. Lakudi, thank you so much. But what we need here, this is a trend setter for other provinces. But what we need here, together with the department I spoke about, partnership. We need listening to this presentation, we need a model for community protection, a rapid repair system or process, partnership with the police, partnership with neighborhood watch, partnership with local structure. I think this is a trendsetter and also an opportunity for us on the how part. How are we going to solve this issues? I really want to say to Free State, I've never heard in such a long time. I've seen people hide information, hide the reality. This was a very transparent presentation with particular reference to what has transpired. This is clear what is happening there. And we are not going to name and shame. We will critique from our side. Members will do that. But also what I would like to see at the end of this session, a sort of a plan of action to save this boat. Honorable members, we are on time. Honorable Mtetwa is number 1 on the list. I actually wanted to give Honorable Molatsani first, is in this meeting. She will be the first one. Then Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Duplessis, Honorable Motahung, Honorable Potgieter, Honorable Gabo. In that order, honorable members, please proceed.
Just through you, Chair. I'm going to allow Honorable Moletsane to take over. Just for the minister's note, since he'll be leaving the meeting, I must place my concern that constantly I see it is sports facilities, yet all the departments have arts and culture, but nothing is said about arts and culture facilities. I want him to note that, because constantly, wherever we went to, even when we were doing monitoring, our site oversight, we've never seen any facility that is said to be built for arts and culture. Thanks, Chair.
I take note of
sorry,
that.
Chair.
Just a second, Minister. I take note of that. And I think it's something, Dr. Kumalo, that the department must must work on, although safe to say that some of these facilities are also being used for the cultural part. But when you speak to members like the Honorable Mtetwa and the Honorable Matahung, I had to give in there and say this makes purely sense. Minister?
No, thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Mtetwa, it's right. But I just need to highlight something for your attention, Honorable Chair. The department spends more money of our budget goes to arts and culture than to sport. Sport is very loud in this country. So it's easy for people to think. I'll make you one example, Chair. We went to the Northwest Province, where we went to go look at the stadium there, and we then after the stadium, we went to go look at Mabana Cultural Center. We spent more time at Mabana, but when you saw the newspapers the next day, nothing was made, no mention was made of Mabana and only the sports. So I take note of what the Honorable Mtetwa was saying, but I just need him to know from the department side that we spend more money on cultural spend than sport. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable.
Yeah, indeed, and I would like to say that maybe we should use this province as a baseline on how we are going to maintain sport facilities in this country. And I must also emphasize that, yes, indeed, Honorable Mtetwa and the Minister, there is, the way the department is structured, there is a budget for arts. Let's proceed.
Sorry, Chair. Can I just have 3 seconds, Chair? I just need to show.
Okay, Minister.
All right. Now I just want to show the members how the T-shirt looks, Honorable Chair, with the national anthem on the top of the Springboks will be playing with the national anthem. If Honorable Mtetwa was very friendly with me, he might get one. So that is beautiful, Honorable Chair. Is the new we designed this with Nike, Saru, and the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. We've played a huge role.
Okay, thanks, Minister. I don't want to get off the topic, but members, that's a nice carrot for you. And also check with the Minister, because when it comes to Saru and others, they don't want to understand that we are different platforms. They rather send our tickets that the Minister also hold like that jersey to us. The Honorable Molatsani, please proceed.
Order, Chairperson. Order.
Honorable Molatsani.
Order, Chairperson.
Honorable Molatsani, proceed, please.
Good morning, Chairperson. Honorable Molatsani, I've called a point of order.
Honorable Molatsani, will you please proceed with this meeting? I was informed that Honorable Daniels is driving. And if Honorable Daniels is back in this meeting, I would like to see a hand. I'm not going to deal with Honorable Daniels now. Honorable Molatsani, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson. To yourself, good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister. Good morning, MECs from Free State, Northwest, Gauteng, and Western Cape. Good morning, honorable members, as well as the staff. Chair, let me appreciate the report that has just been presented by the Free State, the province that connects all 9 provinces of South Africa. Remember, we are in the middle, so that is why the report will be as it is, Chairperson. Chair, I just want to check with the MEC, but let me first, MEC, there was a project of library that the department will always come and report about it being not yet finished. But I'm aware that library, it's now finished and it has been officially opened. And I would like to thank you very much, really, for that work. It's been long. the department, they once told us that they are having problems, wara wara. It has not yet been done, but now I'm happy the library is now working. This is one of the things that I was expecting the MEC will talk about on the report. Number two, Chair, MEC, you know, it's so, I'm going to say it the way it is. Sasolburg is one of the big towns in Fezledabi. And till up to today, we don't have the stadium. I would like to request you and the minister, I'm not sure who between you and the minister, who's supposed to assist the Metsimaholo resident with the stadium in Zamdela. Zamdela is the big town in Metsimaholo, and it doesn't have any stadium. So I'm requesting between you and minister, someone must come and assist the community of Sasolburg, of Zamdela, to have the stadium. To the issue of Global Park, we've just talked about the issue of Global Park, that it's okay, everything is in order. But the last time I was there, track and field, the track and field of Global Park, it needs attention. And if we don't attend it now, we are going to spend a lot of money, because presently it's still a very small piece that needs to be attended. I was there at Global Park to do the oversight. I saw that track and field somewhere it's not in good order. Really, it needs a serious attention. So I will request MEC to send someone to go and check that track and field of Global Park. It needs attention. We must just be saying that everything is in order. Yes, the stadium is okay. I've seen everything, but only track and field in Global Park is going to need an attention. The other issue, the rugby stadium in Bloemfontein. The rugby stadium in Bloemfontein, I've heard the report from the MEC that the rugby stadium in Bloemfontein is inoperational, and I know it's inoperational. But why can't we be able to hold the rugby's international game if our stadium is inoperational? Can we be clarified, MEC, and can we be updated what is happening regarding issue of Free State Rugby Stadium not being able to hold the international rugby games? And then in the issue of artificial turf in Constantia, MEC, that artificial turf in Constantia, we need to recall the contractor who was doing that artificial turf. The person who did that work, the contractor who did that artificial work, that contractor did a substandard work. I was there at some stage to go and check that artificial turf. The person the contractor who was on site, I think is the one who must come and assist us, because he did the substandard work. Something that we always talk about, Chairperson, that these projects, when they are done, is there anyone from the department who will go there and do oversight to check if everything that's supposed to be done, it's done according to prescripts, it's done according to what the tender have said? This one definitely is going to need the contractor who was doing that must come back, because the last time I was there, I even tried to call that contractor, because what he has done there is a substandard work. Really, I don't approve it. The person must come and fix that turf, MEC. The issue of Charles Mupedi Stadium, I'm very much happy that you are now on the first phase of Charles Mupedi. Definitely now and then I will go to Charles Mupedi to do an oversight, because Charles Mupedi is one of the stadiums that used to host the PSL games, and we can't just leave it just like that to be a white elephant. It used to be one of the stadiums that we were proud of as the people of Free State. I'm happy now that it's in a first phase of being constructed again. I will go now and then to do the oversight. If there is anything, I think I will talk to you, MEC. And then in the issue of stadiums, the issue of buildings that are vandalized, it's not only in Free State, but this one, I think I need to ask it to all the MECs who will be coming in to tell us. Between the department and the municipality, who's supposed to be responsible for taking care of the facility immediately after facility has been erected? Who's supposed to take care of those facilities? Because now and then you'll be hearing someone will be saying, the municipality is the one who is responsible. Municipality will be saying, no, this one belongs to the department. Exactly who's supposed to be responsible for taking care of the facility? Because we can't keep on budgeting, we can't keep on taking out money to go and renovate a certain facility. After sometimes the facility is getting vandalized. And immediately when something gets vandalized, it's because it's not in use. It's not in use. That is why it's getting vandalized. So can we be put on a light here between the department, between the municipality, who's supposed to take care of the facilities? Because really it can be, it's so disturbing that we'll go to other facilities that have been built a long time ago, especially in towns. They are still like that. Everything is in order, it's clean, it's been taken care of. But in our location where we are staying, it's not ending up being like that. The last time, Chairperson, we went to Matlosana Stadium, where you were saying that Matlosana used to be the stadium that everyone was using. And now it's like, I don't know, it's like where you can just put the cows to come and graze. Really, we need to know this thing of vandalized properties. I think at some stage we need to draw the line that if the infrastructure has been done immediately, who's supposed to take care of it, so that next time we know that if there is anything went wrong, we go to that person to say that we gave you this as a new infrastructure. What is happening now? It happens in all the provinces. You go to one province, today there is a stadium that is very nice and so forth. Mafikeng Mabatu Stadium is the very same thing. You go to, in fact, all the areas. So can we be
Honorable Malatsani,
Yes,
I hear your plight and I hear your concerns, but I want us to zoom in and to focus in on the Free State. Like you've said, the other MECs will appear and then we can address those particular stadiums that you have mentioned in those particular provinces, if that is fine with you. Proceed, Honorable Member. Please unmute, Honorable Molatani.
Yes, Chair. I think, Chair, I'm just worried, and up to so far, according to my question, Chairperson, the last question before I leave, MEC, the sports facility in Kroonstad, Dinoheng, an area called Dinoheng, who is responsible for that sports facility? Before it gets vandalized, already they are starting to vandalize it, and who's responsible for that before we can come again to and say that it has been vandalized? It has not yet been open. It's not in operational. Nothing is happening there, and already people are starting to vandalize that sports facility. Can we get a clarity? Who's responsible, the department or the municipality? And the other thing, Chair, that I would like to propose that next time when we call the MECs, we need also even to call the municipalities, because at the end of the day, we are going to blame the MECs, whereas the municipality are the one who are responsible for those sports facility. At some stage, we need to call the municipalities to also come and account on the projects that they have embarked on regarding the sports facility. I know in my area where I came from, in Sasolburg, there are sports facilities that have been done by the municipality. And I won't be able to raise them now because MEC cannot say anything. Municipality must come and account. So in future, Chairperson, in the near future, we need to also call municipalities to come and account on this sports facility. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Molatsani. Noted your point, and also one have to also consider the responsibility of the provinces, the legislatures, to have that oversight over the municipalities. But I think it is important, as I've said, in the absence of the mayors also during our oversights. MEC Sifuba, would you want to ask any one of your delegation to respond to the questions and concerns of Honorable Molatsani?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Quickly, the Kribing Library was completed and handed over in 2025 to that community, 18th July. It's the state-of-the-art library in that area. The Sasolburg doesn't have a stadium. We are noting that, Chair, hopefully, as the honorable member has said, the minister must also take note. We will engage as the department. We don't have the budget, but it is also in our interest working with that municipality of Metsimahulu, of course. And Gobble Park in Bethlehem, it is a municipality facility. And the budget for maintenance is in Dihlabeng municipality. We will also be in contact with the municipality and raise that with them. The rugby stadium in the Free State, yes, it is operational because there are games that are played there, but in 2025, the stadium was downgraded from Class B to up to C because of the state of the facility. And once again, we've been engaging with the Metro. We've called the Metro, we've met with the Rugby Union, with the Federation. And after our engagements, the municipality did fix those areas that needed to be fixed at the stadium. And the stadium is in a better condition now, and hence it has been upgraded to Class B again. And recently, we've had a series of international games that were played in that stadium, but it was late for us to be able to be allocated the games, the Currie Cup games that we know those are the big games that will be played in the country internationally, including other provinces. The artificial turf in Machabeng, once again, it is a responsibility of the municipality. Charles Mupedi, yes, it is being fixed, and it is being fixed by the municipality. And we are supporting that program. And the honorable member, the Dinueng Municipal Stadium that was raised, again, it is the facility of the municipality again, and it is unusable, yes, but it belongs to Mukaka municipality. They are supposed to take care of that stadium. So all these areas that are raised, Chair, we will go back to those municipalities, and more so now that we are from this platform, we'll speak to say we have attended the portfolio committee, and these are the areas that were raised. Can you please attend to them? And as we said it earlier, even the presentation of DSEC assisted us to say the budget, the municipal infrastructure grant at the Metro, it is the USDG that goes to the municipality. They are supposed to ring fence a particular amount that can be used to maintain these facilities. Ours is to persuade, ours is to create platform for engagement, but the municipality needs to take resolutions of council in terms of their budget to be able to maintain these facilities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. If that also just can come with some timelines, I think the committee will appreciate that. The Honorable Mtetwa.
Chair, in the past, I've called a platform called MUNMEC in the province to invite the municipality so that we can discuss these issues. We are in that process, but it's not easy. Municipalities, they are busy with the work, but we'll try again. But as soon as by Monday, I will start to write letters to raise these issues with the affected municipalities. But again, we will pursue them to be able to meet in a platform where we are going to take these discussions forward. And how do we make sure that we emphasize that it is a constitutional mandate of the municipality in terms of Schedule 5B to maintain these facilities? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. I think we must use the tools to our exposure as well. We have a provincial parliament, the legislature is there, use COPA, summons them so that we can get this country working. The Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues, honorable members. Good morning, Honorable Minister, the MECs here present, and all government officials, and our lovely secretariat, our staff that is doing a great job in terms of organizing and seeing to it that we are equipped with all the questions and answers and thinking around what we're supposed to do. Thank you very much for that. MEC. Indeed, it is a good presentation that shows clearly what is working, what is not working. But I want to find out, because in as much as it is, my name is Eugene Mtetwa, deployed by EFF, this portfolio committee. Smithfield, for instance, Smithfield multipurpose. It has been stalled because of the company. I want to find out what consequence management have you applied and how much had already been paid towards building that multipurpose center. How much is now going to be required to complete that center, and by when will it be completed?
Please hold your questions. I think we need a response on those, Honorable Mtetwa. The MEC.
Thank you, Chair. The contractor at the Smithfield was terminated. But what we can say to the committee is that there was no money that was paid in advance. The amount that is paid to date, because they were paid after a phase of the completion of the work done. So what has been paid is 7 million. After the work that they've been done, there is no money that they left with when they were terminated. And then the required amount for the facility to be completed is 49 million, which is an earmarked fund that comes from Treasury. And as we are in that process of appointing another constructor, will apply the very same approach of paying as and when they finish the work that they've done. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, MEC. Are you suggesting that a contractor would begin to do work without any advance payment? How much did you spend in planning? Were there no other service providers that were used before the contractor started working? Do you consider that money a loss, or the work that was done proportional to the money that had already been paid, or the money that was paid, even including that of the contractor for the work that it had done? Because I'm sure, because the facility is not completed, it cannot be regarded as a success currently. It is regarded as a loss.
No, Chair, we didn't say it is a success. We highlighted it's one of the facilities where we have challenges. The contractor did what they did in terms of foundation and whatever, and they were paid 7 million for that. And there was no other contractor that was appointed. If there were subcontractors, they were appointed by the main contractor that was appointed by the department. We never said that program it's a success. That is why we terminated it, because the contractor was not moving and we only paid for what was done. But I will hand over to the official responsible for infrastructure to take through the processes in that regard. Ntenya.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Chair, I think I'll start by explaining that the contractor was actually appointed for 56 million. And then with regard to the consultants for the same project, their amount was actually 10 million. At termination, we had actually, we are at about 14% progress on site. And the contractor for that, they've been paid 7 million, which was purely for work done. And then we have since then terminated the contractor. We are only left with the consultants because remember, they were part of the project, appointed at 10 million. To date, the consultant has been paid about 5 million. Now we are continuing with the consultant as still part of the project. We are in the process now of re-advertising for appointing a new contractor. And require an estimated honorable member is about 49 million for us now to actually proceed and finalize the project after appointment of the new contractor.
That's good to hear. You, in your presentation, you constantly talk about vandalization. And I don't want to assume that vandalization of facilities, it's because of a particular situation. Because in different places are not homogeneous. There are challenges, different challenges in different provinces, in different regions. And I want to find out if you have done any analysis why facilities are vandalized and what would be the mitigating factor from your side.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. We had a meeting with municipalities. The last meeting we had with them as a province, or rather as a Department of Sport, was on the 12th of June. What came out clearly there, Honorable Mtetwa and Honorable Chair, as well as members, was that municipalities tend to not appoint security in facilities. But also we have engaged with them that as part of remedying, we need, as and when they apply, to ensure that there's consultation with sport councils so that they can be able to say specifically what facilities they need within those communities, but also that when communities are consulted, there's a buy-in and there's ownership, so that they are able to work together with the municipalities to ensure that they protect the facilities and there's no vandalism. So on top of municipalities putting aside the budget for maintenance, appointing security people or have security measures, when you have the sport councils on board and the sport confederations within the districts, there's a buy-in of the entire, community. You will find that that will assist. So as a way forward, we've agreed that apart from that meeting that we held at the provincial level, we will be moving to districts to engage with these municipalities and to bring in all the stakeholders so that we are able to see if this will not assist us going forward, because we really need these facilities for our communities. Ke a leboga, Ntate Mthethwa.
Okay. I thought that the part of engaging communities, it should be something that happens at the beginning. The MIG part of its requirement is that it must be the communities who inform or who influence the program of the municipality in terms of the facilities that they need. Now, you seem to be saying this as an after effect, that this is what you are going to do after you have had this situation. Was there no consultation of communities before these facilities were established, as per the requirement by MIG? Sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Mthethwa, and thank you, Chair. Honorable Member, we know that in municipality there is that process, consultation when the IDP of the municipality is being established. So we would expect the municipality to have done that process. So we cannot rule out the element of criminality in municipalities, because you can engage the community and there are those who value those facilities. But the criminality element that will always be found in municipality, like criminals will just pickpocket people, that will always be there. So that is what we are facing in that municipality, in the municipalities. But we are working together to try and make sure that we tighten security. We cannot depend on the goodness of the hearts of all members of the community, because we know that some of them might just want to do that, and that is really not in our control. Our control is to make sure that engaging the municipality, that there must be security in those facilities, so that we minimize the issue of vandalism. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Mthethwa, please wrap up your question session. I would highly disagree with the gesture that we cannot, address the issue of vandalism. I would think we can. If we want to safeguard community facilities, there is ways to do so. Honorable Mthethwa?
Thank you, Chair. I was also going to say that it doesn't give me confidence. The response doesn't give me confidence in terms of the department's knowledge. It seems like the department's monitoring is not that much close to what is happening. Because if you say that, it sounds like you assume that there was that process. You don't have assurance that indeed there was compliance, and therefore it means that you need to come up with mechanisms to monitor compliance and all these things, and not just assume that it might have been done. The issue constantly in the presentation, it talks about good condition. I want to know the difference between good condition and operational. What is the difference between the two? What is the distinction between the two?
Thank you, Chair. The municipalities, they build and maintain the facilities. As the department, we bring programs. But because we want to service the communities. We don't end there. We engage municipalities where there are
My
challenges.
apology. My
So
apology. My
Question
apology.
is, what is the
I'm trying
difference?
to respond to your questions, Honorable Member. We are not responsible for monitoring. We are not responsible for monitoring. In terms of the legislation, there is a clear role that we play as the department, Honorable Member. The second one, the difference between operational and and good condition. We regard a good condition where there are no defects, the facility does not have any problems that needs to be fixed or defects. But when we say it's operational, we accept the fact that there might be challenges, but the facility can still be used. Like we made an example with the Toyota Stadium here in Mangaung, that there were areas that needed to be refurbished. The stadium is operational, but we cannot say it is in good condition because the process of ensuring that the stadium is in good
Honorable
condition.
Mtetwa, my apologies, MEC, I have to stop the session. And may I not remind this meeting of what has happened on Royal Bafokeng. The question asked by Honorable Eugene Mtetwa is of great relevance. It's either the stadium is operational, it is in possession of a compliance certificate or not. We had an issue that will come before this parliament again on what has transpired in Royal Bafokeng. And I think the members' intention to ask that question is whether if there's vandalism, are we in a position to, is it operate, can we use it? The answer is no. Honorable Mtetwa, I'm so sorry to cut you. We are well in our time. We still have 2 provinces, but I will prioritize yourself for a next bite at the cherry if there is time. I am now going to call upon the Honorable Duplessis.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to open and reiterate the words or emphasize what you started off with about the national netball sports opportunity and how many of our school sports have been open to this. I have one big concern because I have been watching some of them on DSTV, and it seems that it is mainly quintile 5 schools, and I'm concerned that we do not have quintile 1 to 4 schools in these matches showing their talent as well to both the local and international market. And I think it's something as a committee we do need to discuss and find a solution for. With regards to the Free State, I'm very concerned that Thabo Mafutsanyana has the majority of issues. It seems that most of the facilities there are either in a bad condition or vandalized or in process. Why is it specifically within this area that it looks like that? I do want to say that I'm very happy to hear that the budgets will be aligned to what needs to be done on the ground going forward, and it should have been done previously. And are there any consequences and processes for people who have previously flouted the rules? I then would like to talk about qualified contractors. And again, I'm glad going forward we are dealing with qualified contractors. However, what is happening to the contractors that in effect stole the people's money? With regards to internal oversight, I just want to be quite certain just to remind the MEC that it is in fact government's responsibility from site inspectors to all the accounting officers, which are municipal managers and HODs, to ensure that projects are running smoothly. And it seems that this has not necessarily happened within all the projects. I'd like to find out why, if these people are mandated to do it, that it has not happened. My next question, and we spoke about it quite a lot, is why some places get vandalized and others don't. Surely we can learn from each other with regards to that. And then just to close, I personally was incredibly lucky to be a bursary kid in a Model C school. And within this Model C school, we had access to sports fields outside of the the school ground, because the school ground did not have space or access to sports fields. Do these sports fields offer and are open to any schools where the quintile 1 to 5, so that our young students and young learners are able to access the incredible psychological healing? And there's empirical data that goes with this, that sports offer in a society that isn't necessarily functioning as well as it should. And then lastly, I do think we really do need to have a report on arts and culture as well, because they play as an important role as sport within a society trying to find its feet. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Free State.
Chair, maybe to the issue of netball, because I heard it was mentioned twice. We've got the Crinams netball team and Sonneblom that have just won championship and third place respectively. And those teams are training in our facilities at the FSSI. And once again, Honorable Chair, like I said it at the beginning, in terms of what is happening in the municipalities, our role is limited. I know the fact that there are, the Honorable Member is saying there are many areas that are dilapidated in the area of Thabo Mofuzanyana. And we also took the counsel that you gave to say we must also approach the provincial legislature. Maybe it's about time that we are called with these municipalities at the provincial legislature, so that the provincial legislature can use its a power in terms of oversight, to because they can oversight everybody in all the spheres of government. So I think we are taking up that advice. Any consequence for non-compliance? Once again, we don't have any legislation that allows us to administer or apply any consequence management, because the municipality is another sphere of government governed by their own legislation, the acts at the municipality, with limited powers on our side. Even COGTA cannot do a consequence management at that level. The only hope that we have is the legislature. And then on the education facilities, then it becomes the space of the Department of Education and Public Works. Once again, we will engage and make sure that we see, because fortunately we all sit in the Executive Council and try to
Thank you, Free State. You know, the more members interrogate, the more I'm getting hot under the collar here. And I'm going to tell you why. These things intertwine. But before I'm going to give my comment, I don't see two key role players of the department here, Dr. Kumalo, Tebogo and Simpiwe. Are they in this meeting? Because mainly so this is much of their responsibilities. Are they in this meeting?
No, they're not. It's not in there. They are, yes, in the sport branch. You are correct. However, there is a separate chief directorate that is dealing with sport infrastructure, which is the one DDG is in charge of. So
Okay,
they're not in the
Dr.
meeting.
Kumalo, here comes my rebuttal. And you know, Dr. Kumalo, since you know us, that we are not playing. My question here is, what about programming in this particular case? Now, we know what is going on the ground. Honorable Molatsani has asked the question. Honorable Umtetwa has asked the question. Now, I want to put this to the department. In terms of what is presented by Free State, I praise them for their transparent report, and now I doubt whether we must investigate this report further on the response. The question was asked on the rugby stadium. Is the department, Dr. Malo, aware that both athletics and rugby have lost their accreditation to hold international events? Is the department aware? Is the Department of Free State aware? This is because of
DDG.
failed compliance.
Okay, yes, can I respond?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we are aware of that.
Yes, the department, national government.
Chair, yes, if you recall, Chair, Honorable Molatsani also raised this previously for us to look at the stadium specifically. And we also then confirmed that it was, but it was subsequently then upgraded by the municipality to re-attain its status. Thank you, Chair.
My problem, Mr. Campbell, we are being baked here, half-baked cakes. And Free State is telling us that the facilities are operational. Now, let me tell this country, if a record for Athletics South Africa, and we see how good they are doing now, is been broken on that stadium, it will not be recognized, members. And we are sitting here. There's no compliance. We are sitting here as a collective and say things are operational. Akiri, the same in the Northwest. I'm getting angry here. Honorable Matahung, please proceed.
Greetings, Chair, greetings to everyone on this platform. Chair, I think I'm with you there. When we talk about operationals, the facilities, they can be in good condition and they say they're operationals, but the most important thing is the business of the day. What activities that are there in those facilities? Same applies to the facilities that were vandalized. When they were built, did the municipalities have any activities that will have to take place? Because of, I believe, places, they become vandalized because of there are no activities where they are situated at. And I also want to concur again with what Memo Letsane said and Honorable Eugene said. But the most important question, okay, I think to the MEC is, with all the recommendations that were presented here today, when we say these facilities have been out of action or they've been vandalized, how long has been these facilities been vandalized in terms of the years? Because of, I think that's where we need to start on, chairperson and leaders in this field, in this platform. We need to find out the period of the vandalizations of these facilities. I think that will be my first question, Chair. How long has been this vandalizations of these facilities, poor maintenance, incomplete contractors? How long has it been? I'll stop for now, Chair.
The time frame, Free State.
Chair, we cannot say how long, but I know my office as well has been to these centers, helping me to check the state of these facilities as early as when I got in the office. And I know that there is that report, which is the report that we presented when we called the MUNMEC about these facilities. Our MUNMEC was in 2025 in March. On the issue of being operational, we are not trying to play games with the portfolio committee. All that we are saying, these facilities, some of them, like those of rugby stadium and athletics, yes, they are operational because they are used, although there are challenges of maintenance and refurbishment. For example, the track, that area that was damaged, a small patch was done there, but we agree that it is not enough. The municipality is supposed to take the whole track at the stadium, which they said it's going to cost them 20 million, because we asked how much does it cost. So we are not playing game check when we are talking about operational and not in good condition. That is what we are trying to explain to the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, MEC. This will go back again to my next question. You guys do oversight, right? And when you do oversight into these facilities, can you finish us with a proper report that state exactly when was the last time you guys did oversights to these places?
Yes, through you, Honorable Chair, we can provide that report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. That means we'll be waiting for that report to come through, because of we need to find out again in that report to say the MEC's office and the municipalities, they do have a good working relationship. So we need to establish that. MEC.
Honorable Matahung, I just want to add the information you need. They must also show us the wings under renovation there. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. MEC, I'm having a bit concerned regarding sports development in our schools, especially our township and rural schools. Can you tell us as a portfolio committee what kind of infrastructure development your office is doing for those rural and township schools? Because of our kids, I don't want to tell you lies, as Honorable Nicole has said, that in these facilities that have been built, come 5 o'clock, they are closed, and these kids, you find out that they can't go anywhere to play their soccer. So are there any developments or any thoughts or any suggestions that you guys, you want to do sports development and infrastructure in the schools?
Chair, can I quickly hand over to the Chief Director Sports to
Please do, MEC.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would like to state to the Portfolio Committee that currently we have not been building any sport facilities in the schools, but I think the ones that were, for example, handed over by the Minister, Gauteng Mackenzie, it was in schools in Heidedal during the time of Honorable Minister Mbalula as well. There were a number of multi-purpose courts that were built in some schools in the province through the Sport Trust. So
okay,
that is where
before you finish, remember I spoke about rural and township. So the ones that you're mentioning it, are they in the rural and townships, or they are only based on urban suburbs? Please clarify that.
there is, yes, for example, in Mangaung here, we had one in the location. We Qwaqwa as well, and then we had.
Can you name the schools?
We can send the report to honorable members if it's not a problem. As I said, it is a long time.
That is fine with us. The names are not available
As
now.
saying there is one in Mangaung named to know the school, to say which school is that.
Heidedal Primary, it
Yeah.
was last, the one that was done recently by the Honorable Minister Gauteng Mackenzie.
Please wrap
Okay.
up, Honorable Matahu.
It's the last one, Chair. I'm happy with the presentation. I'm happy with everything, but the most important one, we really need to do school development because of for these facilities that have been built, they will need to have young youth and people, women and people living with disability in order for them to go to these facilities. But if we don't have sporting codes in our schools from a primary level, that means we'll still be having all these facilities being vandalized and so on. And yes, Chairperson, I think next time when we have this kind of engagement, we will need our municipalities to be part of this meeting because of the MEC or the department, they giving them the funds in order for them to run these projects. So it will be unfair again to the MEC in terms of when we giving them these questions to say, what have you done with the monies? What is happening? And yet the people who are giving these funds, they're not here to answer for themselves. So with that say, thank you so much, Chair, but at least I've managed to get my answer regarding the rural and township schools that why they are not being developed. Okay, sharp, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. We are quite in good time. We have two speakers left, Honorable Potgieter and Gabo. We have time up until 12 o'clock. This time around, I don't want the MEC of Western Cape off the hook. We have missed him in our previous engagement. We have to start 12 o'clock with Western Cape. I'm now going to call upon the Honorable Potgieter. Can the Portfolio Secretary assess for me as to whether Honorable Gabo is still in this meeting? Oh, I see him. Thank you. My apologies.
I'm here.
Proceed, Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. DDG Campbell, I know I give you a lot of grief in a lot of these meetings, but I'm quite impressed with your identification of the weaknesses at municipal level. I think you've got a very good view of what needs to change. So my first questions are to you. I just want to understand how you think Parliament and the department can assist in turning these sort of proposals into enforcement within municipalities. And I want to concur with Honourable Malatsane that we do need municipalities to account here. It is fairly important. This is where a majority of the issues are happening. But with regards to the interventions that you propose, DDG, you mentioned ring fencing operational and maintenance budgets. I just want to understand from yourself, do you think that that should become a condition before a municipality receives funding for a new or upgraded facility, or how would you envisage that working? Then with regards to the management committees and operational plans, who would be responsible for establishing those? What would they contain, and how would the departments ensure that they continue functioning after a facility is handed over? And then the last one, the second last one is the training and mentorship to improve municipal contract management. For contract management, I think, you don't need to be a rocket science to know that that's essentially a big problem across the board. But is training enough here? Because would it not maybe require provincial or national technical support that is directly focused on procurement, project monitoring, and certification of work? Because it doesn't seem to change, despite the fact that training happens at municipalities. And then lastly, what would you envisage happening when these interventions are ignored? So would that involve a future infrastructure allocation being withheld or being made conditional where municipality repeatedly fails to maintain existing facilities or doesn't deal with vandalism, etc.? I hope you got all of that.
Thank you, Chair. Could I proceed?
Yeah, please respond, Honorable Mr. Campbell.
Thank you for the promotion, Chair.
It's a prophecy, maybe.
Thank you, Honorable Potgieter, for all the questions. Yes, I will respond. Indeed, Honorable Potgieter, I think we're now reaching, if you look at the if you look at the representation from Free State, I think we cannot be innocent bystanders in the process, both as national and as well as provincial government. So firstly, you would know, Honorable Potgieter, when we before we approve any grant, there's an expectation that municipalities submit as part of the requirements a council resolution confirming that they will then take responsibility for the operationalization as well as the maintenance after the completion of the facility. Now that happens, Chair, but what happens beyond that, we all know also that it doesn't really play out like that in reality. So I would concur with you that we would possibly going forward have to make it a requirement that we would want to see the ring-fenced amounts attached to a particular facility as a component of the capital investment. I think we all know that there's a ratio in terms of capital spend and what would have to be set aside for operational cost and maintenance. It's between, I think if I remember correctly, Honorable Potgieter, between 5 and 8% of the capital investment must be set aside for operational and maintenance aspects of a particular facility. So I think we would have to look at that and make that a formal requirement that as part of the submission going forward, Chair, that they would also then have to give us that particular aspect to say, this is the amount of capital investment, and as a percentage of that, this is what we've now confirmed in the budget for maintenance. I think we're reaching that point, Honorable Potgieter, where we need to look and do that. Just in terms of the maintenance and management of facilities at a local level, Honorable Potgieter, you know, we had a system previously where we had management committees comprising of community members, sports federations, and other interested and affected parties, you know, around a particular facility. And I think we need to really look at that again, because in my experience, Honorable Potgieter, it worked quite well in the municipalities where I worked previously. And I think what we would have to look at, and I just want to latch on to the point that the chair has made around, for example, a framework for maintenance and prevention of vandalism, etc., etc. We may have to do that. And although we have peculiarities within certain areas, you know, it's not a brush that you can just brush across all municipalities. But we can put in place a framework that would guide municipalities and provinces, for that matter, around this particular matter. And that's something I will certainly take up as a point, Honorable Potgieter. I think the last matter you raised was the issue around training and mentorship. If you look at the COCTA assessment of municipalities, Honorable Potgieter, and why you would find that in certain municipalities things are working better than in others, it's directly related to skills, to available resources. I think those are the two critical things that normally leads to a point where municipalities are found to be wanting. So I think that is a critical part of what we are suggesting going forward. But again, the point being, Honorable Potgieter, we need to put in place a process, and we would have to drive that from national government. So we are taking a lot of pointers from this engagement, Honorable Potgieter, which I will take to my team for us to begin to look at how we put those things in place as a consequence of the engagement that we are having currently. I hope I've responded to your questions, Honorable. Thank you.
Thank you, DDG. I appreciate it. Then, Chairperson, with regards to the presentation from the Free State, I do, you know, I appreciate the fact that it's quite transparent on what's wrong, but I think, you know, your communities can tell you what's wrong, you know, just simply by walking past them. What I think that we would need at this level is a full conceptualization of exactly what's wrong, what's been done, what the progress is, the money spent, you know, that's the kind of nitty-gritty that we want to get into as parliamentarians. You know, we can't get a presentation that just says, well, this is vandalized, and, you know, then we're going to spend this much money. I am concerned that the day-to-day maintenance expenditure for the entire year is only 1.9 million. And it seems to be mostly concentrated around the Welkom facilities and the FSSSI. It doesn't seem to be spread out across the province itself. Is there a reason for that?
Ak Vrystaat.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Meneer Mbenya daarso.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The amount of 1.9 million actually refers to the buildings that are actually owned and maintained by the department. Remember, we had indicated that other buildings are actually maintained by the municipality. So the 1.9 does not necessarily talk to buildings that are supposed to be maintained by municipality, but only the 7 buildings that are actually owned and maintained by the department. Thank you, Chair.
Fantastic. Then, Chairperson, my question is then...
Honorable Potgieter, hold your word. I want to piggyback on what you have asked in terms of your full conceptualization. This, you know, I get a sense and feeling that at the times we duck and dive the responsibilities, and that's why I want to concur with you, to agree with Honorable Molatsani on the role players, all of them around the table. But like I said, these things are working together, it's intertwined. And what you have asked now, I also want to add to that, to the Department Sports, Arts and Culture, DSEC, that they must submit us with a list, especially from the Chief Director, when last they have set foot on the premises in Free State, like the Kroonstad issue, to assess the state of sport. I know that's why I was asking Dr. Kumalo for the Bocho and Simpiwe, with our oversight to the Northwest, especially the Bocho. He can tell you on his fingers what is happening, when, where, and how. So we want a list from the department, because if someone has also failed in this regard, it will be the department in terms of their oversight to a certain extent, where all these monies are being sent to. Proceed, Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. My question would then be, would it be a possibility for us to get a list from the municipalities, or lists from each of them, as to their maintenance budgets according to their complete list of facilities? Is that a possible ask?
Who's going to respond on that? Let's give the Department, Sports, Arts and Culture, as well as the Free State, an opportunity to respond to that.
Thank you, Free State here. There is a slide, Honorable Chair, where we indicate in detail that 1.9 million, which facilities are we going to maintain. But yes, we are committing to go back to the municipalities to give us their detailed schedule of the maintenance of the facilities that need attention from their side. And we'll submit that report together with all the other reports that have been requested from us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, just to clarify, what I'm looking for is a full list of facilities, not just the facilities that are being maintained, a full list of facilities with the maintenance budget attached to each one. If it's 0, then it's 0. Then I just want to touch on 2 projects. The one is the Gauteng, which received 8 million rand and was recorded as completed in 24-25. Yet they are now described as under construction, and you've given them another 3 million rand under 25-26. The second one is the Rolalia Tunya, which received 3.4 million rand, recorded as completed in 24-25. But it now is listed as vandalized, and the sports grounds are under construction, with a further 10 million rand being allocated in 25-26. Can you just explain that?
Sorry, Honor, we are trying to find the slide you are referring to.
Bulukanang?
It's
Go up. Again. Bulukanang construction. It's for 2025-2026.
Listening.
Yes, construction of Bulukanang sport ground.
Yes.
They've been
You
allocated
mentioned you mentioned both of these projects twice. So the first time you mentioned both of them is in 24-25 and they're listed as completed with an amount. Then you mention them again in 25-26 with a further allocation. That's what I'm trying to understand. If they were completed in the previous financial year, then now they're vandalized and they're still under construction.
Which means they had previously received allocation. And for that they received allocation, they completed that part. But I'm sure because DSEC is also on the platform, they can also assist to confirm that, Honorable Member.
Okay.
DSEC? Honorable
Thank you,
Minister,
Chair.
you have
Sorry,
2
Chair,
minutes.
I was-
Chairperson, I've got two directors here that do that oversight. If they could please respond. Ntangeni or Songezo.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Members, DG and colleagues. Yes, Bulukanange was allocated funding and the project was completed. That was phase 1. The allocation that was done for the 3 million that you're referring to is phase 2, where they're going to do the cricket nets, the outdoor gym and the indigenous games. So that is the phase 2 of the project. Phase 1 was completed, but we continue with phase 2 with other activities. Thank you.
And the other project?
The other projects?
Ntangeni, did you get the name of the other project? I'm not sure
The
whether
other
the response is awaited from us.
DG, I apologize for my pronunciation, but the other project received 3.4 million rand and then a further 10 million rand in the current financial year. That's Rololia Tunya.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Ntangeni, you have that detail?
Yes. Yes, no, it's phase 1 was completed. The monies that was allocated is for phase 2. For municipalities that are completing phase 1 and there were activities that were not completed, if they apply again, we're able to then allocate funding for phase 2 for them to complete activities that were not done, or maybe they have applied and the budget was not enough for us to allocate for the entire phase. So they then split the activities into phase 1 and phase 2.
Fantastic. Thanks. Chairperson, perhaps in future we can get a holistic project because it does look a bit strange if you read it. You know, it would be better to have the project cost X amounts and we're implementing in these phases, just for our sake. Then my colleague, I think it was Honorable Ntetwa, touched on the Smithfield facility. And I would just like to understand, we're not told in this presentation who the contractor was that reneged on their agreement. We aren't told whether or not you've actually recovered any money from them. You said you paid them 7 million rand for work done, but they were found to not do the work up to standard. So did we pay 7 million rand and that was for the work that was up to standard? I'm not quite understanding. You know, did everything that they complete, was that all perfect? Because in that case, then they shouldn't have been terminated. So they were terminated for a reason, but we still paid them 7 million rand. So I'd like to understand who they were, whether or not we recovered any money from them, whether any guarantees were called in on that project, and whether you've referred that contract or any other contractors for blacklisting, so that they no longer receive any other government work.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member.
Potgieter, you have to wrap up now.
Sure, I've just got one item after this, Chair, if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member.
Yes.
Okay, now
please
I'll
respond.
respond. Okay, thank you, Chair. The contractor that was appointed was Bapalabula project. And then the 7 million that was paid to them was purely for the work that was done. There was no additional work or maybe any advance payment. The work paid was actually certified by the engineers and the conservators as work being done at termination. So there's no amount that they are owing the department or the department is owing them. The contract has since been terminated. Thank you.
Contractor themselves, have you blacklisted them at all?
The matter is actually handled at supply chain. I will assume it had been referred to provincial treasury because the issue of blacklisting would have been submitted for further handling by provincial treasury.
Chair, I would caution here. This does not happen. It rarely ever happens that these contractors are actually put onto any list. And you can go and ask at national level. From municipal and provincial level, they do not.
Are we losing Honorable Potgieter or is it my gadget?
No, we're losing him, Chair. We're losing her.
It looks like.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
May I call upon the Honorable Cabo?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity. I hope I'm audible. Chair?
Yes, you are. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you very much. Chair, let me take this opportunity and welcome the presentation made by the Free State government leadership led by the MEC. Welcome the report. Chair, my first question is straightforward, and I believe it's one of the questions that would cut across all the provinces. Honorable MEC and the head of department, could you kindly indicate to us as a portfolio committee as to what is your highest academic qualification and briefly provide your professional experience relevant in particular to management and sports? Maybe I'll start with the MEC.
Honorable, how I did not expect this one, but I'm a teacher by profession. I hold Bachelor of Education in Arts, and I hold Bachelor of Psychology, which is honors in psychology. I hold a PGD, which is a diploma in governance and political transformation, and I hold a master's degree in governance and political transformation. And I've been a teacher for the longest part of my life. Before I moved to social development in monitoring and evaluation, although it was briefly. From there, I spent 5 years at the provincial legislature as the speaker in the 6th administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. Can we kindly request the HOD? And as and when she responds or he responds, I would request them to put on their videos. Thank you very much.
Honorable Khabu, we indicated earlier that HOD is off sick, but I know that her title is Doctor, Dr. Chabalala. So she holds a PhD. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. MEC, like you can see that as and when I'm asking you questions, I'm able to switch on my video, and I'll request you to do the same. I would want to check with you, what is your understanding of the constitutional and legislative oversight role of the provincial department in relation to municipal sports infrastructure projects?
Can you please repeat the question, Honorable Khabu?
My question is, what is your understanding? What is your understanding of the constitutional and legislative oversight role of the provincial department in relation to municipal sports infrastructure? Your understanding of our constitutional oversight role.
I will move from the premise of the fact that all the legislations are established out of the constitutional provisions. The constitutional provision in terms of Schedule 5B it does state that the local government is responsible for sports facilities. And I also understand that as the department,
MEC, my question is in relation to your good self as the provincial department. What is your understanding in terms of your oversight role?
our oversight role is to make sure that we do go and check the functionality of the facilities at municipal level and be able to know which municipality has what facilities, so that as and when we have to maybe build or provide more facilities, would know in which areas. Hence, we have the report that is able to state what is the state of facilities in each municipalities.
So basically, the MEC is saying that she's from time to time conducting oversight visits to projects, including municipalities. Do I understand you correctly?
Yes, we do that.
You do that?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Can you explain to us as to how do you conduct your oversight as a department? Especially in relation to project implementation, from the phase of planning, project monitoring, technical support, risk management, financial oversight, and closeout reports in relation to the project. How do you conduct your or oversight or exercise your oversight?
One, I have the accounting officer in the department who, in terms of the Public Service Act, is tasked with the responsibility of implementing the strategic plan of the department and the APP. The HOD and the management will then report to me as the MEC, but
No,
I don't end there. I
MEC,
do.
with all due respect, with all due respect, MEC, with all due respect, my apology, and I hope I don't appear to be disrespectful when I'm stopping you on irrelevant questions. I'll have to stop you. My question is straightforward. Can you explain how does your department exercise oversight? And I've explained the process that I'm expecting you to talk to. The planning phase of a project, the implementation phase of the project, the risk mitigation of the project, the financial analysis of the project, whether is it aligned with the allocation, up until the closeout report. How do you exercise your oversight as a provincial?
I exercise that responsibility by receiving reports from the team or from the officials, including the accounting officers who are directly involved with that process. That is how I get that report. But I also go to those facilities. I'll make an example. Last year, I did go to the facility that is built in Smithfield myself. And when I found those people very far behind in terms of their work, I did interrogate, why are we still there? Because I could see that they were not going to finish by September, which they claimed that they were going to finish. Upon returning to that, I called the management meeting and I asked them to please attend to that situation, because they are the ones who are busy directly dealing with the issues of contracts, especially the accounting officer. I can't hear you, Honorable Member.
My apology, MEC. Am I audible now? I take note of your response in terms of your processes that you follow in terms of exercising oversight. Now, part of your report, let's speak to the financial management aspect of your infrastructure budget performance. Your report indicates that there are projects that are underspending. My understanding is that they are not spending in line with the proposed program of the project. Why is that the case when you are playing oversight on this project and you are continuously convening meetings with your accounting authorities? Why do you still have the same outcomes with number of projects being unable to adhere to their performance schedule, especially from a financial point of view?
Member and state which projects exactly, because I know that the project that we embarked upon last year was that of Smithfield, which we have come out, and maybe say as well the other project that we budgeted for last year was the building of combi courts in 2 municipalities, 2 in Harib, in rural areas, and also 2 in Thabo Mfutshanyana in rural areas. But due to the fact that we waited to get the norms and standards from national, which process took longer. So those are the 2 projects sitting here that from the side of the department, I can say I know of. That is why I'm saying, if you could please help me by sharing me other programs other than those that are in municipalities.
I was specifically speaking to projects that are being implemented at the level of municipalities. And I believe between you and me, we can agree that those are not the only 2 municipalities that are encountering a challenge in terms of adherence to the program that has been adopted, let alone that as to when will the project be completed. Their spending pattern not aligned with the approved budget. That's why my earlier question was that, what is your understanding in terms of your oversight role as a provincial department on municipalities, having an understanding that municipalities are an implementing agent? Let's leave that one, Honorable MEC, while you get clarity from your staff. Because if I was to give you a list of those municipalities, obviously you are having them in front of you, where project was supposed to have been completed in 2022. The project to date is still running. And to a large extent, we can argue it on and around financial management. I'm going to give you a list of those municipalities. I'll read them out now. It's not a problem. Let me go to the issue of your closeout reports. As in when a project is completed, especially let's leave those that are being implemented by municipalities. I mean, that are being implemented by provincial government, those that are being implemented by municipalities. How do you confirm assurance in terms of quality work as provincial department?
I think national, when they presented, they did state that they provide technical support. We don't have that in our department, which is going to help the municipality to know and adhere to the norms and standards that are required, and be able to make sure that those facilities are in good standard as and when they are established.
So
But
can you confirm or deny?
I'm
Can you confirm or deny that all projects that have national department participated on affirming or giving assurance of its quality work, all of those projects, they've got certificates that confirms its compliance to the workmanship standards? MEC?
sitting here at this point, honorable member, I cannot confirm all of that.
So after a project has been completed and the state has spent money, and the community, of course, majority of our people will always be happy, as in when a project or infrastructural project has been completed. But in most cases, the municipalities, or in most cases, that project, a year down the drain, the quality of work would begin to indicate that there was poor workmanship. It is for that reason I'm seeking clarity from the provincial department that is having a responsibility of playing oversight as to whether, can you confirm or deny that all infrastructure projects that have been completed by the province and the municipalities have received compliance certificates for occupation and to be used?
In the 24 months that I'm in this department, honorable member, I don't remember any project that has been finished by the municipality while I'm still here. There is no project that we've indicated that the projects are still in progress. But there is one facility that I know belongs to us, Siphomuzi in Kronstadt. We are doing assessment through the public works. We are aware that they are, although that facility was handed to the department by public works, we are aware that there are structural defects that needs to be dealt with. At this point in time, I can I can confidently say I know about that. But as for the other projects in municipality, I have no knowledge of the projects that have been confirmed and received certificates while I'm in this department for these 2 years.
Okay. Would request that you
Honorable
provide
Khabo,
us.
Honorable Khabo, please, just a second. Section 155, 6 and 7 and Section 154 of the Constitution give provinces 2 jobs. One, the question that Honorable Khabo asked, support, build municipal capacity, help them deliver services. 2, oversight, monitor and intervene when municipalities fail. In line what the honorable member have asked, can we from the side of the province get a program, a list as to whether there was any compliance with what the honorable member asked in terms of section and your responsibility in terms of section 155 to build the capacity, help them deliver, and to intervene, monitor those municipalities. Is that possible, MEC?
Chairperson, I will embark on that. What you are advising me on that to try and provide that. And I'll also look at what that section is empowering me to do exactly.
Also, Chairperson, would request the MEC to provide us with
Honorable
all.
Khabo.
Yes, Chair. Would request the MEC to provide us with all infrastructural projects that has been implemented throughout the corners of Free State by municipalities. But amongst other things that you'd have to get from the report is their compliance certificates. That's one thing that you would have to get. Now, MEC, while we are still on the issue of projects, earlier on your HOD or someone from your department, in fact, let me start here, MEC. On your current budget, how much do you have for maintenance of infrastructure projects? MEC? Where's it there?
Oh, sorry, honorable member. The overall budget that we have for maintenance for all the facilities of the department that are in our custodianship, including those of arts and culture and libraries, is 22 million.
Okay. Do you have a maintenance plan aligned to that 22 million allocation for the financial year?
There is a maintenance plan, honorable member.
Can we kindly also request that we share the maintenance plan? And I would want to check with you, how does the provincial government consolidate their projects to be implemented in the financial year? What criteria or yardstick is it being used to identify areas that would require provincial government to intervene in?
I would make an example with the projects that we are implementing right now. We look at the area, for example, for the combi courts, we have identified Garib district, it being a rural area and there isn't enough facilities in that area. That is why with the earmarked fund that we have received from the department, we said, let us take 2 combi courts to that area. And then the area of Fixbeck, also rural, and Kwakwa in Namahadi, also rural, and also the Smithfield project that we are implementing in Garib, the Smithfield Multipurpose Center, looking at that area being a rural area and also not having many of those activities. So that is what we are focusing, the need that we identify in that particular area, Honorable Chair.
What is the criteria, MEC? Does provinces submit proposal? Is it dependent on the MEC? Is it dependent on the administration? What is the criteria?
I think in my budget vote, there would be what we call an injunction in some instances, having identified, because I do visit these communities, and when I have identified the need, there is no written criteria in the department, but because as a person, you do go and visit those communities, and also listening to the outcry of the members of the communities when they say, we need these facilities in our communities, but we make sure that we don't add facilities to communities where there is already facilities in those areas.
So is it safe to say for me that MEC is dependent on your understanding of areas? There is no standard procedure that the department is following. You identify areas that you believe the department should intervene on. Now that there is no standard procedure
Yeah, there is
of
no.
identifying. How do you then make sure that municipalities like that are very far from the center? I'm also from a small municipality, so I understand the injustices of being located in the far sides of the province. Let's go to Tokologo local municipality in Herzogoville, and I think it's Denisville. What is your yes. You said that
Honorable member, these municipalities that I'm mentioning, they are very far from the provinces. Garib is the most disadvantaged.
Not a problem,
Yes,
MEC.
can I
It's
respond?
fine. No. I've asked you a simple question as to what criteria, and you could not explain the criteria, and I then presented a statement before you to say that it then means that I can conclude. It's safe to say for me that the province does not have any standard procedure it follows. It then identifies areas for intervention based on your directive as the MEC, and I left it. I wanted to bring an item for us to discuss, and I'm bringing an issue of Tokologo local municipality. And it's one of the areas.
But I wanted to respond to your conclusion, Chair, because it leaves a perception that we are selective in doing that. We are not selective in doing that. We don't have a policy. We are guided by the budget. We are guided by the availability of the budget. I only had a small budget to be able to provide.
You can't say that you are guided by the budget. You can't say your identification of areas is guided by the budget. You should be having a list of priorities as a department. As in when there is an allocation to your department, you then look at your priorities. You don't have to wait for a department allocation. And it is for that reason, MEC, I asked a simple question. Do you have a policy? And you have confirmed that you don't have a policy. You have a standard procedure of identifying municipalities. You have confirmed that you don't have a standard procedures. You have said that I must give you an opportunity to explain. You are saying to me that you are dependent on the budget. It means that as a department, there is no any other way of identifying municipalities. It then means that we run a risk of the department investing for infrastructural development in urban areas. and disregarding these rural areas or these rural municipalities. And I'm saying to you that now that you don't have a standard procedure, you don't have a policy, you are not guided by anything. It's safe for me to conclude that it is dependent on our emotions, on how we feel, our attitude towards an area. That's why I was saying to you. And let me go to my issue of Tokologo. Herzogoville, local, Herzogoville or Densville or Boshoff. You had a 2 million allocation for Masilo Sports Ground. When last did you go to that sports ground?
I think you are talking about a municipality project there.
Still fine. It's not catered. Is it catered on the provincial allocation? Is there any
No,
project
it's
that
not.
they're implementing? There's no project that is being implemented by provincial government in Tokologo local municipality, ne?
Chair, I tried to explain to you that you talked about the policy and the criteria. I said no. And then you talked about priority. And I was trying to get into the space of priority. Because we are starting in these areas, it does not mean that on the next round of that earmarked fund, we are not going to go to another priority area that needs those facilities. Because we are not going to, there are many
Let me
areas.
see, how are you going to get to those areas when you don't have a policy? What is guiding you to get to that area? That is my basic question.
Then
how do you identify municipalities that requires provincial government intervention? Remember, your provinces is one of the poor provinces. You've got municipalities that can't even sustain their own operation. We therefore cannot want to rely on the MIG allocation or even the revenue of the municipality for them to build infrastructure projects. I would want you to base your question. Your responses on an understanding that the state has a responsibility of creating an environment that is conducive for sports to thrive. And this is the relevant department. And that's why I was asking you, what criteria do you follow in identifying municipalities that requires provincial government intervention? And MEC, you have dismally failed to respond to that question. In fact, your response is very clear that the department does not have any process that they follow. You don't have a standard procedure. You've confirmed that you don't have a policy. Why do you want to speak of priorities? Because there's no any other way. I even uttered a statement that it means that as provincial government MEC, you don't have any other way. You rely on your emotions, you rely on your attitude towards a certain area, and you are behaving like certain leaders. We have seen them behaving in this particular way. Being unable to respond or provide clarity as to what informs their actions. And now my question is, what informs an action of a provincial government to conclude that we are now going to Tokologo local municipality? We are now going to Fezile Dabi district municipality. How do you get to that conclusion? We know that what happens for a municipality to build an infrastructure project, it convinces the people, they consolidate their inputs through an IDP or a process called an IDP. We know those processes. How do you do it as a provincial government of the Free State? It's a simple question, MEC.
Honorable Kabo, please conclude.
Honorable member, I note what you are saying. In the department, I did not find any policy that is dedicated in that. But when I saw the need in the needy communities, and these communities that we have mentioned are not, of course, the only communities that need government.
It's fine. Let me
but
conclude.
Honorable member, you speak,
Can you
and
do
when
it
I
in
try to
writing?
respond, you
No.
don't give me a chance.
No,
It's
your
not
response
fair.
is no.
No,
Your
it's not
response.
fair. No, it's not fair that you don't give me a chance to respond, honorable member, because you are leaving an impression that I don't care about areas of the Free State, of which is not true. I am using what I have
MEC, for
at
how
my
long have you been an
disposal.
MEC? For how long have
I
you been
have been
appointed
an
as an MEC?
MEC for 2 years. I've
Now
been
you got into an
I
office when there
spent
is
in
no
this.
policy that guides the department on how to identify municipalities for intervention. After 2 years, you still want to tell me that I'm unfair. Is it not you who's not unfair?
That
Who's
is
not
why
fair
I'm
to our
saying
people?
I'm noting that.
Why have
That
you
is
not
why I'm
developed?
saying I'm noting that.
Yes, let's leave that debate. Let me rather
That
ask
is
my
why I'm
other
saying I'm
question.
noting that.
Yes, but you can't say I'm unfair. It's
Honorable,
you who's been unfair to our people.
Honorable Khabo, can you please conclude? MEC, the MEC, the honorable members are asking questions of what is transpired from the presentations. I want to put on record that we do not work on perceptions, or we do not show impressions, and we should not allow that perceptions stop us from dealing with the facts. I have not interfere with the honorable member because he's trying to find out as to whether the Free State Province has a policy, has a program to deal with issues which is of concern in this particular case in the far-flung rural areas. We are, Honorable Khabo, 18 minutes over our time. I want you to take 2 minutes to wrap up so that I can give over to the next chairperson for the second session.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe in closing, Chair, MEC, the department has spoken of ring-fenced MIG allocation, and you have clearly expressed a deep understanding of your role as provincial department, and you have also explained on how you are exercising your oversight role. Can you explain to us on the Masilo project in Tokologo local municipality that covers Herzogbille, Densville, and Boshoff? When last did you go to that project in particular?
I want to see
And
first
secondly,
that thing.
the 2 million.
Please unmute, MEC.
I've
Proceed,
unmute
Honorable.
chair. I'm trying to check the. It's not Masilonyana, it's Tukulugo. Give me the slide of
The local
Tukulugo.
municipality is Tokologo.
Who is doing that? In terms of the Tukulugo Stadium, like DSEC presented, that the
No,
municipalities
MEC.
through their
No.
MIGs.
MEC, not Tokologo Stadium, Tokologo local municipality. Masilo Stadium. Wow, you see your administration is misleading you now.
What is in the? It's you said it's Tukulugo municipality, right?
Yes.
Tukulugo.
I was
Can I
correcting you.
get clarity again? Which facility are you asking about?
Let me direct you straight.
Tokologo.
Tokologo local municipality. It covers
Yes.
Herzogbille, Boshoff, and Densville. I'm saying there is a project in Tokologo local municipality. I think it's Masilo Sports Ground. There is an allocation of 2 million for a construction of a sports ground. Are you aware of it?
It's a municipality project, honorable member,
That
through
I don't
their
dispute.
MIG. But
Yes.
no,
I'm
I am
asking
not.
you,
I haven't been
have
there.
you
I'm
been
not
to that
aware of
project
that.
before?
Not yet, but the team has been to that project. But myself, as a person, I haven't been there.
Second question. The 2 million allocation for a sports ground facility. According to your team, is it aligned to the norms and standards in terms of the design that they have presented? And the last question, MEC, probably I would need you to give me a detailed report on Tokologo in particular. Okay, I think I must stop there so that I give a proper written question and questions in particular in relation to Tokologo. But MEC, we all agree that the implementing agent is the municipality, but you have a responsibility of oversight. And it cannot be that as an MEC, you are unable to travel all municipalities It's impossible. It's extremely impossible. And probably it has been a norm that provincial departments are not accounting. And unfortunately, that process has changed, MEC. We believe that your report would be able to engage, because what I'm sensing from you and what I'm worried about is the reports that you are getting from your administration. And if you are going to rely on reports from administration and not going to the ground, conducting your oversight, interacting with the people who have put you in your office, it's unfortunate, MEC, that you are always going to be misled. I'm going to submit the reports in relation to Tokologo, local municipality. Your presentation is far-fetched from reality. There is a 2 million, it says that the project has been completed. That project is not even completed. And I would invite you very soon to that municipality so that we go together and demonstrate to you what is it that we are talking about. We are stationed in Cape Town, but we are able to cover the country in terms of visiting different provinces because we've got an interest of understanding how the state money is being spent. But if you are a provincial government, part of your oversight role is to check if the people or the municipalities are spending in line with the ring-fenced allocation. Because you know very well that most of the municipalities are using this allocation for their operations. Chairperson, with that being said, I rest my case. I'll submit my issues in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. I'm going to request members that did not have a second opportunity, and even those who are of the opinion that their questions has not been responded to, an opportunity after this meeting to submit those questions. But I want to end this session with the following concluding remarks. Provinces and municipalities meet annually to identify joint priorities and commit resources to implement those projects. We have IGRs, IDPs, and numerous of other projects and plans. But what I have observed during the interrogation of Honorable Khabo, there is a need that the provincial government should adhere or give an opportunity that these working relationships happen in those particular provinces. Seeing that it is Women's Month, I am going to give over to the Honorable Du Plessis, who is going to chair this session. I have also consulted and will give an opportunity direct after the session with the Western Cape that the Honorable Moletsani will chair that session. Following that session, we will have the representative of the NCOP again, Honorable Du Plessis, who will chair the session over Gauteng. With that said, honorable members, we are now going to give over to the Honorable Du Plessis.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and thank you for the wishes of Women's Month. As they say, the future is female. Honourable Chair, I will definitely be submitting my questions as they were not answered and I did not get a second bite of the cherry for the Free State. However, it's not about the Free State now, it is about the Western Cape. I'd like to welcome all MECs. I do see that the Minister has unfortunately gone to alternate meetings. I did want to say to him, I see that he is in blue. And as we say in the DA, ho by die blow, so the Minister can continue with that. I then would like to welcome the other Minister, Mackenzie, or MEC Ricardo Mackenzie of the Western Cape, to give his presentation on the province that he is in charge of.
Thank you very much, colleagues.
Sports, arts and culture.
If you can just allow us to share, please. If the host can just allow Gary to share the presentation, he's in the meeting.
Can you please repeat the name, sir?
Gary. Oh, under Enrico, sorry. Under Enrico. Enrico Summers.
It's done, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. May we proceed?
You may proceed. Thank you very much, MEC or Minister.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Honourable Mackenzie, I can hear you. Apologies, my internet is a bit touchy, but you are welcome to proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, thank you for allowing us to represent based on your invitation that you've written to us. So first of all, so on behalf of us, thank you on behalf of the Western Cape government to talk around this matter. Chairperson, there were several comments made by my colleague who spoke and also by some fellow members of parliament who've also raised the question around municipalities. And I'll certainly concur with some of the members that we also have to invite municipalities with us so we can resolve this matter around sporting infrastructure. The first, I'm not going to speak on every slide. I'm just going to speak on several slides. The first few slides talk around legislative matters. I think it's important to touch around it because it does frame some of the proposed solutions that we would like to give on the way forward. Because unfortunately, the matter around facilities, as we hear from other provinces, and I've obviously heard in the MINMEX as well, has not been resolved. And we can come here, and of course, we can come here next year, and in 2 years, and municipalities can come here. But if one don't deal with the structural issues, which is embedded in legislation, we won't be able to resolve facilities as a problem in this country. So around legislation, as we know, provincial sport is an exclusive competency for the provinces, where local sports facilities is under municipalities. Now, I know members of parliament knows this, but I think it's important for some of my suggestions that we would like to propose as the Western Cape, which I must say we have written to National Minister Mackenzie as well, to make these suggestions, but I do believe it is grounded in legislation, which the Standing Committee can assist all of us with so we can deal with this issue of facilities once and for all as a country. Because it's not just the Western Cape challenge, as you will see, and we've heard from the Free State, it's a country issue. And we have this opportunity now, seeing that this is now on the table of the Standing Committee to finally deal with this matter. And that's why I just wanted to refer to that. But I do know that members do know this legislation. Obviously, as you know, this doesn't operate in a vacuum. We do work with local government. We also work with the National Department of Local Government, where the MIC granting, the MIC funding actually sits, which is then allocated every year to the DORA funding. And that's how this money gets to municipalities. Obviously, us as a province plays a role, and National Department of Cultural Affairs also play a role. So in the presentation that you've seen, slides 6 to 9, speak around the roles and responsibilities of national government and our role, and obviously the roles of responsibility of DSEC nationally when it's come to facilities. Our role, as well as the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, we provide project appraisals. Obviously, monitoring is key, where we play a role. But key to this is capacity building, but also in municipal space, where obviously this is very important for this facility to start being functionally very well. The next 2 slides talking about the funding of this, where this come from. Where does the money come from for these municipalities, and how does this sit? And I'm going to talk a little bit on this because this is important to understand and how we believe a future solution looks like. We know the history of this, and one has to give credit to, I think it's 4 former ministers ago who created great emphasis on the ring fence funding of this. I think it was around 2015, 16, somebody said earlier on, where that was done. That has now been done. And the MEC funding has now been earmarked, but the opportunity now exists for us to, again, during our term collectively, to find a solution as to how this is managed. And we'll talk about this more in detail. Go to the next slide, Gary. So just to give you a bit of what has been achieved in the Western Cape by the municipalities with the support of local government and national DSEC. This is some of the facilities that was built over the last few years. We've listened to instruction and we've compiled a list. Obviously, this presentation was emailed to you as well. So we'll just briefly go through this. And obviously, all of these are also there for where we can answer questions on the specific facilities where you have concerns and challenges with. These are some that were completed, some where there were challenges, and we'll speak to that as well as we go to the next few slides and why there were delays in some as well. So this is where you can see year on year, the funding we received. Interesting, earlier on when the Free State presented one of 58 million rand, I felt very jealous because as you can see, we get between 6 and 10 million rand for facilities where they got 58 million. So we're clearly doing something wrong. We must go much bigger, as that is the kind of money that's going around other provinces, and we're getting all this little money in our province. But it's happy. I'm happy for them. I'm happy that they've got it. And it's wonderful for the young people in those provinces who receive these big monies. But this is what our municipalities has received. And obviously, thank you to DSEC, who's an incredible partner in this, and obviously the Department of Local Government as well, where this money is situated. I believe it needs to change, and that is some of my recommendations later on. This is what has been with the ring fence money and the DCAS equitable share as well. You can see this wonderful facilities. This, for example, is Bongoletu in Oudtshoorn, and the other one is the Levi Camp in George as well. Obviously, the municipalities, as you will know, it's the critical and the owners of these facilities because that's where this sits. But obviously, we're working with our colleagues at national government to help them deliver this. Next one. What we also have in the Western Cape is we do have equitable share funding. Now, we don't have as much as national government have, and we don't have much as local government have, but we do have some funding that we do make available with municipalities, and we try to assist them with infrastructure money. As I said, we need much, much more, but then we can help, hopefully, if Parliament give us more money, help lobby us nationally to get more money. But this is just some quick, our application process, how we work with the municipalities to assist them where we can provide support, particularly around infrastructure where it's needed. This is, again, where we use some of our equitable share funding. Laingsburg, we've assisted them. These are more projects that we've assisted over the last year. As you can see, we give a bichi, but bichi magbaya, as you know. So we give where we can to help our local municipalities as much as we can. Obviously, the bigger funding, as you know, will come from the national government, from the municipal infrastructure grant funding, and what they're working with DSEC nationally, of course. This we thought we'd just share with you. This is obviously, as you know, from the Netball World Cup. This is also some of the legacy projects that has been invested across the Western Cape. Between 20 and 30 netball courts were built, and we've obviously got agreements between our district structures, the netball district structures, and that came from the hosting of the World Cup, where we upgraded and facilitate the upgraded of major hubs within the Western Cape. And it was good for the development of netball. And here's just a breakdown as to where these facilities are situated across the province. Next slide. These are just some of the photos that you can see, some of the legacy of the World Cup. So as you can see, big events bring investments, and the key thing is about legacy. And this is just some of the legacy fundings from that. Infrastructure per region, as you know, we are divided in regions. Some of our smaller municipalities is highly reliant on grant funding because, you know, they don't have a huge taxpayer base in that smaller municipalities, and we try to assist them, and the teams obviously try to assist them to apply for funding to ensure that they have great facilities in their municipalities as well. The current status quo, you'll see, particularly in the Cape Town metro, there's a high density, as you know, because it's Cape Town center, but there is still on the outer part of Cape Town a need for infrastructure upgrades. And of course, in our rural areas, there's a bigger need. You know, unfortunately, as you know, the smaller the town, the less the income base, and they have a bigger need for infrastructure facilities. You'll find in your more richer areas, in your Cape Winelands, for example, they have big infrastructure like Stellenbosch, Paarl, but in the rural communities of those towns, there's gaps there, which obviously we're working with our national government and the municipal infrastructure grant in trying to assist as to how we can help those rural towns in the smaller areas in our municipalities in the Western Cape. Same year, we currently, as you've recently seen with our national counterparts, we've done the beautiful Rosemore synthetic facility. There's also the Otaniqua Stadium that has been enhanced. We've opened recently with the national government as well. Those facilities attended by the national minister. So there's some of our areas has got some great facilities, but as you earlier on you've mentioned, the infrastructure is, of course, maintaining those infrastructure is key. The current projects, we've also given you a list of the current projects, and I'll ask Gary just to go through that list again. But what you find in our rural areas, which is probably the same across the country, is the big and the large distances between smaller towns make it centralized maintenance. I can tell you the one ward is kilometers in most of our towns, as members will know in their areas as well. You'll have 4 or 5 wards right next to each other. In the smaller town, you have one ward 20 kilometers away from the next town, making the maintenance, of course, extremely difficult. Our smaller regions in the Western Cape, as you know, the last year and a half, I think we needed 100 to 150,000 people moving to the Western Cape. So you see your smaller coastal towns, there's a big increase of population. So they also require more sports facilities because 5 or 10 years ago, we didn't budget, and the national government certainly didn't budget for the amount of people moving to those towns. So it put a strain on the small facilities that are out there. Thank you. Next slide. One of the challenges that you've asked us that we face in the Western Cape, the stadium that we own, Philippi Stadium, unfortunately experienced vandalism many years ago. There was a very famous soccer team that you probably all know that has moved there, left the province and moved to the Eastern Cape. And vandalism has occurred at that stadium horribly overnight, unbelievable, overnight vandalism. And we've made this a priority when we started this term, and we've now secured 30 million rand to fix that stadium. And we hopefully, once it's fixed and completed, we'll hopefully go out to the market and give it to a proper operator, because government is not in the business of, as you can imagine, managing stadiums or any facility. We'll give that over to a proper operator once the tender has been awarded, which hopefully will be very soon, and a company can facilitate that over the next few years once it's done. We've given you the timelines in our presentation, so we don't have to speak to this, but it's incredible that we've managed to secure that money to upgrade this. DSEC has been working with us on outdoor gym facilities and multi-purpose courts, and they've rolled this out, and that has been extremely well received by municipalities. But as you can imagine, as earlier arranged, the maintenance. So this is a list that we've also provided you of the outdoor gyms and the multi-purpose courts that has been delivered and handed over, and the new ones that are coming in the next few months or the next year, in this financial year at least. What we've done in the Western Cape, we came up with a model called the shared facility. A shared facility, as we know, the budgets are tight. So there's a model we developed to say, let's take a whole community and build a massive facility in that community so many people can use it. You have a full list of this, but I'll just go through it briefly. Gary, if you can go to the next slide. This one is in Lavender Hill. That facility cost 100 million rand. It's a beautiful shared facility with many, many sporting codes that the whole community can use. So we started with that context because we understood it was going to be extremely difficult. As you know, money is becoming less and less. So that shared facility was built for the whole community, and the schools in those areas can also use that facility. And there you see many sporting codes taking place on the Saturday. I was there many games as well. Malmesbury got a similar facility, so we target different regions in the Western Cape. George got a similar facility. Beaufort West, we've opened it recently, got a massive facility. And Mitchell's Plain is a facility currently under construction. It'll be handed over on beginning of September, and that will also be a facility that will be used for the whole community. It's a shared facility model that was tested by my predecessors, and we thought let's continue it because it allows many sporting codes in that region to take place with the limited funding that's available. These are just some pictures of those shared facilities taking place. That is where events took place in those facilities over the last while, and we thought we'd just share that with you as well. There are some challenges and there are some risks, as you know. Some municipalities in our province lack the specialized skills, and they are small. They don't have the expertise to project manage the implementation of this. And sadly, ring-fence funds, as you know, are being ring-fenced, might be ring-fenced on the books, but it's not being used as required. Lack of maintenance is a big issue. Lack of maintenance because the municipality has a small tax base, and obviously they prioritize sewage, water, electricity, and that becomes a challenge. Delays is quite big, and obviously no new projects, because if municipalities don't finish the current project in terms of the rules and regulations, they cannot start with a new project. Those are just some of the challenges and risk, but we do believe there's an opportunity. As I indicated in 2016-17, the previous National Minister of Sport was instrumental in securing the ring-fence funding through local government, which was that 5%. We're saying there's an opportunity now. Some is part of the consideration is for the National Department of Local Government to consider transferring the ring-fence funding directly to provinces, and so that it can be managed there. And obviously provinces can also negotiate much better deals than it can be done at national government. There is an opportunity which I've made notes of, and I didn't put it on here, but I would like to put out as I close. Chairperson, I think there's an opportunity here for us to get this right, and not now, so people can't say any of us are politicking, but I think next year, if the Standing Committee of Sport, all provincial MECs, a National Minister of Sport, National Minister of COCTA, get into a room, whether to a day or 2 days, and discuss how we manage funding, particularly facilities funding, because some will be policies and some will require legislative changes to enable us to deal with this in a holistic manner. But it will only happen if all of us is in a room, because some can be policy changes, for example, at national government, national local government, and some will require legislative changes in the national parliament to help us ensure the transfer, either the transfer of that money goes to provinces or more enforced legislative oversight over municipalities in terms of how the MEC funding is managed. That is the only way, in my opinion, certainly it can be done. Otherwise, we will all be sitting again here in 2 years' time asking why is facilities deteriorating, why is the money not being mismanaged by municipalities. And I think if all of us get in a room in the next year or so and put together a team with us and look at how we can solve this problem, that is probably one of the best ways forward. That's certainly my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC, or as they say, Provincial Minister, because the Western Cape Parliament is a parliament. Can I have hands? The first hand is Honourable Moletsane. The next is Honourable Potgieter. And the next is Honourable Himboyo. In that order.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me appreciate the report that has just been presented by the MEC from Western Cape. I just want to check before I go further into my questions, MEC, especially regarding the issue of the big work. I know it's not part of your presentation, but definitely we need to ask this question because we always ask this question to the department. The big work in Cape Town, why is the big work in Cape Town held in an area where you have to use one or two transports to arrive to it, instead of taking that big walk to a central place where everyone will be able to access and be part of that big walk? I will pause there and wait for the response, Chair.
Thank
Honourable
you. Thank you, Honourable Member. Obviously, we work with Western Province Athletics is the implementing partner, and we all know it's in October. Oh, sorry, somebody's unmuted, Honourable Chair. Okay, and Western Province Athletics work with the city of Cape Town around the time period and availability of, in this case, venues. It will be roads, obviously, because it's a walk. And then they apply for a permit, and it can obviously take place anywhere in the city. But that's just the standard operating procedure, where they've identified where it can take place and walk. But wherever you stay in the city, you are going to need transport. If the big hawks take place in Mitchells Plain, somebody from Bellville will have to take a taxi to get to Mitchells Plain. If the big hawks take place in Kraaifontein, somebody from Mitchells Plain will have to take a taxi. If the big hawks take place in Cape Town, somebody from Bellville will have to take a taxi to Cape Town. So wherever it takes place, you're going to need transport to get there.
Thank you very much, MEC. But MEC, why are you always, the big work is always held in an affluent areas? I think last day I've attended the big work and I'm staying in Pelican Park. Imagine a person who's staying in Langanyanga Guguletu who wants to be part of the big work. How is that person going to be able to arrive and be part of the big work, unless if that big work it's only the only elite are allowed to attend? When is he going to be taken to a central place where everyone will be able to attend?
Thank you, Honourable Member. I've noted your concerns, and I will certainly have a look at it and see where else we can host it. Yeah.
I hope this year we won't be able to go back to that area again for the big work. Will be in an I think somewhere in location. At least it will be better if that big work can rotate in an areas of Cape Town. I do understand that from one point to the other you will need a transport. Secondly, MEC, I was thinking that on your presentation, I'm going to see that issue of Franschhoek High School between the department and the department nationally and between the department in the province. Who is responsible for the issue of Franschhoek High School?
Thank you, Honourable Member. You're referring to the High Performance Centre at Franschhoek?
Yes.
The entities responsible for that is obviously Swimming South Africa, the National Lottery, and I can't even remember if National DSEC was involved in applying for that funding. And it speaks to the structural issue, if I may continue, Honourable Member, that I've raised earlier on. Because in that particular case, Swimming South Africa worked with the National Lottery on that application and on the building of that facility, where as far as I know, not even, and DSEC is here, they can confirm with me, but as far as I know, not even DSEC was involved. I know right now, everybody's asking DSEC and everybody's asking us, but at that time, it was a direct relationship between the two individuals And now, sadly and horribly, when things are not working well, National DSEC and us are now being asked, because they even ask us now for some funding support, but they obviously have to account for what happened with the money that they got. And I do think, should Parliament agree to the proposal in a workshop next year, and there's something I neglect, that the National Lottery must also be involved so that they inform provinces when they invest in sports infrastructure.
Honourable Moletsane, would you like DSEC to answer that
Yes,
question?
yes, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson.
Is there somebody from DSEC who's able to contribute to that question as per the Minister, the MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture in the Western Cape?
Yes, Chairperson, if I can proceed.
Please proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Now, I just want to confirm what MEC Mackenzie has articulated, Chair. That is indeed so. We are now looking at what it is that we can do going forward with this particular aspect, Chair. Although MEC is correct that we were not involved with that particular process. But again, Chair, I don't subscribe to being an innocent bystander in these things, because ultimately the athletes suffer. But it's just confirmation that indeed the MEC is correct, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, would you like to continue?
Yes, Chairperson, I would like to continue. I just want I went to Franschhoek on the 28th of July. I went to the Franschhoek on the 28th of July just to go and see the facility before I can even come and ask question about the facility. I think MEC and DSEC, we need to have a thorough forensic audit on this matter. We need to have a thorough forensic audit on this matter, because it can be that Franschhoek, it is the only school in the town that is catering for primary and high school area. And being there, seeing that they don't even have a space to practice for their sports. For them to practice their sports, they need to travel from one town to the next town so that they can be able to practice for all the sporting code they need to do. And it can be that we are sitting here busy discussing this, whereas those poor learners, they don't have a sports facility. Instead, you have swimming pools that are half done. And let me tell you, I'm talking about this now, and tomorrow it's going to be a disaster, because one of the learners is going to fall into those pits that have been left opened, those half pools that have been left with water. One of the learners is going to drown in that water. One of the learners is going to fall into those pits, and then we'll be coming here and start to blame each other, instead of taking a responsibility of seeing that something is done in that particular school. You know, the bitter part is that it is a small town. It is a small town with one school. I don't know why the province has left that matter without asking the school how to assist. So as DDG Campbell has just mentioned, I just want to check DDG, looking at the issue of this school, can you give us a time frame when can we be seeing something happening in that particular school?
DDG,
through you. Thank you, Chair.
DDG Campbell, you are open. The floor is open for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Moletsane, it will be very, very difficult, Honourable Member, for me to just, give you a time frame sitting here. It's a very complicated situation. We would have to have consultations with all involved, including the MEC from the province, including all the other stakeholders, and we would really have to get to the bottom of this particular matter. So I'm requesting, Chair, that you allow us time, and then we will then revert back to the portfolio committee with a time frame in terms of what we've assessed and what we proposed going forward, it may indeed necessitate, Honorable Molotane, an investigation, because that might be a crime scene, for lack of a better word, and if in the absence of an investigation, you would be difficult to move forward on the matter, because the current situation at that facility may necessitate some investigation as to who's responsible and what we need to do going forward. So it's not possible for me, with all due respect, ma'am, to give you a definitive time frame at this particular point in time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DDG. Honourable Member, are you willing to move on?
Yes, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson. I think on this one, my recommendation will be that the department, together with the MEC of Western Cape, as soon as possible, they must start with the forensic investigation on this matter. And we are now in August. I think by January, we need to get the report as the portfolio committee on that forensic investigation. And then in number two, I think the minister, he's still in the meeting. Minister, I'm humbly requesting you. I've seen the space in that school where they've made the netball court, and it's not safe. I think I will even send you the video. They've made a netball court on a tar surface, and it's very slippery, that surface. So I'm requesting you, Minister, humbly so, can you be able, from one of your sports trust projects, erect a combi court for that particular school? That is my humble request, Minister, to erect a combi court for that particular school, while the forensic audit is still continuing on the other issue of swimming pool, track and field, and other thing. And it's so painful because that school, it's an old school. It's more than 100 years. And they had they've lost some of the infrastructure due to this project, which never being finished, or which never took place. They've lost so many infrastructure. And the worst part, they even lost a lodge, which they usually kept in the school for them to make an extra money. So can this two recommendations, I'm just submitting my two recommendations. One, forensic audit and time frame January 2027. Number two, requesting the minister through the sports trust to erect the combi court for that school. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honourable Molotane, I'm going to ask the DDG to confirm the request, as the Minister has left the meeting for urgent business. Before I hand over to DDG Campbell, I do just need to say that the Chairperson, Honourable Maglua, has confirmed that there is an SIU investigation into the Franschhoek matter. DGD Campbell, if you could confirm the second request from the Honourable Member.
Honorable Chair, can I, this is the DG, Dr. Khumalo. Can I just, and I think the chairperson has done that, because I also wanted to indicate that there is an SIU investigation on this particular matter, but we do take note of the recommendation of, because it's been quite a while that we were informed, and the status of the proclamation of that investigation was not very clear. So we take note of that, and we also will relay the request, because I'm understanding Honorable Member Moletsane to be saying we need to consider prioritization of the combi court at Franschhoek, and we've taken into account the request. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DG Dr. Khumalo. I appreciate that. Honourable Moletsane, I'm going to move on to Honourable Potgieter if there's nothing else from your side.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. There is nothing from my side.
Thank you. Honourable Potgieter, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the Minister. I think, this presentation for me was a little bit more about systems controls and alternative delivery models, and tongue-in-cheek comment, but I would really like to see what would come from yourself and DDG Campbell having a lunch meeting, because I think you're very much aligned with some of the solutions that he's put forward in the beginning. I do notice that you have a separate provincial equitable share funding stream, as well as formal MOAs and steering committees. You also talk about municipalities that stall or fail to complete existing projects not being considered for new applications. And then you also propose transferring ring fence allocations directly to provinces. And then the last thing that you mentioned that caught my eye was the shared facilities model, which consists of sort of the education funds, infrastructure constructs, and sports operates and manage. So I'm going to focus on that a little bit. With regards to the stalled projects, and where you state that they won't be considered for new applications, if you can just advise, at what stage do you kind of decide that they, an intervention or support has worked? And, what sort of technical or maintenance support do you give these municipalities? It just concerns me a little bit to say that, we cut off funding. I'm assuming that there's some sort of process that happens because we don't want to essentially cut off facilities from various municipalities. So if you can just take us through where the municipality lacks the capacity to implement or maintain, at what point do you stop supporting them, and what sort of different delivery model do you move to?
Honourable MEC, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, and thank you for that question. What we do have from a operational perspective is our team with DCAS and obviously local government and DCAS and local government locally, once this is approved, become part of the steering committee. So I remember distinctly Langeberg was one of those projects where they've obviously through the process discovered the municipality were not able to complete it appropriately and on time. And during that process, they then applied for a rollover to the following year. Beaufort West, for example, was equitable share transfer. Unfortunately, that municipality has been one of those municipalities where a new mayor was in place, and there's obviously the politics of it, and could not deliver equitably, and they've also applied for a rollover. So during that process, when the technical teams realized, in case of Langeberg and Beaufort, that there was not going to be delivery taking place, they would then obviously through the process come up to us and to Treasury and say, this is unlikely to be delivered. Can the funds be rolled over? Because you don't want, the first step is obviously to try and ensure that it gets done before you completely stop them from having anything. So that is the first process. The second one on the equitable share, yes, we do have equitable share. It's a small amount. We would love to have more money available to that, but we just do it just to supplement and support, particularly where provinces need something, where municipalities need something done urgently and quickly, and they apply to us during a dedicated process. There's a policy guiding that process, and the successful municipalities then get this funding. The shared facility model, like I said, my predecessor started that many years, but it's a model that we will continue to do so, because it does bring scale of what you can get done within a community. And then I'll certainly will meet with the DDG for lunch, so we can see if we can get this model or framework around the MEC funding sorted out, and all of us can become very famous one day, just tongue-in-cheek.
Thank you, Minister. Then just with regards to your shared facilities model, do you find that this produces better maintenance and utilization than facilities that are handed over to municipalities? And do you think there should be an expansion here, or how do you feel that this particular model exceeds the current process in other provinces?
Definitely, Member. I do think the shared facility models work very well, particularly around the maintenance and utilization of it. I remember I went there one afternoon. There was a group of ladies from Lavender Hill, a seniors club, and they were dancing, about 100 of them. They forced me to come and dance with them. So even your seniors club find value in their shared facilities that they could, I think it was on a Tuesday afternoon, make advantage of that shared facility. So it's not only for sport, but that communities could use that hall as well. And I think that is the model that we would, again, when we talk governance going forward, that is the model that we would like to do going forward. And we pay for the maintenance for the schools for that facility, and the schools then pay for the security of those facilities. So there's a 50-50% cut between the two.
Fantastic, thank you. Then just with regards to the Philippines Stadium, and I apologize if you've answered this already, but with regards to the sort of vandalism and the fact that you're trying to get this, stadium up and running, what is the total estimated cost? You do mention the amount that you've set aside. Is that the total that's required? Because it is quite a large facility. And whether or not you can speak to what caused the deterioration and what will be done differently to ensure that that rehabilitation that you do now does not essentially result in vandalism in the future.
Thank you very much. Remember, that's such an important question, because that's the first question I asked 2 years ago when I saw that. There was a club there, and it's public knowledge, the club was Chippa United. Chippa United got a better offer from the Eastern Cape, and they literally left immediately. They literally left immediately. And when you leave a facility like that unannounced and not informing your tenant or your landlord that you're leaving, unfortunately, vandalism happened. I can't say the community, it's not the community. Communities love their facilities, but there's a small group of vandalizations in our communities that think it's their job to vandalize our facility. And that small group has vandalized that facility. So over the last 18 months, we've been working with Treasury to find the money. As you know, unfortunately, not many governments have 29 million just laying around. So we had to go and look for that money and explain why we need to fix that facility. That facility in itself is a very old facility. It was built in the early 80s, I remember correctly. And obviously it needed some structural support as well. And then the structural support was done. So the total amount you need to completely fix this facility, member, is 40 million rand. We've so far managed to find 29 million rand, and hopefully while they're busy fixing it over the next 2 years, we'll be working very hard in finding the 11 million rand. My opinion, and I told it to my colleagues, we need to make a policy decision as the government to give it to people that can manage it. For example, that facility is a soccer facility. The only organization that can manage soccer in the province is SAFA. So it can't be me who loves rugby or somebody who loves cricket that can manage their facility. So SAFA, we will have to go through a process, but obviously it'll be organization, a federation like SAFA who can manage it once we've finished upgrading in the next 2.5 years. And then they will have to take ownership of that facility going forward, and not government. So that is the long-term plan.
Thank you very much. And then just my last question, Chair. With regards to the ring-fenced allocation being paid directly to provinces, whilst the idea probably might work in the Western Cape, I'm just a bit concerned whether this will work across the provinces. So what specifically do you think provinces are better able to do than municipalities, and what accountability should be attached to that? Because essentially when you move it from one to the next, I mean, municipalities should function by themselves, and they should be putting maintenance, costs attached to these facilities. They should be doing all of these things. In an ideal world, that would be, what would happen. And the same can be said if you transferred the money directly over to provinces, that in an ideal world, it would be managed correctly. But I don't know if sort of ring fencing this allocation directly to provinces is the solution. I mean, in cases where you have bad governance, you would just get the same thing over. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I do believe that provinces have better capabilities than municipalities, and one can talk realistically around particularly sports facilities. And I believe if provinces can manage it, for example, the administrative matters regarding the MEC funding. The administrative matters to apply for RIC funding, fill in the forms, needs to go for evaluation, to get local government involved, DSEC involved, that administrative burden will just be completely removed. Let's just, for example, a practical example. From an economies of scale perspective, provinces have a provincial-wide view, where municipalities, obviously, rightfully so, they're local, my municipality is Vredendal, I want to fix things here. And provinces can then make a determination, because the money is not infinite, as you know. There's only 350 or 400, I can't remember the amount is available in ring fence for MEC funding. And then provinces can make a determination to say, there is 30 municipalities, like example, use the Western Cape. You've got 30 municipalities. City of Cape Town is good. In this case, city doesn't, but if let's take a smaller municipality like George. George has now received the Rosemore facility. They got Thembalethu's upgraded. So provinces can make the determination. Let's exclude 4 or 5. And let's take Vredendal or Stoffkraal, and they need everything. And let's make a determination that for the next year, we're only going to focus on this municipality. Buy it, build it, manage it, and then hand it over for the municipality just to do the basic maintenance. And we're not seeing you for the next 20, 30 years again. That is, in my opinion, how it should be done. This every year, 5 million here, 3 million there, they come again in 3 years for another 5 million. It is not sustainable. So if we give it to provinces with appropriate accountability measures, as you say, Parliament, like we currently have oversight on it, it will, in my opinion, be certainly better managed and better outcomes like we have now. For the last 17 years on the MEC funding, since 2016, 27, I don't think as a country we receive best value out of it. And we need to have a different approach.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Potgieter. Next up is Honourable Mbio. Oh, my apologies.
Mbio.
Mbio. I got it right the first time.
Yes, you did. Okay, no problem. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, and honourable members and everyone that is here. Thank you, MEC, for the presentation. MEC, before deciding which facilities to build or upgrade, how do you ensure that communities, local clubs, schools, young people are consulted so that the facilities actually meet their needs?
Thank you, Honourable Member. There's obviously the public participation process that takes place, including the municipality's own IDP process, where they determine what the needs are. They then work with us through our process. For example, take a small municipality like Langeberg, where they had the process, it was on their ITP. They then work with us and they apply to us. We have a steering committee that looks at it, and that's how we then allocate funding through to see that the facility gets upgraded.
Oh, okay, thank you. The presentation shows a showcase where municipalities returns funding and after a project review. Why are projects being approved and funded before municipalities are fully ready to implement them? And what has been done to prevent this from happening again?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Obviously, at the time when a municipality applied, based on application, there was a need, as you earlier on asked, there was an IDP process. They indicate that they were ready, it's on their budget. So when they apply to us, at a time when they apply, the application looks ready. The time when we get to the funding process, and I can be honest with you, in a time of a new municipality, let's take Oudtshoorn, a new team comes in, they have different priorities. The new mayor says, well, his needs is now housing, and that money does not then go to the sports funding, and they don't co-fund as per the application process that they did 2 years ago. So a different mayor comes in, he has different priorities, and obviously now they won't be able to continue because now they don't have all the money, and we'll have to take that money back and allocate it to a municipality that do have the money.
Oh, okay, no, thank you, MEC. Thank you, Chair. I'm fine.
Thank you, Honourable Mbrio, and I will practice it to make it better next time. The next Honourable Member is Honourable Mtetwa. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And is it good afternoon now? Let me firstly ask this question. Good afternoon, MEC. I want to find out, MEC, are there any projects specifically directed to the Cape Flats, Khayelitsha, Langa, Gugulethu, Nyanga, Imizamo Yethu? And can you share those? If not, why are there no projects?
Thank you, Honourable Member. The current shared facility is in Mitchell's Plain, which is on the Cape Flats. Levendale is on the Cape Flats.
Yes, others. I've listed a number of areas. Khayelitsha, do you have any project in Khayelitsha?
So again, there are any shared facilities? No, the intention of the shared facilities is so that many communities can use it around it.
Not shared. Are you only dealing with shared facilities? You don't identify any area that requires any facility and provide?
No. Yeah, the Philippi Stadium, the one that we're busy upgrading now, that's our stadium, is obviously on the Cape Flats as well, that I just spoke about earlier on. It was obviously new many years ago, but now we're spending the 29 million rand in upgrading it. But the other sports facilities that the city is building are obviously in those communities as well, but that we are building now.
Yeah, that's why I'm specifically asking about particular areas. Because, or maybe I should rephrase my question and say, a person who lives in Khayelitsha, where do they go in order to practice or to participate in any sport that they want to participate in?
Mandela Park.
Mandela Park.
Khayelitsha Stadium.
Mandela Park it caters for what sporting code?
Football, athletics.
Okay.
I think rugby, football, athletics, like rugby.
Langa.
Langa Stadium. Langa Stadium.
It's for what? Soccer.
Langa Stadium, the soccer, Langa Stadium, Langa, there's rugby, there's Langa Hockey Stadium.
Okay. Gugulethu.
There's football at NY49, NY116, there's football as well.
And then Nyanga.
Nyanga Rugby Stadium, that's quite big. It's cricket as well. We did the 10K there the other day.
Okay. Do you know what sporting codes dominate the above mentioned areas?
Yeah.
Can you list them? Can you list?
Oh, football.
It's football only.
Football, rugby is quite big. Cricket is big. Temba comes from there. The captain of the cricket team comes from there. Netball is quite big in those communities.
Swimming?
No. There's 2 swimming pools there. In Gugulethu, there's 2 swimming pools there. There's 3 and 4 in Mitchell's Plain. Blue Dance is one.
I'm deliberately poking these questions because
Thank you.
maybe I should request that you provide us with a list of all the facilities that are in these areas that I've raised. Cape Flats, Khayelitsha, Langa, Gugulethu, Nyanga, Imizamo Yethu. And I noticed that Philip, you are actually renovating the stadium, and I want to find out if you can provide those after the later on any other day. If you can please submit those I'll request the secretariat to assist us with that. I want to find out with the Philip Stadium, what is the total estimated cost for full rehabilitation? And how does this compare to the initial project budget?
Yeah.
That's in
The
slide
full
48.
Okay, sorry, Honorable Member, to interrupt you. You can continue.
That's in slide 48. You can respond, it's fine.
Yes. Okay, the full budget, honorable member, is 40 million, and we've so far raised 29 million to start this project, which they're going to start now. I think my HOD briefed me, they're in final tender appointment stage. And then over the next year, whilst they're busy doing that, I'll obviously go to the budget process and ask for the additional 11 million to complete the Philippi Stadium.
Okay, what is the expected economic or community return once the stadium is restored?
Well, we want it to be open fully. We want it to be utilized for football and bring it back to its glory days. We want the community of Philippi to actively use that facility. It is really difficult to quantify that, because if you see 200 kids on that field, is 200 kids not involved in other social ills. And I mean, it's really difficult to put an exact value on that amount, but we see events taking place over weekends. We see soccer tournaments taking place. Yeah, I mean, there's quite a lot that that can happen on that stadium once it's completed.
Okay, given the province's acknowledgement that some municipalities lack the specialized expertise to manage the dual stream funding, what targeted technical support is being provided to prevent compliance, failures, and project delays?
The department does have a technical team, and there's actually do workshops. And I was part of one of the workshops last year with the municipalities and tried to help them in overcoming this challenge, particularly around administration, in one, applying for funding, and two, in managing that. So the department does play a role in that.
Okay, how does the department ensures that MIG projects are fully integrated into municipal IDPs as required by the Municipal Systems Act? That is in, I think that is in slide 5.
Yeah.
And how many projects have been delayed or declined due to IDP misalignment?
Well, the one thing, obviously, for as far as my understanding is correct, honorable member, is a project must be on the IDP for us to start, and for national government, local government, and DSEC to look at it. If it's not on the IDP, then we can't fund it. So it must be on the IDP first before, not we fund it, but local government in that context. Sorry, I'm not saying we fund it, but local government and DSEC fund it, but it is on the IDP, then the team can have a look at it.
Okay. How often are technical reports rejected for non-compliance, and what corrective support is offered? I think that's in slide 11.
Yeah. The team obviously works with the municipalities, and they do get input from local government. We've got a gentleman, I think his name is Yusuf, from local government. They meet with the municipalities. I cannot remember, and I have to get the technical information to you as to how many reports were declined, but I can't remember what I've seen in presentations on the last year that where any of them were declined. But like I said, honorable member, I'm speaking under correction. I'll certainly get that information to you. I don't want to mislead you, but I'm giving the wrong information.
Thank you for that. If you could indeed provide us with that information, I will appreciate. What are the key reasons for delays in project listed as under construction, planned, or awaiting BAC?
Well, one of the key reasons that I've certainly picked up on an oversight visit to Beaufort West was procurement. Because I met with the mayor and I've asked the mayor, we've allocated you funding, can you please share with us why is this project not implemented? Because we gave you that money more than a year ago. And the mayor explained to me that they had procurement challenges within the municipalities. That's just one that I know because I've personally met with the mayor regarding that.
Okay, what steps have been taken regarding municipalities where DSEC declined or returned projects, e.g. the Langebert technical non-compliance?
I know that that was an ongoing matter between DSEC and our teams. But again, if you may, can I just get a formal report on where that is immediately, and then I'll get that to the committee as well, because I don't want to, I'm in front of Parliament, I don't want to give you the wrong information. But I know that that was an ongoing process. I don't want you to quote me tomorrow and say, "Hey, does MEC lie to us?"
You're like, I'm not interrogating you today. I'm not in that mood of interrogation. Just want information today. What criteria does DCAS use to approve or decline municipal equitable share applications?
Well, we have a policy that guides that, and we can send that full process to you because quite an intense process the way the people apply to us. So we'll send that full policy process to you, but what we go through to ensure municipalities get a fair share of that small pie that we have.
Yeah, you see, it's information fishing. I want information with this.
No, we have the information. Remember, we have it. We'll share with you. We got no problem in that. It's important.
Yeah. Tell me, how is the province ensuring that the 54 legacy courts remain maintained and fully accessible?
That is a thing that, and I can be honest with you, and forgive me for the word, but it irks me because I visited some of the municipalities, again, because it was recently Beaufort West and it wasn't in the state, it was given a few years ago. And I asked the municipality, what are you doing to maintain this facility? It was brand new. And obviously they were talking about money on the budget. They only have a limited budget to send because they was out of town. It was in Maritzburg, I think. So it was about an hour and a bit away from the main town. So obviously is the municipality's responsibility, but in that case with oversight, where I visited one of those facilities, the legacy project, and it was not in a good state. And I even said to them, listen, don't you want to apply through our process? Sorry, it was Mariville. Don't you want to apply through our process for some funding so you can just it needed a bit of a net around the corner and some painting. At least apply to us for some funding so we can see how we can help you because it's not a good it's not a good sign at all.
So out of the 54, how many would you say have reported challenges in sustaining newly built netball courts?
I wouldn't say that I visited all of them. It would not be honest with you, but by the ones that I've seen, I think Beaufort West, I think Vredenburg, I think there were one or two that I've picked up that wasn't in the greatest state, but the overwhelming majority that I've seen on my visits when I do municipality has been still in excellent state. But to say that all 54 would be incorrect.
Okay, if you can also provide out of the 54, how many of those are struggling? Because you are saying you think, and I don't want to pin you down on your thoughts. And those that are showing failure to maintain, what consequence management do you have?
Here comes the most difficult part, Honorable Member, and this is something that if you, and I mean, the Standing Committee deals with a lot of municipalities, obviously, but when I go to a mayor, the only thing, the real consequence management, if they were my staff members, but as you know, it's a different sphere of government, and just to indicating, please take care of your facility, because I mean, it's for the community. But because it is theirs, it was handed over to them. They maintain it, but they will risk it for future funding applications. But it's not something that I, certainly as a politician, I don't have the kind of power, but it's certainly something the administration won't be looking at nicely. If they've given you money for equipment and they found it 2 years later is in a dilapidated state, your future applications, I'm sure they wouldn't look at it very nicely.
Oh, okay. Is there evidence of any increase in terms of participation, especially for women and girls, as anticipated under the legacy objectives?
Yes, there is evidence. I've seen many more, certainly from my experience, taking place. I have my own 2 daughters as well. They also play netball. So I certainly have seen evidence when I visited some of these facilities on the West Coast, where there's intense in Mitchell's Plain, there is taking place. And I've also, where people have asked us for more balls. They've asked us for more balls. The leagues are taking place. So there is evidence of that legacy benefited here.
Okay, what mitigation strategies exist for Central Karoo's extreme reliance on grant funding and climate-related degradation?
Oh, that's now a heavy question, honorable member, to ask me to respond to. There's a local government, environmental affairs. We know we have a big change in the global warming is real. It's in the environment is a big challenge. But I think from our side as a sports perspective, if I can just nail down, because I understand the context and when you're asking it, I think we just have to make sure that we build weather resilient sporting equipment that we hand out, weather resistant. I've seen some recycling material that are being used that are very weather resistant, particularly in around the place of the Central Karoo and any other small town on the West Coast where it's extremely hot. I think that's just what we can do to ensure resilience. Of course, the sports equipment that we buy, we must ensure that they can adhere to great or horrible bad conditions. And I do think all of us will have to look at ensuring proper policy, take into account weather conditions when we buy sports equipment. So a soccer ball of 15 years ago now has to be made of much stronger leather and stronger material to survive the next 5-10 years. I think those are in the context of what you're asking. Certainly, those are policy things and policy positions we can take. But the rest of the weather matters I can't comment on.
Honourable Mthethwa, as we conclude, because Honourable Masumpa's hand is also up. Thank you very much.
Would you be firm enough to promise that you are going to do that? Because they are also part of this country and we want to see stars coming out of those areas.
Thank you, sir.
My last question would be the community outdoor gymnasium project, which is in slide 50. How are they targeted? How were the targeted municipalities selected for 2025, 2026 gym installations? What monitoring will ensure these outdoor gyms remain functional and safe after installation? How does this measure community utilization and that's for DSEC, the latter one is for DSEC, but how were these selected?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I will leave that question to the National Department of DSEC. They are on there because they are responsible for allocating that to the province.
Oh, okay. No further questions, Your Worship. I will leave it there. Today I was just fishing for information. I'll find them next time when they come to appear before. Okay, thanks, MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mthethwa, and it was interesting session to watch. Honourable Masumpa, you have the Honourable Masumpa, if you could unmute.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll just put on a video so that you can see me, but I'm going to talk while my video is off, if I'm allowed.
Allowed?
Thank you, Chairperson. I just had to have a bite on the issues of the developments of stadiums in the Western Cape. As you know, I've joined your meeting very late because I was in the Joint Standing Committee of Defence. Then after that, I had to join this meeting because I knew we had this meeting. It's just that it was clashing with the Standing Committee. I'm very sorry, Chairperson. Those are my apologies first and foremost, with due respect. The Minister of Sports in the MEC, sorry. Is it? Yeah. The MEC of Sport in the Western Cape. I just wanted to check some few questions in terms of the development. I've seen that he has put in a very nice presentation in terms of the development of stadiums. But my question is, these stadiums were developed between 2007 and December 2009 for the 2010 World Cup, and they were not developed. They were not developed by them at that point in time. In terms of the sports grounds that in terms of the sports ground that they have developments, I think they have developed Blue Downs and Bishop Levis areas, as well as part of Mandela Park. the renovations in Mandela Park after the 2010 up to date, but they are not yet done. But the fact of the most is that no budget has been allocated to townships to develop some of the stadium. If we're talking about Philippi Stadium, fortunate I'm from the Western Cape. If we're talking about Philippi Stadium was last developed before the 2010 World Cup because it was used for the teams to do some exercises at a time that they were going to do to use the Greenpoint Stadium. And unfortunately, now we do have the Greenpoint Stadium, which is called the Cape Town Stadium. But I want to know from the minister, what is the stadium used for? Because World Cups have passed, and we know that when big games, they want to use that stadium, they are not allowed. I want to see whether the minister will be able to give us a clear details and a clear vision. How are they going to develop the Western Cape stadiums? Because ever since then, no budget was allocated to the stadiums of the townships in the whole Western Cape. Thank you.
Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much. One, on the Cape Town Stadium, obviously anyone can apply to use the Cape Town Stadium. They have a process to go through. I attended a soccer game there the other day, so any soccer team can apply. There's a fee that they pay that any other team that want to host an event can take place. That's how Cape Town stadiums keep their water and electricity on. The second part on the Philippi Stadium, Honourable Member, that was the last stadium that was built. You're absolutely right. And there was unfortunately vandalism that took place there. And we are now busy upgrading that stadium. We've allocated for this while it's going under construction, 29 million rand to help fix the stadium. And then the total budget going forward to bring it up to complete usage will be 40 million rand. We have not built any new big stadiums in Cape Town, and it's unlikely that we're going to build any big stadium soon. We don't have any massive events taking place. We've got Cape Town Stadium, we're upgrading Philippi Stadium, there's smaller stadium, there's Athlone Stadium. So unless we get another World Cup and the requirement is an additional stadium, I certainly cannot say there's a reasonable case to be made for another big stadium.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Musumpa, can we move on to the next honourable member? I'm not sure if I was audible, my internet dropped.
Yes, you can, Chairperson. Yes, you can, Chairperson, but I want to say there is no vision for the Western Cape to be developed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Musumpa. Honourable MEC, is there anything you'd like to add to that statement before I move to the next honourable member?
No, Honourable Member, there's nothing to add.
All right. Thank you very much. Honourable Kabo, you are next up. You have the floor.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity. Let me pass my greetings also to the Western Cape leadership led by its MEC. Let me start with something that is straightforward. I would want to check with the Department of, with Western Cape Provincial Government led by the MEC. How do they identify municipalities that would require intervention from from provincial government, take into consideration the constitutional obligation that provincial government have on me? Check that one first.
Can I continue, Chairperson?
Honourable MEC, you have the floor.
Thank you. There's the two processes, Honourable Member. One is obviously the application process where municipalities apply to us for funding. And the second process is part of the steering committee where we have funding available, and we have workshop with municipalities, and they have it on the ITB, then, sorry, on the ITPs, apologies for that. Then we work through municipalities to see what the needs are. So those are the two processes.
No, thank you very much, MC. Hello?
Yes,
Am
I can
audible?
hear you, Honorable Member, I can hear you.
Yes. Am I audible from your side, Chair? Chairperson?
Comrade Khabu, you are audible. You can
I can hear you, Honorable Member.
You
no,
are
thank you very much.
audible. Please proceed. It seems that Honorable Duplessis, the chair, has no signal there. But proceed, Honorable Khabu.
No, thank you very much. Now that you have identified the two processes that allows municipalities to submit an application and allow or identify as and when you have a surplus, let's deal with this one of application process of municipalities. Do you receive applications from all municipalities?
Note, Honorable Member, we will not receive application from all municipalities.
Let's deal with the year the financial year of 2024-2025. How many municipalities have received applications? I mean, how many municipalities have submitted the applications for funding from provincial government?
Thank you. Let me just go to that slide, if you don't mind, Honorable Member. Just give me about 30 seconds. 24-25. I think 17.
Out of how many?
Out of 30 municipalities.
Out of 30 municipalities. Out of those 17 municipalities, how many of those municipalities are considered to be rural municipalities or municipalities that are dependent on the grants?
Everyone outside the city of Cape Town. So you'd say 15 of them?
It's 15 of them. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, you heard me correct, Honorable Member.
All right, thank you very much. Now, there are allegations generally in the country that the Western Cape government would focus in terms of infrastructural development, would mainly focus on your urban areas and disregard your municipalities that are mostly historically disadvantaged. And that is an allegation, and I want us to put that allegation to test through your reports. In terms of, yes, if you just maybe allow me to go through that, that part. In terms of the submission of applications of municipalities, do you fund all of those 17 municipalities, or based on your budget, there are other municipalities that you could not fund?
Based on available budget, Honorable Member, there are some that you can fund and some that you unfortunately can.
Now I'm checking out of that 17 in particular.
Out of that 17 in particular that applied, I'll have to just double check how much received funding, Honorable Member. Just give me 10 seconds or so. Thank you. On that page, Honorable Member, on that page, on the equitable share 24-25 that you've asked me the question, 4 of those municipalities received the funding.
Okay, now that you have noted what I've said in terms of the general allegation that is there in terms of Western Cape government investing too much money in terms of infrastructure and in urban areas, and neglecting areas like Gugulethu and your Gugulethu and your Cape Flats. How does the provincial government, through its plan, address the issue of spatial planning at the same time, not neglecting their core responsibility of advancing transformation?
Thank you. If you look at the funding allocation, you'll see that the money that was allocated, the areas that this money was in majority, in the context that you're asking, black areas. We've also did Thembalethu last year, so I understand your question. So in the context that you're raising it, we obviously have to respond to that. In that areas was traditionally black areas, so that's why you're dealing with the infrastructure challenges there.
Now, your report does not reflect backlogs. And when you read the census report and particularly zoom into service delivery provision in the Western Cape, it tells you a different story in terms of service delivery backlogs. And your report, unfortunately, does not reflect that. And that's where mostly rural communities are suffering. And in light with what I've said, and your obviously your presentation in relation to you addressing the issue of spatial development, I want to check with you in terms of your allocation to these municipalities. Do you consider such issues like your historical injustices areas that has been neglected before? Is it part of the things that you consider as a provincial government?
It is part of the things that we've considered as a government, honorable members. So you see, for example, the new Rosemore facility done with national government, that is in an area where there was no facility. The installation of the netball courts, the 54, apologies, was in areas where there was no netball courts. So it wasn't, so it was in areas that needed those facilities. The Thembalethu facility, the upgrade of the multi-purpose, the shared facility, those were in areas that never had them before.
Fine. Can you please give us your report for the past 5 years in terms of your municipality by municipality allocation? And just on your report, can we please have a column that reflects the population of that area? Because the investment that we are making should be able to make an impactful, it should be an impactful investment. And if our investment largely speaks to areas where the minority people are located, it does not speak to historical injustice. And if we cannot address those historical injustices, it then means that the narrative that is at play then becomes correct. Because through our report, we should be able to demonstrate on how are we addressing this issue of historical injustice, particularly the issue of backlogs. If you can give us a report of your backlogs, apart from your funding to every municipality, municipality by municipality, indicating how much has been allocated to the municipality for the past 5 years, which project has been implemented with that allocation, and what is the overall population of that municipality, so that we also make an analysis in terms of your allocation pattern. If you can allow me, Chairperson, let's move into the other things. Your presentation indicates number of projects that has been rolled over the years.
Honourable Habo, we have about 10 minutes left of the session, and Honourable Mutang would also like to ask questions. So if you could conclude your questions. I don't want to cut you short, but Northwest is in about 10 minutes' time. Apologies.
What are you suggesting, Chairperson?
I'm suggesting that you complete your question, and then I can hand over to Honourable Mutang.
I've only spoken for, what, 3 minutes?
No, you have actually spoken for...
It's okay, Chair. He can continue.
Can he continue?
Okay, fine.
Yes, he can continue.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, Honourable Mutang.
No, thank you very much, Chair. This is a rare opportunity of interacting with provinces. So you are very jealous of your time allocation, and you do want to use it sparingly. That's why I wanted to check. Let's go to your issue of rollover of projects. Number of municipalities are reflecting an application for a rollover. I've made mention of Section 154 of the Constitution, which gives provinces a responsibility of providing support to local municipalities. How do you then, as a province, provide such a support when many of your municipalities are applying for rollover? And what is the key at the center of it, apart from what I'm suspecting, and as per your report, is lack of project management from the side of the municipalities due to lack of technical support of, technical capacity of the local municipalities. How do you do that as a province?
Thank you, honorable members. Yes, we do allow lower overs, as you know, in terms of the law, but in years 2, the money must come back to us as a province, which we can then reallocate to whoever's on that list and to ensure that other municipalities will also benefit, and obviously with reasons as to why it didn't happen. The second part of your questions, we do have technical teams in the province that provide assistance in helping the municipality to ensure that they can deliver on the project. But as I earlier on given a practical example where a new municipal leaders came into play, a new political party took over, and that was not a priority for them. And that's what was the delay for that. And obviously they couldn't co-fund that project, and we had to make alternative plans. That's just the nature of, as you know, as politicians, if a new party take over, they have other priorities. And that was part of the delay, and that money will then have to come back to us and be reallocated into the system.
MEC, you know, the rollover has a negative implication on the end receiver, of which are communities. And it's an indication that the municipality has failed to complete the project on time. And a part of my question was at the center of it. What has been these problems? Your report indicates that
okay.
your
Continue.
report indicates that majority of your municipalities, are applying for rollover. Maybe let this be my question. What is your overall rollover application budget for 2024-2025 on rolled over projects?
I'll have to check the exact amount of how much was rolled over, honorable members. So I don't give you the wrong amount. I can certainly give that amount over to you. I did not have the details with me, the exact rollover amount.
Then how do you support these municipalities given Section 154, the technical team that you spoke of clearly is not yielding the envisaged results? Because if municipalities continues applying for rollover, it means that there is a serious problem. Section 139 of the Constitution.
Honorable. Apologies, honorable member. I thought you were done. You can continue.
It's fine. You can give me the response, MEC.
Thank you. What the teams have monthly engagements with the municipality and seeing how they can help them in ensuring this project gets delivered. And obviously, hopefully they can get it done. But in the case where I mentioned earlier on, if they can't get it done, then obviously we'll have to reallocate that funding to projects that can be done.
Now, the problem is our people on the ground being negatively implicated. Like I've said, those communities that are historically disadvantaged. How much was your budget for how many of the projects have applied for a rollover 2024-2025? And what is the overall budget of that? I want to get to the point of your technical team in line with Section 154 of the Constitution.
Yeah, that exact amount, as I indicated earlier on, I'll have to give to you. Obviously, we can't force a municipality to do something. As I said, and hopefully the new workshop next year, if Parliament agrees, will give us better legislative power, all of us, to deal with this thing once and for all called facilities. But at the moment, only...
Are you aware of Section 139 of the Constitution of South Africa?
I'm fully aware of it, honorable member. That comes to governor of municipalities, yes.
What does it say in terms of interventions to municipalities? Because as much as municipalities enjoy management and control over their boundary, they are also subject to the prescripts of the Constitution, and amongst others is to be held accountable by the provincial government. including national government. So I'm asking you,
Yes, Honorable.
as in line with your statement that you can't force municipalities to do certain things, I'm asking you, are you aware of Section 139 and what is your understanding of Section 139 of the Constitution
Yes.
of the country?
Yes, honorable members, Section 29 is obviously the provincial intervention in the department. When the municipality or the municipal council can't fulfill a function, it allows us or the province, obviously, to intervene. The relevant executive, as you know, is the provincial minister responsible for local government. But it's not particular to a section. So we can't intervene in a whole municipality. It's a directive. It only happen when the NCOP and the National Assembly concur with it. And that has happened in the case in the Northwest. We tried for it to happen in Knysna, and unfortunately, the NCOD declined that application process, and that is the process. But it's not applicable to somebody who's applying for 500,000 and roll over who can't implement a tender.
I'm saying to you, because of Section 139, I'm asking this because of, and I've also made mention of Section 154. I've asked because of there are municipalities that have demonstrated a repetitive application of rollovers. And in this instance, as an MEC, I wanted to draw you to that Section 139 and that you are speaking of in particular. So are you saying to me that if a municipality, in your understanding of Section 139, A, B, and C, would you be able to say that as a provincial government, this is the proof that we can put before the portfolio committee in terms of the interventions that we have put in place as provincial government for these municipalities, for this municipality to comply?
Yeah, no, honorable member, when a municipality applies for one rollover and the next year they apply and you agree to the extension or you take that money back, in terms of Section 139, there's not enough reason to dissolve a municipality.
No, I'm not speaking of dissolving a municipality. Before you can even get to C, there is A and B. So asking you in line with that, because B, before you get to B of putting in or getting an administrator to oversee those affairs, you firstly through A intervene by providing directives for the municipality to address certain issues. And I'm asking you as the provincial government, now that some of your municipalities have demonstrated a repetitive tendency of applying, and I'm not speaking of even applying for C to disband a municipality, that is another discussion. I'm speaking of A, where you can issue out directive. That's what I'm asking you. Do you have any proof of directives that you have issued as a department or as provincial powers, requesting the municipality to respond or adhere to certain directives? Now that in your province, you've got municipalities that have a huge appetite of applying for rollovers. Remember, your report says and indicates that municipalities have been repetitively applying for.
Yeah, but remember, there was one municipality. It wasn't many municipalities repetitively. And obviously, that will also be the responsibility of local government.
But MEC, that's the responsibility of local government. Are we not having a session where
Honorable Gabo and Honorable MEC, the time has come up for this discussion.
Executive Council is meeting my questions in writing. Thank you very much, Chair. My apologies. Thanks, MEC.
Thank you very much. And Honorable Gabo, I enjoy the old school Bafana shirt. We need to support them no matter how they performed. And it does seem, Honorable Gabo, that you need to meet the Honorable MEC at the Jazz Festival to continue this conversation, as it is an incredible conversation.
Unfortunately, I'm not a jazz person. Maybe you can come through for my piano.
Oh my goodness. Okay. But apparently it's a fantastic party to join. So you're always welcome to engage with the MEC there. On that note, we have completed the presentation from the MEC as well from the Western Cape, as well as the deliberations. MEC Mackenzie, thank you very much for your engagement and robust discussion on the matter. The next province is Northwest. It will be managed. It will be chaired by Honourable Momolotsane. However, I see Honourable Potgieter's hand is up. Honourable Potgieter.
Yes, Chair. Can I propose we possibly just take a 5-minute break? I'm very remiss to leave my device and miss out on anything, but if we could just take 5 minutes.
Why? Is it because we're human? Of course, yes. I think with the permission of the committee, let's take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 14:07. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Northwest presentation.
Yes, Chair, I am ready to take Northwest.
Fantastic.
Can we start now?
Chair, I said we'll start at 14:07, so I think
It's 14:08. Honorable members. Honorable members.
Yeah.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Chair.
It's 14:08. Can we continue with our meeting, members? Thank you very much. Good afternoon again, MECs, honorable members, minister, as well as officials from national and from provinces. I think now we are supposed to we're supposed to call Northwest to come and do their presentation. MEC, I hope you are ready with your team to give us a presentation. Over to you, MEC.
Good afternoon, and Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members, MECs, my colleagues, all officials from national, from Parliament, from department. Good afternoon. And with me, Honorable Chair, I'm with the HOD. I'm with all the chief directors, I'm with all the district directors and all the relevant directors who are responsible for sports in respective district. Let me start by thanking the Portfolio Committee for calling us today, Honorable Chair. But I think I must also indicate that I think the National Department and the MEC of Free State, to some extent, the MEC from Western Cape has already talked to the policy, to issue of the MIG conditions, also to the responsibilities. And I think we all agree in this meeting that the municipalities are responsible for all this project implementation from the planning up until to the execution. As department, we have a responsibility for monitoring and to make sure that these projects are done, working together with municipalities, but without taking their mandate away from them. So our task is to make sure that we provide support to the municipalities, because we cannot run these municipalities, Honorable Chair. We as the Northwest, we do oversight, and I heard also my colleagues. We normally do oversight. We over the MEC.
MEC, can I disturb you a bit?
Yes.
Can you introduce your team?
Okay. Let me open my gadget. With me, I'm with the HOD Ntate Itumeleng Mogorosi. I'm with Ntate Mabe, the Chief Director for Cultural Affairs.
Can
I'm
they
with,
show their faces, because we want to see who are we talking to?
okay, as and when I call their names. HOD,
Yes.
can you please switch on your camera? HOD? Can you, yes.
Good afternoon, Chair. My apology. My camera is on now. Thank you.
Can I request that they maybe to switch on the camera? That maybe? While we're waiting for that, can the Chief Director for Sports and Recreation switch on the camera? It's
on, MEC. Good afternoon.
Members want to see you guys. They don't see you.
Oh, they don't see us.
Yes. There's the HOD, Honorable Chair.
MEC, it's unfortunate that all of them that we've been calling, we can't see them.
Rabana fela HOD Lintate Faltein is a district director from Dr. RSM. Thanking Tate Faltein, when I can camera, you can switch off so that Tate Mabia Tlhagelle, the chief director for cultural
I'm not
affairs.
sure why I can
Fix it out to me, please. We also have Advocate Mukurani for legal. Advocate Mukurani. There she is, Honorable Chair. We also have a Director for Strategic Management, Tate Musimani. Tate Musimani, please come.
Honorable members, is it only me who don't see the officials, or all of us, we don't see the officials?
No, it's not only you, Honorable.
I think it's only the MECs who sees these officials, Chairperson.
No, Chair, you have to scroll through the arrows. So the arrows at the top, go to the next
Honorable
one.
Kabo, Ntate Tumeleng is there, only a me mnapakat, yeah. Konan Zimbatlagel. Me Poshia Mukorani. Mena Pakat, the Chief Director of Sports, can you please switch on your camera? Austumi ko botsa go leng for teng for bona le fifi fela. O ye go gongwe. HOD, can you please help them go ba itlhagisa mo camera? Can you please call them? I will continue with Director for Media and Communication. Ntate Sebuletswe. Director for Media and Communication.
MEC, can you remove the presentation first, because we can't see the officials that you are talking about.
Okay. I am not controlling it. Can the host do it, because I think from their side. Is it fine, Honorable Chair?
Itumeleng Mokgoro is now the co-host.
Yes, it's a HOD.
Yes, it means she can be able to do everything. But you can continue with the presentation, because we are going to waste of time waiting for officials to appear on their video. So can you continue with the presentation, MEC?
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I have already indicated that I'm in agreement with Honorable MEC from Free State and Honorable Minister from the department from National, and I think Honorable Chair, I must actually indicate that the issue on the MIG, but we will indicate in our presentation as to how are we dealing with it, what is our role, how do we provide support, and how do we then run our oversight as department. And we will also indicate the responsibility of other sister department as to how are we then working with them. I heard Honorable Khabu was also speaking about the Section 154, but this is something that we can talk about at the end of the presentation. Our presentation, Honorable Chair, will make sure that we cover the status of the project. We will also cover the challenges that we are having. We will also propose intervention as to how best we can deal with these challenges. We won't only pose challenges to your good selves and then we sit back, because we also have a responsibility of making sure that our communities are also getting service delivery from our side. I will request through you, Chair, that they the HOD of department, to deal with their presentation, and then I think he won't go page by page, because all this the presentation seeks to achieve is to make sure that we clarify the respective roles. We also clarified the responsibilities of provincial government, the municipality, the national department in relation to this infrastructure development and management. So I will request that HOD deal with the presentation, Honorable Chair, through you.
Yes, she may continue if
It's a he. Ntate Mabe, o ka nne wa tswa kgale re
he
go
may
batla
continue. He may continue.
Yes, he. Switch off Ntate Mabe, kgale re go batla o seo.
Right, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, the Minister, MECs present, and my colleagues. Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity to present Itumile Mohorosi. I'm certainly a he. Chair, with your indulgence, may I present with the camera off if you do allow? If you don't, it's still okay, Chair, I can proceed. I also, Chair, need your indulgence. Slide 2 to slide 9 of the presentation summarizes matters which has been explicitly dealt with in terms of the functions, roles, responsibilities. I do not think for the purpose of time, I should go through them, but I will seek your permission, Chair. If you do agree, I would want to move straight to slide number 10, which deals with the substance of the meeting. I will wait for you to give directive, Chair, if that is in order.
You are allowed, Ntate Mokgorosi.
Chair. So with that agreement, I'm going to ask that we skip all the preliminary slides which deals with details of functions, responsibilities. And on slide 10 to slide 13, Chair, they can stop on slide 10. We want to start with the Mabato Stadium in terms of briefing the committee. And very quickly, Chair, the stadium is a legacy from the Buputatswana era. And the points that we do want to put across to the meeting quite transparently is that for a very long period of time, the stadium did not receive substantial renovations and repairs in terms of financial investment. And as a consequence of that, the stadium is now not able to host major sporting activities like your PSL games, your Category A games. What the department is doing, Chair, we're doing your day-to-day maintenance to keep the stadium functional. We also maintain the pitch so that we don't allow it to deteriorate further. The biggest challenge around the stadium, Chair, is the lack of equitable share budget to be able to do the work that will bring the stadium to the required levels in terms of accreditation for hosting major sporting codes. This is the summary of information, Chair, in slide number 10 until slide 13. But the minister visited the province, as he indicated earlier, and he has made a commitment to support the province to ensure that the stadium is put under renovation. Because National is in the meeting, it is not in my space to talk about what the commitments are. If the DG and the minister so desire, they will make that contribution at a later stage without directing them, of course, Chair. And I think one of the reasons why we report to the committee would know that during the era when when Orbit College was in the PSL, it could not utilize the stadium as part of their hosting facilities precisely because the stadium does not meet the PSL requirements anymore, resulting from the lack of compliance in line with the requirements of the league. I will now go, Chair, to the slide 14. I'm trying to save the committee not read every line in the presentation, but if required, I will gladly do so, Chair. So we're done with the Mabato Stadium. It is operating, but is not able to host your Category A significant games that needs a compliance. The Lihuruchi Stadium, which is located in Ramotsere Muilwa, as well, Chair, it's also a stadium inherited from Buputatswana. The department is directly supporting the stadium in terms of day-to-day maintenance. There is no substantial investment to upgrade the stadium, but it is being used locally by the community to hold local games that are played there. But it is not a type of a stadium that we can use, to host your high-level games that we would want to attract as a province. And the reason is that that stadium also does not have an allocation for the upgrades and for the repairs, but we keep it running from day to day. The department provides security at the stadium and personnel directly so that we avoid further deterioration and damage being done by the community, or rather by criminals who at times vandalize infrastructure. I forgot to mention that also at Mmabatho Stadium, we do provide personnel and security. Chairperson, with your permission, I will go to the next slide, 15, which is the Gauteng Stadium. I do apologize for the error. The municipality there should not read Ramotsere, it should read Ditsobotla. Our greatest apology for that. The stadium also, Chair, is a legacy from Buputatswana. It's located in Gauteng. Similarly, as per my earlier comments, it's a very localized stadium for local programs that we implement, and the community do host tournaments in that stadium. We do support the stadium. We've done renovations in the change rooms. We also take care of the pitch. But my similar comments as per earlier, it is not a type of facility which is ready to host your big sporting events, but rather for community use at the local level. We do keep it up and going on a day-to-day basis, and I will demonstrate later what the allocations for maintenance are. Chair, I'm going to request honorable members to move to slide 17. These are the facilities that the department built directly over the years and were transferred to the municipalities. We have built the Ipilege multipurpose complex in Mamusa. This facility has got codes, provision for indoor codes such as netball, volleyball, basketball. And we have, Chair, upon completion of the construction, handed over the stadium, or rather the facility, to Mamusa local municipality in terms of section 42 of the PFMA, wherein they take full responsibility of the stadium. It is now in their books. They also ought to perform maintenance because it is in their custody. We also have completed 2 years ago the multi-purpose center in Greater Town local municipality. It also caters for netball, volleyball, basketball, and we have transferred this facility to Greater Town local municipality. And section 44 transfer simply means the department completed the work. It was transferred in terms of the facility. It's sitting in the asset register of the municipality, and they are fully responsible for the maintenance thereof. These are the only 2 facilities built directly by the department. The next part of the presentation, Chair, from slide 18, if members can kindly move to slide 18 with me. We do have now sports facilities that are built by municipalities using the MIG grant. And I think leadership that presented before me went very elaborate in terms of the implementation methodology, the limitations of the department, and the obligations of municipalities in terms of ensuring that right from planning to construction to handover to utilization, the municipality is responsible even for the procurement. But we come at a point where we provide support, and the support is very limited because local government is different spheres of government, and we're not in a position to interfere with their day-to-day administration decision-making. So on the slide, Chair, I will put much more focus on the facilities where we do have challenges. In town, there's a lot of adequate maintenance. And in Kagisano Molopo, in pit places, that stadium is still under construction. There's a new contractor appointed. This project has been prolonged for quite a long time, owing to the poor performance by the contractor. But it has been remedied. Now there's a contractor that is on site. In Lekwatemane, it's inadequate maintenance, obviously, by the municipality. And then the next point is under Kagisano Molopo in Zeoge. There we've got substantial challenges that relates to the performance of the contractor. Not much progress has been made, and there are challenges of stakeholder management in the project, and there will be an instance of intervention that the department should institute, but we obviously cannot impose because we come in the form of support. The next slide will deal with Nakamudrimulema district. If you can go to slide 19. In Nakamudrimulema district, Honorable Chair and members, we have Itiken Stadium, very little work remaining. This stadium hosted the Deputy President recently when we were having one of the programs. There's minor works that must be completed, and there are 2 problems that are persistent. The contractor is owed money by the local municipality, and I think it is common cause the status of the Ditsobotla local municipality. I think national leadership understand the challenges that that municipality has been under with the intervention currently from cabinet that are in place. The Tsoaing local municipality, the Agisanan Sports Facility, will require renovation because it has been there for a longer time. The Mahiken Tennis Court, Chair, we are now on phase 3 with the municipality implementing the project. There is a contractor on site. There's very little progress happening as well. There are challenges of project management, but those are the issues that we will attend to and will provide some interventions that the MEC would have spoken to earlier in terms of what is it that we need to do to provide support. The Mafikeng, the Denville Sports Complex, there is a maintenance related challenge. So what we have done in terms of template, we're reflecting where if the construction has been completed, what are the challenges that we may be suffering with. And materially in the entire presentation, members would pick up that maintenance is quite a challenge in terms of the facilities. And the point has been made earlier that lack of maintenance over a period of time would require significant investment. So if there's an area that the committee should provide support and intervene to the extent possible, is to cause municipalities to provide means to for maintenance of facilities. I'm going to request honorable members through the chair that we now migrate to slide number 21 to number 24, which is now the Bojanala district, our biggest district in the province. We can start with slide number. Okay, I see they are on. Yeah, please go back to Bojanala. Thank you so much. So there, Chair, as I have said, I would not repeat the issue of maintenance. It is recurring across the province in terms of facilities which are completed and in use. We've got a few facilities that are currently on renovation or some that would require more work to do. Olympia Park Stadium, it is the stadium that Orbit College was using when you were in the PSL. Work is continuing around the stadium, Chair, to ensure that it meets the requirements of the PSL because the team is currently campaigning in the 2nd division, as it may be known. The next one, Chair, the Impala Rugby Stadium, there are no significant challenges there. The stadium is operational. We can go to the next slide because I don't want to spend time in areas where we don't necessarily have challenges. The Lethabong Stadium, Chair, which is in Rustenburg, will require upgrading. It is currently not well maintained. And then the other stadiums that requires further maintenance work is Mabiskral, as well as the Gauteng Sports Park, including the 2 below, which is Lerach and Kayakulu Combi Courts. And I think I've made a point that in most instances, the facilities are completed and working. The issue is maintenance. We can go to the next slide. In this slide, Chair, the Borrello Stadium is still under renovation currently, inclusive of the Ugasi Sports Ground is also under maintenance, renovation. And then the rest of the stadiums, in exception of Maubani is vandalized. It does have significant challenges. The rest of them would relate to maintenance related work. We can go to the next slide. I think it will be the last slide under Bujanala. Yeah, Chair, on this slide, we do not have necessarily significant challenges, except that the Gauteng Stadium, which is in Rustenburg in the precinct of Bafokeng, requires maintenance. The rest of the facilities are in good use and are being maintained. We can go to the next slide. We now go to the, yeah, Chair, in terms of the progress on implementation of ring fence projects for MIG. I will, Chair, go to the next slide. Please move with me. I will also not deal with these projects on a line by line, except to say what we see on this current slide, Chair. It is ongoing projects or completed projects. And as I have said earlier, Chair, in Mafikeng, in the tennis center, it's a phase 3 project. So on this slide, you would see that all the projects are completed. And while we have not made a point of maintenance, it would have been made in the previous slide. We can go to the next slide. Chair, on this slide, I do want to elevate the second row which is, please go back one slide more. I want to speak to the Kagisano Molopo projects. Just for the committee's context, the project, Chairperson, it is still ongoing. As you can see, it's 90%. And that's the one that I said we need to make efforts to ensure that it becomes completed. It's one of the projects that took very long to be completed because of various challenges that they experienced on site. But with the interventions being instituted, the project will move towards completion. The next slide. Chair, on the current slide, you would notice that the project for the city of Matlosana is still under procurement, which is in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda district. The Rustenburg Bojanela Platinum construction of Seraleng is also under procurement, Chair. And the Ratlo project is under 98% completion. The one in Greater Taung in Dr. RSM is at 95% completion. And these are projects coming from the 24-25 financial year. These are the ones that we anticipate that they will be completed in the current financial year, Chairperson. I don't think I must spend much time on them because they should be completed in current year. Next slide. In terms of the 25-26 Chair, which is the financial year that has just ended in terms of the government cycle, members would notice that the Naledi Huhudi sports field is at 20% construction, and the construction of the tennis stadium, I think I spoke to it, is currently at 35%. And in Greater Town, Chair, the refurbishment of Siking and Mokasa sports facilities is at 40%, whilst the JB Max is under procurement stage. And in the far left, honorable members would note that these are fairly new projects. I do not think necessarily there's a reason to worry at this stage, given the project's duration. As per the awarded contract, we will monitor this project to move towards conclusion. Challenges will be experienced, but we will institute interventions as it may be necessary. The next slide. Chair, in terms of the challenges, I think in the meeting we have had a variety of challenges from slide number 30 to the slide number 36. I'm going to put the summary because the content is there. The first challenge, Chair, is the delays in the completion of projects as an overall challenge. And it relates to two factors. Firstly, it is the capacity of the contractors who are appointed to execute the works. And secondly, in some instances, municipalities do struggle to make payments because the claims are submitted based on work that is completed. The second challenge, Chair, we can move the slides, relates to inadequate maintenance on slide number 31. I would not speak to details in relation to maintenance. I think the point has been made. Lack of maintenance would result in the facility becoming dysfunctional at a later time, and the investment will be significant to recover it back into operation. The third challenge, we can go to the next slide, it's vandalism. At times, even when you have security, but there are criminal elements that would always vandalize infrastructure. They steal networking cables, they steal electrical cables to sell them, they steal steel, which is sold in the scrap yards. The country does require an overall strategy, including our province, to deal with vandalism because it requires, the sector such as the police to do their work as well. The next challenge, Chair, relates to access, which is at times limited, depending where the facilities are located. It's not at all times that the communities are able to access some of the facilities, depending, of course, where the facilities are located. And then the last challenge, Chair, which we want to elevate, which is critical, it is the lack of technical capability or capacity in local municipalities, to the extent that they are unable to do proper project management from conceptualization to project delivery. And this is very essential because provincial government, by its nature in terms of the provisions of the legislation, we are not able to intervene directly in that area of work, especially that the province itself does not have adequate capacity technically, because we're not an infrastructure intensive institution, but we are rather more service oriented. I think we can go to slide number 36 in terms of the interventions. The challenges I have concluded, I don't have to read all the lines line by line. Chair, I think the interventions, firstly, we need to deal with, the MEC has indicated in her opening remark that she does meet with the MMCs responsible for the function at the local level. Those meetings, Chairperson, the MEC would engage with the political leadership to ensure that, the messaging is transmitted. Secondly, the utilization of the grant for the purpose it is intended for. At times, municipalities, because of the challenges they do experience, we have observed that it's not at all times when the funds are used for the purpose that is intended for. There's an intervention in the province, Chair, where COGTA, as the department responsible to coordinate local government constitutionally in terms of Section 154, and the functions as allocated by the Premier in terms of the Constitution for the establishment of the local government, we as a province took a posture that COGTA is very central because they've got a direct responsibility to coordinate local government, and sector departments which are service-oriented do not necessarily interact with municipalities directly in terms of matters of administration. So COGTA, Provincial Treasury, they institute coordinated interventions using various pieces of legislation such as 139, 154, and some of the interventions become mandated because the MEC for COGTA by regulation has got extraordinary powers in terms of local government where he or she can issue directives to municipalities. But the MEC for Arts and Culture cannot necessarily do that because she is responsible for the programming aspect and in line with the functions as allotted in terms of Schedule 5 of the Constitution. I do think, Chair, that the presentation, you can go to the next slide. Those are the interventions. MEC spoke about the meetings, the capacity at local level, the district providing support. The reason why we've got district directors in this meeting, Chair, these are our colleagues who are closer to service delivery. On an as-and-when basis, they do attend project meetings, they go to the site meetings, they provide support, they provide advice. However, they are not in a position to make decisions on behalf of local government because that will tantamount to encroachment. I think, Chair, this summarily then provides a report for the Northwest, and I would want to hand back to yourself, Chair, or to the MEC for the closing of the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, HOD. MEC, do you have anything that you want to say so that I can be able to open for honorable members to engage on the report?
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think HOD has touched on all issues that we have as department. And I think on the issue of the oversight, we only omitted that there's a district development model that we also use as provincial government, and the NWPCC that Honorable Premier always call all the MMs and the premier, the mayors to the session, and that's where we can now engage with them, or where are the challenges across the province. I think HOD has touched on all those things, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, MEC. I think while I'm still waiting, can you take down the presentation? While I'm still waiting for the members to raise their hands to engage on this report, let me just say, MEC, that last year we had an oversight in Northwest. And in that oversight in Northwest, the bad part of it was that your office did not even send one official to come and be part of our oversight in order for them to clarify us on certain issues that we wanted to know in the province. And it was so bad that we had to travel the whole 5 days without any officials from your office. The other thing that I want to check on now, HOD, when he was presenting, he talked about everything it's in order, but sitting here, we had one issue of Rustenburg, Impala Rugby Stadium. Impala Rugby Stadium, where the rugby team that is using that stadium said that they are still waiting for memorandum of understanding between them and the municipality. And I think it's almost a year now since we went to that oversight. Till today, I've checked with them that There is no memorandum of understanding that has been signed. And when we left that stadium on the very same day, the municipality promised that before the end of the month, they will be done with the issue of the memorandum of understanding. And we've been trying to get hold of those municipal officials. Unfortunately, none of them were now answering our calls regarding the matter. Number two, the issue Madidi Recreational Center in Ward 3. I thought that that issue of Madidi will be touched when the presentation is done. Unfortunately, it has not yet been touched. Madidi Recreational Center in Ward 3. The Mahiken Tennis Court, at some presentation, HOD said that it's on, it is done and so forth. But when we left the project, I think the project, even the contractor was no longer on site. Can we get a clear indication of what is happening with the Mafikeng tennis court? Members, I'm waiting for the hands. I don't, for you to raise hands. Mafikeng tennis court, let us get a clear indication of what is happening with Mafikeng tennis court. How far is the project? Is the project done or not? Is it at 80% and so forth? While you are answering those few questions, MEC, let me know the hand. The first person will be Honorable Joe Metlua. The second will be Honorable Nicola Duplessis. Third person will be Honorable Leah Potriter. Honorable Mthethwa. I'm trying to see the hands here. Honorable Mthethwa. The last hand will be Honorable Khabu. In that order, honorable members. But before honorable members, to you, MEC, can we get clarity on those questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think on the issue of Impala Rugby Club, I called the municipal manager there, and the report that I got is that the Impala Rugby, they do have an unsigned lease as it stands now. But the agreement is that they are going to give them the lease. I don't know, when I was asking him what were the issues that they still have the unsigned, because he said there are still things that they need to agree upon with them. But the promise from the MM is that they do have the unsigned one. Even if maybe someone can ask them why are they there, they will be able to show them. So I have indicated to municipal manager that they must make sure that they sign that lease before the end of this month, and he promised that it will be done. On the issue of the tennis court in Mahikeng, I think they were building it in phases, Honorable Chair, and the phase 1 is done, and the phase 2 is done. The phase 3 is now moving slow. But the report is that the new contractor has been appointed now and is on site. So I think we will be able to give you a written report as to why the phase 3 is now moving slow. But they have appointed the new contractor on the phase 3 on the tennis court that is in Mahikeng. The Madidi Recreational
Can I
Center.
disturb you on that one of Mafikeng, on Mahiken
Yes.
tennis court? Check
Yes.
the report, when the report was going further, when HOD was presenting. He talked about Mahikeng as if it's done. It needs to be corrected that the last phase, it's not yet done. Can you check the report and be corrected?
Yes. I think he indicated, I will check it. He indicated that the last phase is not yet done. It's moving very slow. It's just that maybe he did not say it in word by word, but I will check it, Honorable Chair. But I know that the phase 3 is moving very slow. But with the new contractor, we're hoping that it will be done, because it has been there for quite some time now. a tennis court. We all know that it was a project in Neswako National, but I will check the presentation, Honorable Chair, on issue of the tennis court. On the Madidi Recreational Center. HOD, can you please ask Ntate Mabe to clarify us on this recreational center that is in Madidi, I'm sorry. Through you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Remabi, any info on Madidi? The chair is right. I do not have it in the presentation now. I may not want to mislead members. If you do not have an answer instantly, with the indulgence of the chair, the MEC may ask that we submit a written report. But let's see if the chief director does have information instantly.
Honorable Chair, it seems that them have a problem. Can I request that I look for the report on Madidi Recreational Center before the end of this session? I will make sure that you get that report so that we don't waste time.
Yes, MEC.
Thank you.
MEC, the issue of Impala Rugby Stadium, it's almost 16 months, and the report, the response that you've just gave us is the same response that we got from I think it was an acting when we were there. It's 16 months, and they still give you the same response that they gave us. I am not sure if that municipality is prepared to work or not, or those officials are prepared to work or not, because on the day, one was passing the blame to the other, and then one was passing the blame to someone who's not in the meeting. Can we see to it that before the end of this month, we receive a report where the MOU is being signed between the municipality as well as the Impala Rugby Stadium?
No, thank you, Chair. I will make sure that I follow up with the municipality so that they can make sure that they sign with the rugby people. I will follow that up before the end of this month, and I will give the portfolio committee the report on that.
Very much, MEC. Honorable Joe Metlua.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Before I begin with my questions, I just want to say that it's wonderful to see how women is driving the order of the day. It is also a great pleasure for me to see the MEC Klape here. I once served together with her in the legislature, and I have also great respect for commitment to service. With your indulgence, Chairperson, I would like Mr. Mogorosi to take the stand. Mr. Mogorosi has mentioned the issue of the stadium, something I missed a lot. I ran a lot in the mornings there. It was that stadium that was the cause of me losing almost 19 kilograms. I want to ask the HOD in terms of that stadium, and I don't know why he don't want to elaborate on the promise of money has been made. The department has made their contribution in terms of the presentation. I want to ask Mr. Mogorosi, how much money did the department promise? Mr. Mogorosi.
Oh, my apology, Chair. I wasn't aware I'm supposed to interact immediately. Honorable Member, the Minister promised two things. On site, the promise was that a team of engineers would be appointed to make an assessment of the needs. And upon the needs being done in terms of assessment, costing will be done. And at that point, the Minister would then be able to look at what is required and what is practically affordable with the resources available. So it's not a specific amount committed. it is the extent of work to do the assessment and get the quantification, and only at that stage, the minister would be able to make a determination how much he can make in terms of commitment. Thank you, Chair.
The day the minister and the DG left, it was reported there was an amount of money promised. How much money was that, Dr. Kumalo?
Thanks, Chair. I heard you saying and the DG. No, I wasn't in that visit, but I am aware that provision in the the 26-27 MTF there is a provision of 30 million for Mabato with the current financial year allocation of 10 million.
Yes, it was 13 million. You're correct. Did you receive some of those monies, Mr. Mogorosi?
No, Chair, the province has not as yet received the allocation. Thanks.
Is there any contractor on site?
Chair, the contractor is not on site for the substantial work, but we have, as a province, people that would from time to time do minor repairs.
Thank you so much. I want to remind honorable members that during our engagement some months ago, I was almost yelled at, being told that there are contractors on site. I just want the honorable members to take note that there are no contractors on site. In the Northwest Province, Chairperson, as we are speaking here today, there is no single team that participate in the PSL division. Orbit lost against the last game and been relegated. They lost against, I don't want to say even who, to Pirates. And if I had my own will, I would have asked your indulgence to delete all Pirate supporters from this platform, Chairperson. But we've lost that game. And we are relegated, and there was a lot of controversies pertaining to the stadiums. Now, I want to ask Mr. Mogorosi, what is the province relationship with Rustenburg municipality, where the MEC hails from, in terms of the Olympia Stadium?
Honorable.
Okay.
Mr. Mogorosi.
Honorable Chair, firstly, the department itself, when Orbit was campaigning in the second division, we provided support to the team. I was personally in their game at Maritzburg, their last game before promotion to the PSL. The department provided support in terms of the logistics, travel, accommodation. When the team got promoted, Chair, we met with the team, the college, and the municipality, and the municipality made commitments which they have been implementing to date to renovate the stadium so that it meets the standards. The department hosted, and that's the relationship, Chair, the tripartite relationship between Orbit, local municipality, and the department. The department supported Orbit to host their pre-season tournament. We also hosted Orbit to prepare for the season at Royal Marang Hotel. We also supported them at the High Performance Center in Potchefstroom. So there are various aspects of the relationship. From an infrastructure perspective, the municipality takes responsibility, looking at the grandstands and everything that has got to be supported. From a club development perspective, the department provided support, not necessarily financial directly, but in-kind support, Chair. Thanks.
I'm really happy to hear that, Mr. Morogo, because myself also attended quite a number of the games. I'm very close to soccer and very close at heart with the team itself that playing PSL. Can you perhaps tell this House on the current status between the relationship of Impala regarding assistance for the stadium on the other end of the site that is not repaired yet?
Chair, I hope I understood your question. Is the question relating to the Impala Rugby Stadium?
Yes, Impala Stadium, HOD.
No, Olympia with the Impala mines that has promised some renovation. Olympia was the home grounds for Orbit.
All right. No, thanks, Chair. If you do permit, MEC was a bit closer to discussions around Impala and the stadium. If you do permit, with due respect, I would ask the MEC to assist in that regard.
Thank you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable McGrew. I want to know whether you're speaking about the Olympia Park or the Impala one. We've
The
got
Olympia
two
Park.
stadiums. The Olympia Park.
Yes.
Okay, no, thank you very much. No, we had a session with the municipality and there was agreement like Honorable Ntate Mogorosi is saying. And we also, as department, go to an extent to engage the private sector, which they promise us they will assist us in some of the stadium. So they've made the engineers were on site. It's just that I will have to check how far are they in terms of, more especially on the side of the grandstand, because we were having our monthly meeting just to check how far are they in terms of the private sector to assist us, but they promised to assist us to make sure that the stadium is in good condition.
That's
So
fine,
we were
MEC.
working together. We were working together with municipality and the public works. The public works from our side as government were cleaning outside the Olympia Park. So we were working as a team there.
That's fine, MEC. Mr. Mogorosi, the answer to my question will be an absolute no. And the question is whether there's any stadium in the entire Northwest that is ready to accommodate PSL games and that is compliant. Seeing that the answer will be no, what is the province doing currently to see to that so that we at least have one stadium in the Northwest to accommodate PSL games?
Chair, thank you. The answer is a yes, of course. The
answer is no. There's no stadium ready.
No, Chair. I'm saying my yes relates to your no. The answer is a no. Yes. Sorry for English. Yeah. So what we have done, Chair, I've written to the HOD for Public Works, requesting two things from Public Works. That firstly, that the stadium be transferred to Public Works in terms of, infrastructure portfolio, because currently we're doing the little we can and we don't have technical capability. The second ask from Public Works was for us to approach the provincial extech, a forum of HODs, where there must be an engagement between Public Works, Arts and Culture, Treasury, Economic Development, because they do have a sports tourism mandate, for extech to package a submission to the Executive Council chaired by the Premier, wherein we request EXCO to consider funding the Public Works to refurbish the stadium and link the entire precinct of the convention center, including the entire area, for proper management. And the recommendation, if I may say it in this meeting, we further say, because it is not practical for the state to run the stadium day to day for it to be profitable and sustainable, we implore on Extech, and this is still a discussion, there's no decision, I need to be on record. Once the work has been done, we must look for a stadium management company that will run the stadium on a day-to-day basis for it to become sustainable and profitable. So these are the plans that we have put. And in the submission that we made, Chair, we have looked at other stadia that had capacity historically. We have identified Muruleng Stadium as part of the package. We have identified Olen Park Stadium in Potchefstroom that used to host Pirates game, and I'm a Pirates fan. And we have said these 2-3 stadia, Chair, if we can give them focus over the next 2-3 years, we should ready ourselves, because as Northwest University has qualified for the second division, it is probable that we may have teams in the next season campaigning in the PSL. It will be inappropriate not to have infrastructure to support the teams, because it does provide a disadvantage. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. My second last interrogation, and you are quite afraid with the surroundings and developments in the Northwest Province. Who does the Oppenheimer Stadium belongs to?
Chair, to the best of my knowledge, and if I'm incorrect, I will apologize. The stadium is in the custody of the local municipality,
Matlosana.
which is Matlosana, Chair, to the best of my knowledge.
Correct. It's precise the issue that I want to raise, talking about stadiums. Are you aware about the status of that stadium?
I'm fully aware, Chair. It's completely dysfunctional. A lot of things has been stolen.
Do you think we still have a situation to save that stadium? Very historic. We had a team playing for the PSL. I think it was it Valris 11 or Stilfontein 11?
It was Valreef Stars, Chair, and I may not give you a definite answer, but subject to a proper conditional assessment and costing, we may not be able to recover. We may have to demolish and restructure if we intend to have one. But my answer is very tentative, depending on a proper engineering conditional assessment.
Sure. There are a certain community that have to appear before the committee with the department as well. What is and MEC, you are welcome to respond to this. What is the relationship between province and between the Bafokeng Stadium, which is a world-class, I don't know when last some of you have been there, world-class facilities. Is there any relationship between the two? MEC?
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable McDlure. I am from Rustenburg. I'm staying just next to Royal Bafokeng Stadium myself. I'm not too far from it. But the Royal Bafokeng, as you all know, that is not a government stadium, Honorable Medlua. It's a Royal Bafokeng Nation Stadium. And we normally, what we do with Royal Bafokeng, because the Royal Bafokeng Stadium has its own management, firstly, and we don't get involved in the running of the Royal Bafokeng, even in their maintenance. And that's why even if it was maintained last year, when we wanted to use it, they wrote to us to say, no, we are still maintaining it. It's just opened just last month, not last year. I'm sorry, Honorable Chair. So we normally, when we want to use it, we normally ask the permission to have our own programs there. As and when they have a space for us as government, they help us, and the relationship is cordial, but it does have its own management because it's a stadium for Royal Bafokeng Nation. So it's not our stadium, but the relationship is cordial. As and when we want to use it, we write to them, we sit with them, and they help us to utilize it.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and I just want to wish the MEC and Mr. Mohorosi good luck with the challenges that they have in the Northwest. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Medlua. I think next it will be Honorable Nicola. Honorable Nicola, you have 15 minutes. It's 5 past. I will stop you at
I'll
20
definitely
past. Thank you very
I'll
much.
definitely, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the MEC of Northwest. We have indeed been in that province a few times, and the hospitality of the province has been fantastic. MEC, I have a few questions. The first is related to the fact that there are very little dates within the presentation. So inception date or breaking of ground dates, but also there are very few dates as to when the affected facilities will be completed, fully functional, adequately maintained and supported by regular supporting programs, and what sanctions will be imposed on departments, municipalities, officials and contractors that fail to meet these commitments. This is an incredible integral part of project management, and each of these projects are important. Before I go to the next question, MEC, if you would be able to answer.
No, thank you very much, honorable member. I think on the issue of time frames, we will indeed correct that. As indicated, there are some that we have put some time frames, but I will just check as to how. But we will indicate the time frames. On the municipal officials, it's very difficult for me as the MEC. What we can do is to communicate this with that's we normally do. When the municipality does not help us, we write to Department of Coxta and Department of Treasury so that they can help us, because they are the one who normally engage with municipalities direct. From our side, we cannot deal with the municipal officials. The municipality must do it, but through Department of Coxta and through Department of Treasury, they are able to can meet with the municipality and advise there and there.
Thank you very much, MEC. My next question is about the Mbatho Tennis Centre. As you know, 7.3 million has been spent on the centre, but it still has defects, unfinished construction, inadequate lighting, poor maintenance, and environmental neglect has continued to compromise the facility's usability, and there is no value for money. Which contractors and municipal officials were responsible for the defective work at the Mbatho Tennis Centre? What amounts were paid to them, and what consequence management, recovery, or remedial measures have been instituted? The Northwest presentation confirms repeated allocations and process and progress entries for this tennis infrastructure, but does not identify contractors or municipal officials, the amounts paid to them, and consequence management, recovery, or remedial measures. And this is of concern because it means that we are letting things slide when the public's money is being stolen and projects are not done in time or efficiently or done in excellence.
Can I? Oh, no, thank you very much. I think this is the municipal project, as I indicated earlier on when I opened the meeting, when the chair gave me the chance. I said for the municipal project, they are the ones who are actually appointing the contractors. They are the one who must actually, from our side, what we do monitoring, we follow up, but there's little that we can do to put some consequence management. The municipality is the one that must actually make sure that. But as for the list of contractors, I think we can write to municipalities and request municipalities to give you that information, because it's sitting with them. It is not our project as department.
In the interest of time, I won't interrogate that deeply. However, it is the responsibility of provincial government to look and to do oversight and intervene where necessary within municipal processes. However, I will focus on my last question as I have very specific time and I will adhere to the time. What happened to the 4.8 million reportedly allocated to the District Sport Academy program in 2020-2021? Which institutions received or administered the funds? How was the money spent? And why has the required implementation report still not been submitted to the committee? The Northwest presentation does not address the 4.8 million District Sports Academy program allocation. Neither does it look into the institutions that received or administered the funds, the expenditure detail, or the outstanding implementation report. Why is this, and can we get a report on this?
Thank you very much, honorable member. I think what I can do is I will submit the detailed report as to what happened about the 4.8 million. You see, when you talk about money, you must not even lose sense as to where did that send you. So I will request. I think this is a commission. But I don't want to say things that tomorrow I will be held accountable. So it's safe for me, through you, Chair, to say I will submit the detailed report as to what happened about it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I do just want to say I quite enjoy the MEC's nails. They look like fun. Thank you very much. And Chair, I did it in 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Du Plessis. Honorable Leah, it's your chance. 15 minutes also.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I think the presentation gives us a long list of the facilities. My issue is also with regards to the project level budget information, if we can possibly get a list of that, but I'll put it in writing as well. I think Honorable Du Plessis has mentioned the Mbatho Tennis Centre, which again, phase 3 is only about 60% complete, but this is a 70 million rand upgrade. There are a number of other sports complexes like Delareyville was allocated 10 million rand, and the scope changed. And then there was a quality with some of the work that was noted. The Matlusana Stadium, I think, was also mentioned, and the Mbatho Stadium. The more serious issues, I think, here are the Klabani West Sports Facility, which got about 20 million rands worth of MIG funding. And then after about 17.5 million rand was spent, it was still listed as incomplete, roughly 3 years after construction began. From what I can see, the original contractor was terminated. You then got another contractor through session. But apparently in early 2026, the site was still unsecured. Then you've also got the Serafina Sports Facility, where the contractor was terminated for slow progress or non-performance. And a second contractor was then appointed, but it still remains as heavily vandalized with very little infrastructure present. And then the last one, which is Pic Plessis, where again a new contractor was appointed, and again planned completion dates in 2018, but years later it wasn't completed. I think my question here is the fact that we lack a kind of full financial, overview of exactly what's going on with these facilities, when they started, what the problems were, and what consequence management were taken. So I'd like to understand where you had contractors that were terminated, or the work had been found to be defective. Have you recovered any of the money that was spent there, and have you basically restricted or blacklisted any of these contractors from doing work with any provinces or municipalities in the future?
Thank you very much, honorable member. I think on the Kabano Sports Facility, it's a national department facility. I think they're best placed to respond to that. On the issues of the PFMA, I will request the HOD to respond to that. HOD.
Chair, thanks. These are project management challenges which the honorable member has rightfully pointed to. So my response will be in twofold, honorable member. Firstly, we should recognize that there's a team of professionals appointed on a project which are doing project management, whether it's an architect, whether it's a QS, whether it's a civil structural or electromechanical. And then there's a contract that is signed with the contractor by the municipality. So if there's action to be taken in terms of the project itself, the department does not do project administration, but oversight. So if there's supposed to be, for instance, a contractor must be put on terms for poor performance, it is a letter that is initiated by the professional team of consultants to be signed by the MM or whoever is responsible, and you are given 10 or 14 working days to submit a recovery plan, and upon which, if there's failure, I'm speaking due contract management processes, then the second letter would be dispatched to either terminate you or cause you to do whatever that is required. So the second aspect of the MFMA, because it's a municipal project, the accounting officer responsible for a provincial department cannot institute an action directly to a contractor appointed in terms of the MFMA, but the MEC can write to the executive mayor or the mayor, and we can only seek information from the MM. So in terms of recovery as well, the first step will be the municipality as the appointing institution. If there's any recovery or criminality, to open a case with the subs and cause the contractor to recover the money. I think at best what the MEC can do is to come and account here in terms of oversight that we have written to the municipalities, we have received the reports, and where there is material failure, it will then be incumbent upon us, honorable member, to raise, as the MEC said, there's a forum that the Premier chairs, We've got the MECs for COGTA, MEC for Treasury, and they do from time to time implement mandatory interventions. And through that process, the MEC can then get closer to that space using the Premier's Advisory Council, which is a NWPCC, to cause the municipality to account. And COGTA specifically, MEC, has got delegated functions by regulation to institute direct intervention at the municipal level. I hope I've really tried to answer your question, member.
Thank you. Yeah, you've given me the process. I worked 10 years in construction. I manage projects, so I understand the processes. And I understand the legal processes as well. I think what I'm really trying to get is what actions were taken. I do understand that there are barriers with regards to provincial intervention, but I would like to understand whether or not you've held these municipalities to account to say, you know, have you blacklisted these contractors? But I think what I'll do is I'll send it in writing, because I'm not sure that you're able to give me a comprehensive response to that. So I'll give you the time to put that together. Thank you. Then with regards to the presentation itself, I think you've been very candid about the real causes of the infrastructure failure. And you recognize that, you know, you're not just saying that maintenance is a municipal responsibility, and I appreciate that. You're kind of calling for life cycle planning rather than reactive repairs. Just with, you know, regard to the contrast with the facilities like Royal Bafokeng King was essentially cancelled and had to be moved, and it caused quite a bit of financial distress to parents, etc. And the issues that we found was that officials in the province and the municipality essentially wanted it to happen there, but they were told that that particular facility was not going to be available. And I think a lot of unnecessary distress could have been avoided if that had just been taken at face value instead of trying to force the issue. So I'd just like to have an explanation as to why, you know, that happened when we knew that the facility was only going to be open middle of this year.
Thanks, Chair. The information that...
No, you can respond, Chair, it's fine.
Yeah, Chair, thanks. The information that I had received as the accounting officer was that there was agreement between officials at implementation level that the stadium, albeit under renovation, because we're going to use track, it would not affect the program itself. Secondly, two issues that were raised as incomplete as at the time when I received the information, and I'm giving an explanation why that would have been the case. The issue of the PA system was raised, and an alternative for a PA system to be procured for purpose
Sorry, Mr. Mokorosi. I'm going to just stop you there because I understand the dynamics behind it, and just to save time, it wasn't just the PA system. The entire roof structure had to be refurbished in order to cater for the PA system. And the track runs throughout the entire facility. So in essence, the renovations would have affected anything that happened there. Perhaps maybe my proposal to you, because it does seem that you've been given this information that there was an agreement. But from what I've seen and the evidence that I have, it was a case of officials telling them that they were going to have it there, not a case of an agreement. And despite the fact that they wrote back and said, but we aren't ready and it cannot be held here, they still insisted that it was going to be held there. So that's the evidence that I have. And perhaps maybe that's the breakdown between the officials that went out and reported back to yourself, is maybe where I'm getting at. Thanks.
Yeah, Chair, thanks. I do note, Honorable Member, your submission. And if there's anything required from me going forward, I will take counsel. Thanks.
Thank you kindly. Just with regards to contractors on your level and not on the municipalities level, but have you had issues with regards to contractors that you've had to terminate? And if so, have you blacklisted these contractors or tried to recover money from them?
Chair, we only had two direct projects for sport. It is the Ipelecheng Sports Complex and the Taung Mante one. We have had issues in Mante, but we did not terminate the contractor, but rather an appointment of a nominated SAPIS, and the project was subsequently completed. So we have not had challenges that would have necessitated termination and blacklisting necessarily. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I would possibly suggest, MEC, that because I see you have convened these what you call MEC meetings, which is quite nice with regards to, dealing with municipalities. That maybe perhaps, like we heard from the Western Cape government and the Free State, is that some form of collaboration with the province, seeing as though you seem to be able to manage these contractors a lot better than what they seem to be, is that maybe they can learn from yourselves in how to address, contractors that are not performing, because they seem to have a lot of instances where this is happening. And like you've just said, Mr. Mokorosi, that you've managed to kind of get things back on track. I don't know if that's a possibility from your side or something you're already doing.
No, thank you very much. I think this is something that we can do. We will share with other provinces as to how are we doing it.
Thank you so much. I want to understand, you also say that municipalities are redirecting sport infrastructure funding due to service delivery pressures. This is a big issue. And I'm sure it's not only happening in your province. The ring fencing allocation or ring fencing of funds addresses that. But then you also talk about the fact that the allocation itself is insufficient, which I understand completely. There's never enough money. But what level of dedicated funding do you believe is actually required for maintenance and rehabilitation in your case? Or what is your shortfall?
Chair, we've got about 11.8 million for maintenance. And I need to mention that predominantly we over-rely on the conditional grants, as a matter of fact, with very little equitable share. It will not be correct to indicate here and now how much do we need, because it will be facility dependent. I think I would leave it there. I wouldn't want to make comments which I can later not be able to substantiate.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Then I would like to understand from your view. Thank you, Chairperson. This is my last point. We know that municipalities lack the capacity to procure properly and manage contractors, etc. This is a recurring theme across provinces. And you have limited intervention authority. But what we can see is that the oversight and monitoring is not enough. Obviously, the role COCTA plays is not sufficient to bridge that gap. What change do you think we need in terms of the current intergovernmental model that would give yourselves as the province the ability to help before the project fails?
I think first and foremost, Chair, legally speaking, we need to look at obligations of the municipality in terms of the constitution. And also we need to look at the responsibilities of the department, because you would agree with me that some functions are concurrent in that the department also can do executive assignment to municipalities. So the legal reform necessary would be to review wholly, and in the context of the new, the white paper that is currently under review, if we could look at facilities that we believe could be best managed at provincial level, given the prevalent challenges at the municipal space that they have to deal with. And I think municipalities are overburdened and they lack adequate capacity. In some instances, they have people who may not be able to do the job. So firstly, if you look at the legislative reform in terms of the functions, whether concurrent or direct assignment of departments provincially, so that you don't depend on interventions that are not legislated because you can't impose.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the Northwest.
Thank you very much, Honorable Potgieter. DG, I just want to check with you. I think when HOD was presenting, he said that there was funds that were promised from the department for that project of tennis court, and you've said that it's supposed to be 30 million. And for this financial year, you were supposed to give them 10 million. And HOD confirmed that they haven't received that 10 million. I just want to check with you, DG. When is the department going to release the funds to provinces as well as federation? Because the budget has been approved. The budget has been approved. It's nearly 6 months after we've approved the budget. When are you going to release the funds to the provinces as well as federations?
Thank you, Chair. Just a correction, not for the tennis, Honorable Chair. That's for Mabato Stadium. That amount that I was citing, MTF 30 million and 10 million for the current financial year.
Okay, DG.
The province has actually been made aware in terms of the process of the setting up of the steering committee. However, I am made to understand by the infrastructure unit, that there has been a change in terms of identification of how the implementation would be done. I think because of the prioritization of this project, it is being considered to be implemented not directly through the province, but possibly through the Sport Trust. But I'm saying possibly, Chair, because I'm made to understand that those discussions are still being finalized. That is with respect to that. The allocations for federations, Chair, they did take a bit long, and it was because we needed to look at some of the. You remember that the federations went through the process of coming to us, doing presentations of why they should be funded, and all that process was then concluded. So there was a need for us to just look at how we finalize the prioritization of which sports codes versus some of the needs that had been brought to our attention by the federations. Almost all of them got that opportunity to either come physically and present, or some of them were submitting documents. As of last week, and I do stand to be corrected, DDG Campbell, the letters have then been issued to all the federations, asking them or requesting them to then submit all the required documents that would enable the release of the funds. It is 4 months later, indeed, Chairperson, you are correct, in terms of the beginning of the financial year that we are on. However, we just needed to satisfy ourselves, and we were waiting for also, DDG would help me also to just confirm what these areas that the AG had raised, and I think that process has now been finalized, and we had aligned the grant letters, but they've been issued, Chair. I wouldn't be sure from my office whether all of them have gone out, but I know would have signed all of them. Yeah, I'm not sure whether I've answered everything, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DG. I think on the very same issue of that 10 million for Mabato Stadium, you said that you are not sure whether it's going to come from Sports Trust or from the department, if I hear you correctly.
No, the budget, the funds are coming from the department, Chairperson. What I was saying is the implementing, the process of implementation, whether it will be a transfer to the province or Sport Trust, because it has been found that their systems are actually working much better. That's the process that I understand from infrastructure unit is being finalized now, but the allocation is there in the UM. I can confirm that.
Thank you very much, DG. I think while I'm going to allow Honorable Mthethwa to come in, I think DG, you in the meantime, can you check for us on the Sports Trust, how much did we agree to allocate as the portfolio committee? But you will give me that answer later. Honorable Mthethwa, it's now your time. It's 4:30. I will give you up until 4:45. Thank you very much, Honorable Mthethwa. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Grace and peace to you, MEC, and the entire entourage. May I say this? MEC, there's a great void of a voice that says, we have done this, as opposed to we will do this. We can't keep on building the country on hopes. You know where we come from. You understand better where we come from. Mabato Northwest used to be a feeder. In fact, Mabato is a feeder to the arts and culture sector. You have the Caspar in your vest, you have Double HP who ended up killing himself when he could have been employed in Northwest, retained as a mentor, as a teacher at Mabana. Mabana is a beautiful concept. If this country would replicate Mabana everywhere in the country, would have a better developmental program. But it seems like as a country, we want to say we want to do, but we are not doing, but we are not willing to do, but we want to do. MEC, your approach as the Northwest seems it looks good on paper as integrated approach. You are talking multi-purpose centers. You are talking multi-codes, which is what we're supposed to do. You are the custodian of the development of sports, arts, and culture. Not infrastructure. Infrastructure is a support system, but your core function is to develop athletics, arts practitioners, and preserve culture. You're supposed to know that we're supposed to be reconstructing our society to attain the state of equality. And equality cannot only be looked in terms of gender or race, but it is also the facilities that we always envied when we walked past or drove past urban areas or previously predominantly white areas. Part of that also, it is the development and equal access. So facilities are part of that equality and access. When we did our oversight, most of your facilities, let me go to the Madidi multi-purpose center. It was a crawl that had cows in it. What have you done? What have you done with the Madidi multi-purpose? Not what are you going to do? What have you done? That's my first question.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I think I will request that the Chief Director for Cultural Affairs respond to this. He is responsible for these multi-purpose centers in the whole of the province. Ntate, can you please respond to Madidi? Ntate, where is he?
Honorable MEC, I may not be aware because I'm not with him now, but if I may, earlier you made an undertaking through the chair to submit a written report in respect of the subject matter. I'm not sure if that still stands.
I'm
Thanks,
trying
Chair.
to respond, MEC.
Okay.
Hello, I hope I'm audible.
You are
Yes.
audible. You may continue.
No. Thanks, Chair and MEC. I'm sorry. My gadget was giving me problems. We have not had Madidi multi-purpose on our database. I guess it was a multi-purpose center that was built by a different entity, but I have made inquiries during the course of this meeting. I was not aware of it. I have also checked with our director in the district of Bujanala. He was not. They are not. They are not. In other words, we are not necessarily responsible for that multi-purpose center, but we will definitely follow it up and find out who is responsible for it and what is it that it's doing.
Okay.
Honorable Mtetu, I will give you your 2 minutes again. on the issue of Madidi, we cannot be getting the same answer which we got 16 months ago when we were in Northwest. Don't take us for a right MEC and your entourage. It's 16 months after we were in Madidi, the same answer we received when we were in Madidi. It can't be that we are still receiving the same answer up to now. You may continue, Honorable Mteto.
To be more exact, it was on the 25th of February when we were there. 2025. We are now in August, 7th August 2026, which is 18 months exact. The tennis court, tennis center was only left with phase 3. And if my maths or my mind serves me well, mathematically, you say 100% would equal completion of the third phase. You have presented us with 60%. If 100% is 3 phases completed, 2 phases completed, it must be 66.6%. 18 months later, you have not moved, you have moved 0%. You are promising that you are going to do something with the tennis center. By the time you start working on the tennis center again, you will be needing to repair the other part that you had already constructed. The same thing that happened with what's that place? Center of Memory. Yeah, that Center of Memory. What's that lady? That has been there for 10 years, been built for 10 years. Now, I don't know what to ask you because we raised these concerns, but
Sarah
still.
Bartman, Honorable Mteto, let me
Yes,
remind.
Sarah Bartman, memorial. As if they are going to start now, you saw when we did the oversight, things were falling apart already because it's been there. It's like an abandoned building. Now the center also, it's going to be the same situation. I want to find out from you, MEC, what consequence management have you applied? Since we visited, there must have been some consequence management.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Tennis court is a Mahikeng local municipality project. As the MEC, there's no law that can give me powers to do consequence management on contractors, on officials whatsoever. Only the municipality can do that. My task or from the department is to make sure that I do oversight, and hence I know that they were doing it in phases and only phase 3 is not yet done. I think what we can do as department is to push the municipality to make sure that they are on their side. They must make sure that there is a consequence management. But unfortunately, there's no law that can cover me to do consequence on any officials of the municipality.
When I'm asking about consequence management, I'm not referring to punishing individuals. Are you funding that municipality one way or the other?
It's a MIG.
Why are you still continuing to fund them when they are not finishing their work?
This is the MIG is something that Parliament took a decision on it. It's something that the MEC cannot change it. And hence, we have indicated the challenges as different provinces that the MIG project, they are giving us a bit of a challenge because the municipalities on their own, they do have their own how they run their affairs. And hence I said they are the one who appoint the contractors. We don't even know who is the contractor there. They are the one who know what is happening there. Ourselves, because of the the sports component, we can only go there and check whether they are doing but there's nothing that can MEC do to make sure that you are not doing 1, 2, 3. Hence, therefore, I'm going to do 1, 2, 3. It's only municipality who can actually help us to do that, not the
I
department.
disagree with you, MEC, with all due respect. You are affected by what is happening. I deliberately stated the fact that you are a custodian of development of sports. If the facilities are not completed, it means that your children in the province are not able to practice. And that means you are also failed in your duty. So you can demotivate against that. You can't say that as a responsible citizen. You cannot say, I can't continue giving these people money because they are not finishing the work. There must be something that can be done. You need to find ways of dealing with them. As a municipality, you can't keep on putting money into a bucket that has a hole, that is not prepared to repair that hole. Be that as it may, let me continue. What specific actions has the provincial department taken since the oversight visit to implement each of the committee's recommendations? And can it provide documentary evidence, responsible officials, allocated budgets, and completion dates for every corrective action that we gave to the department? Did you receive our recommendations as the portfolio committee?
Thank you very much. I think we did receive the recommendations. HOD, can you please help portfolio members on how far are we in terms of those recommendations?
MEC, thanks. If I understood the question, to the extent of the details that we require, Honorable Mthethwa, will it be fair that we provide you with that report, that response to each of the recommendations?
Thank you. What happened to the 4.8 million reportedly allocated through the district sport academy program in 2020-2021? And which institutions received or administered the funds? How was the money spent? And why has the required implementation report still not been submitted to the committee? If you did receive the recommendations, why you haven't responded? Why haven't you submitted the report? It's 18 months now, we are almost 2 years.
Thank you. HOD, can you please respond again to 4.8 million? Earlier on it was raised.
Honorable MEC, earlier you did speak to the chair in relation to a submission of a comprehensive report so that we don't give speculative answers to Parliament. If that ruling still stands, I would implore Honorable Mthethwa to possibly agree to that, and the timelines we are in the hands of the chair. Thanks.
Okay, and then maybe you can provide these answers also in written form. How does the responsible municipality justify the expenditure of approximately 70.3 million on the Maibato Tennis Center when defects, unfinished construction, inadequate lighting, poor maintenance, and environmental neglect continue to compromise the facilities usability and value for money? And then the last one is, which contractors and municipal officials were responsible for the defective work at Maibato Tennis Center? What amounts were paid to them, and what consequence management of recovery and remedial measures have been instituted? I guess I just need to know from the department, provincial department, in line with what the Honorable Khabo was saying, the section 155 of the Constitution, section 151 of the Constitution, the responsibility of the provincial department. What is it that you can do to correct this? Or are you going to fold arms and wait for Jesus Christ to come back and say to the children, no, I was failed by the municipality, because you are not going to be able to develop sporting. All our kids, they want to experience other sporting codes. And also, I wish also you can also add in your response, what are you doing in terms of arts and culture infrastructure? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. We must respond, or even the last one, we can respond in writing on the section 139 and section 154.
No, you can respond if you feel so, but I'm also giving you the liberty to put it in writing.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I think on the two sections that you spoke about, the section 139 and the section 154, is the intervention that must be, yes, that must be made by provincial government through the MEC of Coxta and through the MEC of Treasury. Those are the two MECs that are responsible to directly put those sections in place. And normally what we do from our side, because Rona, we are sports arts and culture sector, we don't normally engage directly with the municipality, but what we do, if there are issues, the MEC for Coxta and the MEC for Treasury, they are the one who must actually make sure that those two sections are being implemented correctly. So, and they will go through the right channels and via through even the EXCO and the Premier must also be told what is happening. So those two sections are entirely being implemented by the two departments, which is your Coxta and your provincial treasury. Us as the sector, what we can do is to indicate to the MEC that there are challenges in 1, 2, 3 municipalities, which I think they also know. And that's why in most of the time, when they implement these two sections, they are the one who actually meet and make sure that they implement those sections accordingly. Thank you very much.
Have you written to them and proposed that they, as your counter, yes?
Yes, as and when there are cases, we write to them, and we also give them the reports as and when there are issues that needs to be attended by them.
Through you, Chair, I want to make this plea. It's a plea that is in my heart. As I said, that Northwest is a feeder. Double HP was discovered by my younger brother, now deceased. You need to retain your people. If it wasn't for the fact that he was struggling in Johannesburg, he would still be alive if you have Northwest had retained its own artist. You can use them as mentors, as trainees, schools art in schools, to come and teach young children instead of them struggling. Women artists who come to Joburg seeking for greener pastures and turn into sex workers at night, during the day looking for the greener pasture. You can change that. You have Mabana that can also accommodate. You've got dancers that went internationally from Mabat, from Northwest. Others, they failed me. I made that plea, but I am now making that plea to you. Take your children back home and not allow them to continue with the migration of workers. Jim come to Joburg looking for greener pastures in the mines. That is what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mthethwa. MECs, I think this question that I'm going to pose before I give Honorable Khabu, I want to pose it to all the MECs. Does MECs in their department have a technical capacity and construction project management competency to monitor infrastructure projects? This question I want to pose to all the MECs. Unfortunately, the MEC from Northwest, you are now on the podium. you will have to give us an answer now. Other MECs, they will give us their answer. I think next is going to be a MEC from Gauteng will also need to give us their answer now. And the other thing, the submissions. Honorable members are busy talking about that. You must send the submissions, MEC. We are expecting to get those submissions within 10 working days. 10 working days, we need to get those submissions, MECs. Unfortunately, in this portfolio, we don't have an excuse when we want submissions. But MEC, can you just tell me, do we have a technical capacity and construction project management competency to monitor infrastructure projects?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. To be quite honest, as department, we don't have such. We don't have that capacity. We rely more on the Department of Public Works, to be quite honest. So the Department of Public Works is the one that normally help us with that. We don't have a capacity as the department, as we know that the department does not have more staff members.
I think you will have to try to look into that, because we can't have the projects that are half done, the projects that are being done, and then they pass their time when they were supposed to be finished, all those things. We can't have such in all the provinces. So I think MECs will have to think about that, so that we can be able to, if the project has to be run in 2 years, it needs to be run in 2 years, then we know that we are done. Honorable Khabo, it's your time now, because now we are running out of time. I will give you up until 10 past 4.
No,
Over
thank you
to
very much.
Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope I'm audible on your side.
Very audible, Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think maybe we'll get into that point of provinces and their responsibilities, because I don't agree. In fact, I vehemently reject the explanation by provinces on their limitations to conduct oversight. I reject that matter, especially from a constitutional point of view, given the fact that a province has a constitutional obligation to fulfill. And I would want us to get there. And secondly, Chair, as a committee, we cannot accept a response from a provincial government claiming that they cannot intervene on municipalities given the legislative framework. And I would want the MEC to take us into confidence, especially on their provincial council meetings, where the expectation is that the MECs should be able to raise their frustrations in line with their departmental responsibilities. Maybe I must start here, Chairperson, and maybe just check with the MEC of the Northwest Province, including the HOD or the head of department. Maybe go back to my original question as to what is their highest qualification, both the MEC and HOD. Let me just start there, Chairperson.
Northwest.
Honorable Chair.
MEC.
Honorable Chair, thank you. HOD speaking. I possess a national diploma in information technology, specialized in systems and networking. I further possess a postgraduate diploma in management, specialized in human resource administration. I further have a master's in business administration, specialized in operations. And lastly, Chair, I also possess executive leadership training, which I've obtained from Potchefstroom University. I don't know if there was a question of experience, but I seem to have had question of experience of qualifications only. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair, Honorable Khabo. And now I've got diploma in public admin.
Thank you very much, MEC. It means that we are dealing with people who are quite aware of the governance framework in South Africa. Can I check with the MEC as to which criteria are they using when they're identifying municipalities where they will be constructing infrastructure projects on?
Thank you very much. We're using several platforms, Honorable Kabo. One of them is that we as a province, we do have a Tunzale rule, which you all know. And we will be engaging with communities across the province when we are engaging on that. It's a program, it's a government program. We will engage with communities and they will tell us their needs, and then we will note and look into our programs. We also look into the issue of a DDM. We will be engaging with the MuniMEC, like I indicated, meeting with the MMCs of different municipalities. We also sometimes engaging with the Mahosi Arona. They will call us and engage with Mahosi, and they will tell us there's a needs there and there. We also we're using several platforms to make sure that we go into the length and breadth of the province. So there are so many engagement in identifying the needs for the developments that we want as the province. So we've got so many. I also include some of them in my budget speech, and then we also look into the SOPA, the State of the Province Address of the Premier.
Do you have a policy? Sorry, MEC. Do you have policy perhaps, or if a standard procedure? Do you have a policy on how do you identify municipalities?
No, the policy, we do not have it. Hence, I'm saying what we normally use is this engagement that we normally engaging on. And it helps us because we touch on the corner and breadth of the province.
So there's no any other yardstick that we are using to identify the need for the intervention of the province. You are like Free State, you don't have any policy. You are relying on political pronouncement or what the MEC would want to happen in the department, including the provincial committee.
And the community engagement. We also rely on the community engagement because
so you don't have a policy?
No, not yet.
And the community engagement? Okay.
Yeah, remember,
so you don't
as
have a policy. Can you look into that? Because it creates space. It creates space for lack of uniformity and a framework that will guide. Remember, MECs are appointed and can be de-appointed at any given time or reappointed at any given time. Now, if we don't have a policy and a clear framework, it then means that another MEC can come through and make a pronouncement, and that on its own will leave other communities in limbos. Let's go to the other one, MEC. I would like you to get your indulgence in writing in terms of the policy framework in that 10 days also. Can
Yeah,
you go to the next one?
I think I will write to you because like I indicated that we're engaging in so many platforms. Your IDP on its own, it's a integrated development plan. Yadimaspala, your IGR, your DDM that I spoke about. So
MEC, I'm speaking about the policy of the Department of the Provincial Government. You would have 22 municipalities in the Northwest Province.
Yes.
So give us your indulgence in writing on how do you identify those municipalities.
We will submit that.
Your responsibility obviously as a department is to make sure that there is a provision of sports, arts and culture in the Northwest Province. And that on its own is dependent on the relevant infrastructure being available for your core function of the department to find expression. In an event, a department impacts negatively, a sister department's work or responsibility impacts negatively on your functions as a department, what do you do as a department?
We having an NWPCC engagement with the Premier, and there's also EXCO, but also as MECs, we are able to engage. For an example, one of the departments that normally do that for us is a Department of Public Works and Department of Education. What we do, we normally talk to them to say, your school's there and there, we want to use it as an art center, how can we help each other? So we do have that.
Now, MEC, let me
engagement.
bring it closer to you. In an event, a municipality is unable to complete an infrastructure project that is aligned to your responsibility, and that on its own denies communities accessibility or denies you an opportunity of fulfilling your responsibility, what do you do?
Obviously, I will, as the MEC, engage with the municipality, starting with the mayor and
How do you
the-
engage? How do you engage with the municipalities?
I write to the municipality. I write to
Okay, fine.
them. Yes.
Okay, fine. Let me go. Do you know Motoro Sports Ground in Mamusa local municipality?
Motoro.
Yeah, Motoro Sports Ground in Mamusa local municipality. It has been in the news during the month of June, July. I've been to an oversight in that municipality. I've invited you, your office then submitted an apology. Have you been to the Motoro Sports Ground?
Not now.
In
Maybe I
Switzerland?
can. Not now, but I think the district director, because when I'm not around, I request the district director to go there. I think that the Falteni went there on our behalf.
So you have not been to Motoro Sports Ground?
Not yet.
Have you been to Buitumelong Multi-Purpose Center that is in your report? And by the way,
Butumelong
your
is the one in Kwataman.
yeah, by the way, your report is misleading, and I would want you to let's go to that report that speaks to Lekwatemane, Buitumelong Multi-Purpose. Have you been there?
Yes.
Have you been to the Multi-Purpose Center?
Yes.
When was the project supposed to have been completed?
I'm not too sure about the date, but I know it's a Resebaka. HOD can help us with the dates. I know Hore.
Is the project completed now as we speak?
Butumelong is not yet completed.
Okay, why is it not completed when the first phase was supposed to have been completed more than 1 year, 6 months ago?
Yeah, maybe I will request the HOD if Unali Dikarabo no, or we will also write to your good self.
No. Now I'll request my answers now. Can
Okay,
we go to let's go to the next project. Have you been to Utlwanang Sports Facility Upgrade Project?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Are you aware that the first phase of the project was supposed to have been completed last year, September 2025?
Because so I won't tell what is happening there.
Okay. Have you been to Utlwanang Library?
Utlwana Library is the one in Utlwana Library.
Christian?
In Christiana. Yeah, we went to Christiana last year, I think.
Have you been to Mante Multipurpose Center?
Yes. Mante supposed to be done now, according to my report.
When last did you go there, Miss?
Mante Kali, but I know if you know the story of Mante, it took longer than even before Horoha as members of parliament.
Okay. How do you conduct your oversight as a province? How do you conduct your oversight? Do you go there as an MEC? Do you visit municipalities? Do you rely on reports from your administrators, or do you rely on reports from? We'll go back to the issue of Motoro Sports Ground and all these projects that I've mentioned. I just wanted to check, how do you conduct your oversight as a provincial government?
Yeah, there are cases that I go there, and then there are cases that I rely on district directors to go there. You know, the province is rural, but normally I rely much on the reports that I see for myself, that I went there, I saw what is happening there. So
Let
in
us
most
quantify your
cases,
visit. Let us quantify your visit in the financial year. How many visits have you conducted to projects?
I went to the one I was talking about in Hello Park. I went to the one in Koster. We also went to the one in Letabong. So I think plus minus 6.
Plus minus 6.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me pose my question to the DG, MEC. Thank you very much. DG, how do you work with provincial government and conduct your oversight? I'm sure you have taken note of all the questions all the projects that I was speaking to or referring to. How do you work with provinces? I want to get into details of these projects. How do you conduct your oversight? Because I've been to all of these projects that I've been mentioning here. And in all of these projects, there are shady work. Number one, projects have overlapped, meaning that the first phase that was even supposed to be completed last year has not been completed to date. Thirdly, there are deviations by municipalities from what you refer to as ring-fenced. And that's why I'm referring to how do you play oversight, because the oversight will also speak to the financing of the project. We have made mention of Mamusa, I've made mention of Lekwatemane, I've made mention of Greater Taung, a local municipality. I'll get into other municipalities. If you can just provide that clarity as to how do you conduct your oversight as a national department working with provinces.
With the honorable member, specifically because there would be different approaches, but specifically in terms of these sport infrastructure projects, the responsibility of the department starts at the time when we're supposed to do the evaluation of their technical reports. And every year it's on the same period when we are supposed to have completed the evaluation. We then, throughout the year, are expected to support the municipalities, obviously together with the provinces, through our project management, throughout the project management stages. So that actually involves monitoring the municipalities' performance and the compliance to the norms and standards, etc.
Sorry to disturb you. Sorry to disturb you. 4 municipalities, 4 projects. Motoro Sports Ground was supposed to have been completed more than a year ago. It has not been completed. Utlanang Sports Facility upgrade was supposed to have been completed first phase last year, September. It has not been completed. Buitumelong Multipurpose Center. It was supposed to have been completed in the year 2024-2025 financial year. Still to date, it has not been completed. At what time does the department decide that there is a need for an intervention now that this municipality is failing its executive responsibility or obligations?
We when we have got any challenges or non-compliances that we identify, at that particular time when we identify that, we're supposed to issue a letter of concern to the relevant municipality for them to correct, to put in place corrective action at that time. Yes,
Okay.
honorable member.
I've written you a letter regarding sports Motoro Sports Facility, Buitumelong, including Utlanang. Let's start with Motoro Sports Ground. The oversight was conducted during the month of June, and a report was submitted and subsequently indicated what is it that has been done to date, because of you've got a provincial government that seems not to be, that is actually have proven not to be taking responsibility of overseeing the correct implementation of a project that impacts negatively on them. And I'll explain to you why am I saying that. Can you just deal with that part, especially on and around Motoro Sports Ground in Mamusa?
Honorable member, now you're calling out names of projects. I won't be able to remember the names. However, I know that you have written correspondence to us, in particular with the project in Northwest. The accounting officer in the Northwest has received correspondence from us seeking for a response in terms of the matters that you have raised. I can't be specific because the one I remember specifically, the latest is on libraries, but it might as well be also on the area of sport. So under those particular circumstances, we would give the province an opportunity to respond with regard to the why that has not happened. And in the one in particular that we received from yourself, Honorable Member, the accounting officer has received that correspondence for us, allowing him an opportunity to respond back to us.
I don't have a problem with you saying that we must allow him to respond to us in writing. But here we are speaking of projects, and it's not as if it's a new thing. We are speaking of projects that has been dragging for too long, impacting negatively on the livelihood of our communities. It is for that reason I'm asking you as to, particularly, let's leave, okay, fine. I'll give you an opportunity for you to give me a report on Motoro Sports Ground, on Lake Gauteng, including Boitumelong. I'll send you that. Let's talk about your provision of library services. MEC. Let's talk about the provision of library services. How I wrote a letter to you, DG. And part of my letter was indicating a project that has been dragging. And in this project, the department was copied. And we've said that as much as the department will look into the long-term solution of resolving a backlog project, what are the immediate interventions that can be brought? Because you still have a responsibility of providing services irrespective of infrastructure or not. So I would like to check with you, DG, especially on and around the Utlwana Library. I'll get to that point of you, MEC, on how do you address the backlog. Let me firstly entertain this issue of the DG and their interaction with provinces, because there seems to be a misunderstanding amongst ourselves. DG. DG.
Sorry, I'm talking ahead. I didn't unmute. With regard to specifically the one,
Chairperson, am I
I think that's the
audible?
one.
You are audible, Honorable Khabo. The DG is now responding to your question.
With regard to the one on the thing, I'm just looking at my correspondence, Utlwanang Library, that you actually wrote to us, Honorable Member. The process is also almost the same, because basically what you were raising around those particular aspects, the responsibility in terms of then assisting us to intervene still lies with the provincial intervention. As we responded back to you, Honorable Member, because we did respond back to you, we then outlined the process that we were following with the province so that we can be able to resolve the matter. It's just that I don't have the correspondence right in front of me, but I know that we have responded to you and we have also interacted with the province. Maybe the HOD would have the correspondence on hand, but I know that we have responded. Honorable Member, I hope I was audible.
Honorable Khabo.
Yes, the DG was audible. Chairperson, maybe let's agree that first and foremost, the DG gave me a response indicating that the province will provide a clear plan. And it is for that reason I was asking that, irrespective of the non-completion of the project and issues related to the backlog, how do we address the immediate intervention as part of the responses that you have provided in your letter? The letter that you have provided, you have said that you'll be dealing with immediate interventions while you are addressing the backlog. So I'm asking you based on your response. By the way, I'm looking at your response. Now, in conclusion, Chairperson, let me just get clarity from the side of the MEC in terms of section 139. Especially, let's deal with your Mamusa local municipality, or let's leave Mamusa, let's deal with Leguatemane, because it has demonstrated an appetite of having no capacity to complete projects. You've got a project in Utlwanang, including in Bloemhof. Like I've said, that was supposed to have been completed in time. In terms of your section 139, is there any report that you have presented on the provincial council on the inability of the municipality to perform its executive function? And if the MEC would say yes, maybe let me just firstly stop there. And if the MEC would say yes, probably MEC would quantify her submissions that she has done to the provincial committee or the provincial exco where they are meeting with other MECs. She must share that report with us, indicating municipalities that she has indicated, that she has failed to comply in terms of the completion of projects. I think, Chairperson, for us to save time, let me submit other things in writing now that they are in detail and request that that response in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khabu. I think we are even getting late with our time, but for the sake of our community, it's fine. I just want to check with honorable members the issue of the sports trust. On the APP, when we were discussing the issue of the sports trust, how much did we say sports trust must be allocated? Because I've just seen the response of the DG. Maybe I forgot. But the previous year, 25-26, the sports trust received 22 million. And I remember in our APP, we were against the increment of the sports trust. I think while I will give Honorable, I want to check the name again to chair the meeting from the NCOP, to chair the meeting, but in the meantime, let us digest this issue of how much do we agree on the issue of the sports trust in our APPs. Think we will give an answer, not now, but later. Let me hand over to Honorable Du Plessis to share this last part of the meeting. And thank you very much, Chair, for allowing us to co-chair with you. Honorable Du Plessis, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. It was lovely to be chaired by you. Indeed, we are going to the next province. It is my home province. It's the province of Gauteng. MEC Maele, it has been a long and tough day, and I hope you are ready for this committee. They are very much into robust debate. MEC, if you are able to introduce yourself and your team, and we can then start the presentation. We have 20 minutes for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We've got our head of department, Mr. Nawa, on the line, and we also have our director for infrastructure, Mr. Tabang, and then Mukwena, and we've got our parliamentary liaison officer, Mr. Sipokta Joy. So, Mr. Mukwena Tabang will take us through the presentation. Thank you very much. Based on the mandate, or rather the brief that we received from yourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. We have 20 minutes for the presentation.
Thank you, MEC. Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon to the honorable members. My name is Thaba Mokoena. I'll be taking you through the presentation today. We were requested to update the committee on the development and maintenance of sports infrastructure in the province, reporting between the period of 2025-2026 and 2026-2027. Thank you. I'll be taking the committee through 10 items, which is the purpose, introduction, and background objective, the provincial responsibility in terms of the MIG funding, projects implemented through MIG funding, the 2025-26 projects, infrastructure projects, 2026-27 sports infrastructure projects, non-funded project challenges and recommendations. The report is to give the committee an update on the development and maintenance of sports infrastructure that was done between the two reporting periods, 2025-2026 and 2026-2027. In terms of the introduction and background, Gauteng consists of 3 metropolitan municipalities, 2 district municipalities, 8 local municipalities that have a number of sports infrastructure challenges. Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation receives a ring-fenced sports infrastructure equitable share fund from the provincial treasury. The municipalities in the province receive their municipal sports infrastructure funds through the municipal infrastructure grant MIG allocation. Over the past number of years, the municipalities have received funding from the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture through appraisal of the province for the construction, upgrade, renovation, and development of municipal sports infrastructure. For the 2025-2026 financial year, Rand West municipality was allocated 10 million, while Sidibeng local municipality was allocated 1 million in the 2026-2027 financial year. These allocations were made through the municipal infrastructure grant, ring-fence for sports infrastructure to fund construction, upgrading and refurbishment of various sports facilities. In the 2025-2026 financial year, a total of 9 combi courts were built across the province with a total value of 12,689,000. In the 2026-2027 financial year, a total of 4 combi courts have been built and 1 yet to start the construction. The total value across the province is sitting at 5,965,000. A total number of 63 sports courts of non-fee paying schools in the province are being assessed for refurbishment. The project will run during the period 2026-2027 and 2027-28 financial year. The projects are developed within the Gauteng Development Corridor as set out below, and they contribute towards a broader spatial, economic, and social transformation. The corridors are indicated in the presentation. In terms of the objective, the availability of sports infrastructure assists in achieving the following objectives: to encourage participation in the sports and physical activities among all age groups and abilities, identify and support talented athletes, providing them with opportunity to develop their skills, ensure sports facilities are accessible and inclusive for all people with disabilities, use sports facilities to bring communities together, foster social cohesion and a sense of belonging, host sports events and tournaments, attracting visitors and generating revenue for the local businesses, provide safe and secure environments for sports and recreation activities. In terms of the responsibility of the province, we liaise with municipalities in terms of funding applications through technical reports and follow-ups, liaise with ring-fenced beneficiaries to ensure that MOUs are signed and submitted to the national department, provide technical advice as required by municipalities through the feasibility, planning, design, tender, and construction phases of the MIG project, participate in the district appraisal and progress committee meetings, evaluate and provide recommendation on the sector technical reports before projects are appraised and registered, conduct regular site inspections during the implementation phase of the projects. In terms of projects that are implemented through MIG, we have 2 projects that have been funded in the past 2 financial years, which is the construction of Kuto Extension 5 Sports Field. It's in the West Rand municipality. It was funded with a value of 10 million. The scope of works includes construction of soccer rugby field with irrigation, construction of gravel athletic track, construction of combi courts, construction of a cricket and practice nets. In terms of the stage of the project, it's currently in planning and at registration phase. So the project was actually approved for funding in 25-26 The project was delayed pending confirmation of land. Appointment of a professional service provider is currently underway. We anticipate progress will be concluded by end of August 2026. The second one is the construction of a hockey stadium. It's in CDB municipality. It was allocated an amount of 1 million. In terms of scope, it's to conduct engineering studies, designs, and documentation for the construction of a hockey sports facility. In terms of the stage, it's currently at feasibility stage. In terms of remarks, the professional service provider has been appointed. The feasibility process has started and expected to conclude in February 2027. These are projects that were completed, implemented by the National Department of Sports in the year 2025-2026. We have Edinburgh Park Secondary. It's in Ekurhuleni. The project value was 2.2 million. The scope was to construct a multi-purpose center. The project was completed. We have a Doyling Primary School. It's in the city of Johannesburg with a value of 700. They were constructing a multi-purpose center as well. The project was also completed. We have Nodeg High School. It's in the city of Johannesburg with a total value of 1.4. It's a construction of a multi-purpose sports court. It was completed. We have Mashabani Secondary School. It's in Mfuleni with a value of 2.2 million. It was a construction of a multi-purpose sports court as well. It was completed. We have Ulama Zibuko Primary School. It's in the city of Johannesburg with a value of 1.4. It's a multi-purpose court. It was completed. We have Panejo Secondary School. Panejo Secondary School, it's in Ekurhuleni with a value of 1.4. It's a construction of a multi-purpose court. It was also completed. We have Sokolumi Multi-Purpose Center. It's in city of Tshwane with a value of 700,000. It was a construction of a multi-purpose court. It was also completed. We have sports court project implemented also by it continues. We have Duduza Park. It's in Mirafon local municipality. It was to the value of 700,000. The project was also completed. So we have projects that were implemented by the provincial department through the equitable share. We have Wedela Primary, which is situated in Mirafon. The project value was 1.9 million. It was a construction of a multi-purpose court. It was also completed on the 17th of December 2025. Here's a picture of the Wedela Sports Court, which was completed. We have 2026-2027 projects implemented through the equitable share. We have Ratanda Bethaqawa Primary School. It's in the West Rand, also to the value of 1.9 million. It was construction of a multi-purpose court. The project was completed and it was handed over on the 3rd of April 2026. We have Gelexdal Primary. It's in the city of Ekurhuleni. The project value is sitting at 1.9. It's also a construction of a combi court. So in terms of the phase, we are still at contracting phase, and we anticipate to hand over the site to the contractor either in end of this month or beginning of the following month. The project will be a 4-month project, so it will still be completed in this financial year. Then we have 63 non-fee paying school refurbishment of combi courts. It's within all the municipalities. We don't have a project value at the moment. In terms of the scope of work, it's condition assessments of all the courts in schools. We're implementing this project through the internal team. So in terms of the scoping, it's sitting at 90%. We are anticipating to also complete assessment of all the schools within the month of August. So these are sports court projects implemented by the National Department for 2026-2027. We have Strauss Secondary School. It's in the city of Tshwane. The project value is 700,000. It's a construction of a combi court. The project is complete. We have the portion 25 of Great Valley at 241. It's in Mahali City. It's 700,000. It's a construction of a multi-purpose center, multi-purpose court. The project is also complete. We have also ran secondary. It's in Ekurhuleni. Project value is 700,000. Construction of a multi-purpose court. The project is also complete. Here's a picture of the project Bethatroa Kumbi Court, which was handed over and completed on the 30th of April 2026. We have two non-funded projects that are sitting with the departments. It's Rekupatsani Primary School multi-purpose, and it's in the West Rand. The anticipated project value is 2 million. It's construction of a multi-purpose Kumbi Court. It's still at contracting phase. We have appointed a contractor. We are, however, waiting for the availability of funds to be made available. We have Joseph Secondary School. It's in city of Ekurhuleni. The value is also 2 million. It's construction of a multi-purpose court. We are also in the contracting phase. We have appointed a contractor, however, are waiting for availability of funds. In terms of the challenges that we are facing as a province, it's the inadequate technical and human capacity within the department to ensure adequate support and monitoring of sports infrastructure projects within the municipality. We have delays by municipalities in appointing contractors and spending the resources within the allocated financial year. That affects the completion of the MIG projects within the required timelines. Lack of adequate maintenance of completed sports infrastructure within the municipalities impacts the quality and the lifespan of the sports facility. We have limited resources, resulting in fewer municipalities benefiting from the MIG allocation each year, which prolongs the challenges of addressing the gaps identified. We have poor construction management in some of the municipalities, compromising effective implementation of MIG projects and creating unending disputes within the with contractors. We have lack of participation by municipalities in the MIG funding application process. Recommendation, it is therefore recommended that the committee takes note of the status report on the development and maintenance of sports infrastructure within the municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mokoena. I do, however, need to ask Honourable MEC that your team, each of them shows their faces just for the record and for our recordings before we get to the questions. So we could start with Mr. Mokoena.
Okay, just use the camera.
I'm not Mr. Mokoena. My name is Mponawa, the HOD for the department. Thank you.
Thank you very much, HOD. HOD.
Good afternoon, Chair. I don't know if I'm visible on your side. My camera is on.
Unfortunately, you're not. Is there maybe a slide on the camera's lens at the moment covered?
No, Chairperson. The camera is clear of any. I'm not sure now why am I not visible to you.
All right. See if we could sort that out throughout the session we are able to see your face for the record. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
I'll open the floor for questions. Honourable Potgieter, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Chair. It seems as if everyone's gone on a break.
It does.
Thank you for the presentation and to the MEC. I think the positive story from Gauteng side is that you seem very capable of delivering the sort of small standardized projects, particularly the combi courts, and the 63 school condition assessment program seems to be quite a sensible approach from your side. What I'm just concerned about is that the presentation itself doesn't seem to give us the health of your overall sports infrastructure assets. So it tells us all about the new courts, which cost between 700,000 and 2.2 million. And it tells us about the condition and cost of maintaining, or more than it tells us about the cost and condition of maintaining the province's major existing sporting assets. And I think that's a sort of glaring irregularity. But I'll put that in writing with regards to possibly what we need in respect to that. What I would like to know is with regards to the MIG participation. It seems to be surprisingly weak. And, after having presentations from the other provinces and having served in Joburg Council, I kind of understand why us Joburgers seem to have a very low knowledge of MIG compared to the rest of the country. And I think it's related to this lack of participation. So I'd like to understand, outside of acknowledging the fact that there is a lack of participation, have you actively identified why Gauteng municipalities aren't actively participating? Is it a factor of them failing to submit projects? Are their applications failing technical appraisal, or is municipal capacity preventing them from accessing the money?
Honourable MEC, if you could answer the question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks for the question. I think the honourable member has indicated that she will put this first question on the overall health infrastructure in writing. It's fine, we will respond. And I think perhaps is the function of the template, and that's why we were just responding on the template, but we will gladly play that coordinating role of putting together the information that will include the assets that the municipalities run. In fact, we don't run any, or rather own any facility. Even when we build, in most cases, we hand over to the municipalities. So that information will be with them. And then, well, on the MIG, my understanding, because I was at some point in this portfolio, and I just came back now on the 1st of April. So at some point, I think during the 2009 and 2014 political term, there was a decision taken because the sport infrastructure budget was within the MIG that was given to municipalities. But at the time, there was an outcry that most municipalities were not using the money for the intended purpose. Hence, National Treasury at the time took a decision to ring-fence the money from it's called MIG, but it's budgeted in the national department, and I think the DG will help me on this one. And that's what I wouldn't know about the other specific issues in terms of whether municipalities are aware or not, but I know that the budget is no longer with them, and which also impacted in some of the projects at the time, because how it was phased out, I think it was also abrupt, unfortunately. But I can't remember, I still have to check what transpired, because that was a while ago, 14 years back. I can check that and take it from there. Thank you very much. But I think Tawang can add on the HOD on the other specifics. Thank you.
Ms. Mokoena, if you could add to the question.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have realized the lack of participation, and we've raised it with the National Department of Sports to say, I think we need to start inviting them, especially when we have our IGRs, for them to come and present in the IGRs so that we can be able to access all the municipalities at a go, for us to be able to also unpack and understand what issues do they have, and the National Sports, Arts and Culture can then be able to directly respond so that we can start improving the participation by municipalities. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, I must say this does concern me because essentially, as I can say, I spent 8 years in Joburg municipality. There is a definite lack of knowledge from councils in Gauteng, and Gauteng is exceptionally large. It could certainly benefit from this particular fund, and I'm certain that all of these municipalities have applications that they can put in. So I do think that at some stage we need a better explanation of exactly what the issue is, why Gauteng municipalities are not participating. It's not good enough to kind of identify the problem and then we leave it there. And then at the same time, you know, with the reasons for that as to what is being done by the province and possibly even national. And I don't know if the DDG has a response here because it's been stated that this has been raised with national in order for them to be able to submit viable projects. I don't know if DDG Campbell has got a response on that.
DGD Campbell,
thank
the floor is yours.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair, and through you. And good afternoon, MEC and the HOD. Chair, I think you would have seen in my presentation this morning, just the process in terms of how we go about dealing with the issue of MIG. So you know, we do send a formal communique to all provinces, informing them of the processes. And we also send a report template, a technical report template, for them to communicate with all the municipalities. And we also indicate the process and when it's open and when it closes. But I do take the point from the MEC as well as from the Director for Infrastructure that despite all of this that we do, there's still, it seems like a lack of uptake on MIG specifically. But I must also just remind the honorable members that MIG as a grant is earmarked specifically for local authorities as opposed to metropolitan municipalities, Honorable Potgieter. Remember that the USDG grant is where the metros come into play. And because Gauteng's got 3 major metros, that might be part of the problem. But we will certainly take up the offer from the province to say that we invite these municipalities, because we do have 8 local municipalities in the province in any case. And if you look at the allocation, it's still very, very weak. So I think that proposal is well accepted and we'll take it forward, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, DGG. I think, yeah, I was mistaken in mentioning Johannesburg as an example. I think I was mentioning it in terms of the lack of knowledge, but yes, your point is well taken. Thank you very much. With regards to the Kutsong Extension 5 sports field, you state that there's 10 million rand allocated, but it's still in planning. And this delay is attributed to the land issue. I'm just confused as to why you would approve a 10 million rand project prior to the land issue being resolved. Surely this would have been done prior to that. Does it not, you know, put a spanner in the works, so to speak? It just seems like a very strange way of doing things.
Tabang, please respond.
Thank you, MEC, through you, Chair. I think the approval process, Chair, was done by the national department, and I think at the time when the presentations were made, there were reports that were submitted to show that the land and all the issues were ready. So it came to pass now when we were meeting with the municipalities to say it seems like the land issue has not been resolved. However, the budget was already approved and earmarked for the project. The delay, I think the land issue is the thing that caused the delay on this project. But when it was presented at the time, the land issue was available and it was sorted. So it came out now that it seemed like the land is no longer available at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I would like to understand, and perhaps you can get that information for us as to what consequence management was taken there, because that seems to be a glaring error, if you will, or I mean, it has a huge effect on spending and etc. But I would like to understand what was, which official was held responsible for this, because it shouldn't have been stated if it wasn't the case. Then with regards to the 1 million rand Sedibeng hockey facility, this seems to only be for engineering studies, designs, and documents. Do you have an estimated total construction cost of that, and where that funding will come from? Because on paper it kind of looks like a 1 million rand hockey stadium, but it doesn't appear to be the total cost.
Thank you, Mama. Through you, Chair. The project is currently at feasibility stage. They are not yet at the level where designs and all of that have been done yet. So the project cost will only come after the feasibility report has given National a positive feedback.
Okay. Are you not looking at an estimate cost or an idea of something? I'm not holding you to it. I'm trying to get an idea. You're spending 1 million rand on a feasibility study. I would think that you would have an idea in mind, as opposed to just going, well, if the feasibility fails, then we've just spent 1 million rand.
Honorable Member, I think if you may allow us time, I can be able to come back to you with detailed information, because like I'm saying, the process is currently processed by the National Sports, Arts and Culture. I can come back to you with a more detailed response. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Then you talk about contracts and management being...
As you conclude.
Yes, thank you. You talk about contractor management being a big problem, but there's no schedule of disputed or terminated contracts. You don't provide us with any details of these problems. So are you able to tell us how many projects are currently affected, what the value of those contracts is, and what financial exposure we have in terms of those contracts?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I do not have the details as the projects are at the moment sitting in municipalities. Probably that information is also what we could be able to forward to the member at the later stage after we've verified the information. Thanks.
No problem. I'll put that in writing. Chair, sorry, my last one, promise. Just with regards to the inadequate technical and human capacity within the provincial department, if the municipalities are lacking that particular, technical capacity, and the provincial department itself says it doesn't have the capacity to support them, then who is actually providing the oversight for engineering and project management?
Yeah, maybe let me come in on that one. The capacity that we have established in the department a few years back was based on the fact that we needed a team with professional expertise just to do oversight on the implementing agent of the provincial government, which is the Department of Infrastructure and Development. And because the Department of Infrastructure in the province has failed us on several occasions and on many projects, we ended up having to do some of the work ourselves, when in fact the capacity that was created was just meant for that. But the Department of Infrastructure Development has got about 150 built environment specialists, and when we do our oversight work and support to the municipalities, our view is that as guided by Constitution Section 154, we do it as a provincial government. So if there's a need for an engineer, for an architect or whatever, we can tap into the resources of Department of Infrastructure, Department of Transport, Department of Human Settlement, and all that. So we don't have to necessarily have that capacity to be able to provide that support. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Potgieter. Honourable Moletsane, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me appreciate the report from Gauteng, the office of the MEC. The last question which I asked the MEC in Northwest, Honorable Maile, does your department have the technical capacity and construction project management competency to monitor the infrastructure projects? I will pause for response, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think that's what I was just responding to now. We do have minimum capacity. We do have a professional expertise and team, but it's minimal because we are not a construction department. We, as I've just said now, we have a department of infrastructure and development, which we have capacitated as a provincial government, which has got 150 built environment specialists, professionals who are registered with various professional bodies. And that's the capacity available to the whole of the provincial government. So if there's a need to help any municipality through COCTA, we are able to do that. Unfortunately, that department is led by MEC, who is also responsible for COCTA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Through you, Chairperson, I also want to check with the Honorable MEC, especially on the issue of Wedela Primary School Multipurpose Facility in Mirafo, which was completed on the 17th of December 2025 at a value of 1.5 million. I just want to check what maintenance, security, access and usage arrangements are in place for the completed Wedela Combi Court. I think that question also, it will go to the sports facility which the department has just finished, because if you check majority of the in fact MEC of Free State, MEC of Northwest, they've raised the issue of where you find that the project has been finished, but there are some things that get stolen during the process of the project. So I just want to check with you any security measures regarding all the projects that are being completed in Gauteng.
Well, my position, because I'm also MEC for education in the province, we're faced with a lot of such, and we will not be able to afford putting physical security, one, but two, we are of the view that the security of all citizens is the responsibility of South African police services, hence they are given the resources for that responsibility. However, the Department of Education in Gauteng spends at least 165 million to ensure that there is minimum security through patrollers in all the 2,200 schools. So there is, and then in addition, we've got a deployment of our traffic wardens in certain schools, but also we have profile schools, and we know that there are about 75 hotspots where we have different arrangement with the law enforcement agencies and all that. So the security arrangement is not just meant for sport facilities, it's actually for the schools and the educators and the learners. So the Department of Sports, and that's why it's wise to build in the schools, because it's a bit safer than in most of the areas where previously there was vandalism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. You know, the issue of building in the school, I do support it But now the problem is becoming those clubs that are participating outside the school. How are we assisting those clubs that are participating outside the school premises, MEC, if all our sports facility are going to be built inside the schools? Talking about that, I know I'm one of the netball players, and we struggle with sporting facilities where we can be able to play or to practice. I know when we are in Cape Town, there is one school that will always go and ask the school for permission to use their facility, and it becomes a problem. How are we going to assist those clubs which are not part of the schools? After school, what is going to happen to those learners who wants to continue playing sports?
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. The Department of Education, working with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation in Gauteng, is creating protocols that will be put in place for the access and utilization of sports infrastructure in schools and all the schools, whether they are built by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture or not, because we acknowledge that there is a shortage of facilities in our communities. That's the first. But the second, there are certain communities that have sport facilities in the different, you can go to Soweto, in Mondazani, you can go to Pimville, you can go to Vosloorus, certain areas. So it's not like there are no facilities at all. It's just that they are not adequate, and I think that's that's important. But the second thing is that, yeah, and I think let me leave it there, because the other issue that I want to raise is not relevant to the question. Thank you.
Through you, Chairperson, thank you very much. My two last question. On the issue of Gelukdale Primary School, where the department said that it is valued at 1.5 and currently in contracting phase, with construction planned to start in Q3 of 2026-2027. I just want to check with MEC what procurement steps remain before the construction starts, and how will the department prevent slippage beyond Q3?
Yeah, I think that will need the technical team to respond. Procurement issues, HOD and Tabang, please come through.
Thank you, MEC, through you, Chair. I must say that the procurement, because we implement through DID, the procurement was done through DID. Like we said, that the contractor has been appointed. So after the contractor is appointed, they go through a process where they do balancing of the bill, which takes a bit of time because they go back and forth with the professional team and the contractor. The current stage where they are now, they are in the process where the contractor submitted an insurance for the project, but it did not conform to the template that DID is using. So they are just busy ironing out that particular aspect of the project. Hence, we are saying that we anticipate that process to be concluded. Actually, it was supposed to have been concluded today. We anticipate to hand over the project within this quarter. Thank you.
Chairperson, my last question for the day. My last question for the day, Chairperson.
Remember, you are still well in time of your 20 minutes.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay. I just want to check what provincial backlog exists for municipal sports infrastructure. I know the municipality have the backlog on their sports infrastructure. Can the MEC just brief us the backlog regarding the sports infrastructure in municipality? And how does the province reconcile that backlog with the limited number of ring-fenced MIG allocations reflected in slide, I think in slide 5 of DSEC? I will pause there.
Well, I think to deal with the issue of the backlog, I still have to check if there is norms and standards. I don't remember, because when we deal with that, we need to deal in terms of what should be, for instance, the sports facility ratio, what the population ratio versus facilities that are needed then, or that. So we have to quantify it that way. And I'm not sure if for a very long time we have been able to do that as a country, unless I'm wrong. But what I know is that Gauteng has got a huge backlog of social infrastructure because of in-migration. I mean, there's at least 230,000 people every year coming to Gauteng. Our population has doubled since '94 from 7 million to about 16 million. So there's no doubt there is a backlog and it's huge. And I know that, for instance, I could give you stats in education, because there's norms and standards in terms of teacher-learner ratio and population size versus the number of schools and all that. And that's why we know that we need about 200 schools. We could do the same in relation to health facilities and all that. But I think the backlog is huge, and we can check and give the details later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. For the Ratanda, Gauteng, and Sidibeng projects, can MEC table the actual site visit reports, progress, technical recommendation, and memorandum of understanding records? Even if the technical recommendation and memorandum of understanding records, even if the MEC can just send us the report, it's fine. But the actual site visit report, because sometimes we'll write the report today, but the actual site visit happened possibly 2-3 weeks back, if I may make an example. If I can go there now in Ratanda or Sidibeng, because luckily I'm just staying next to Sidibeng, will I find the same projects, same photos that you've just presented here? Will it be what I will get when I arrive in those projects?
Is that well, I don't know. I wouldn't guarantee that, because these projects are not in our care. After we build, we hand them over. But we will just hope that they do. And that's why the issue of security is important. But I would ask Thabang to add. Thank you.
The issue of memorandum of understanding.
Yeah, Thabang will deal with that.
Okay. The reason I'm asking about the memorandum of understanding, MEC, it's because we went to Northwest Impala Rugby Stadium last year in Feb. When we arrived there, there was no memorandum of understanding with the club that was in there. And the other issue was that the facility was still in excellent condition. And our worry was that immediately when that club left, it's going to be dilapidated. That is why I'm insisting to ask on the issue of memorandum of understanding, with whichever club that you are having in those areas, so that the facility can be taken care of. I think that was my last question, Chair. But my last comment, MEC, to you is that on the issue of the project management competency to monitor infrastructure project that we just asked, I think I will humbly request you to advise our other MECs to have the same mechanism that you are having in order for us to have qualified officials in the department, not to wait for public works to send someone to go and check if the infrastructure is being erected in a way that it's supposed to be. Because most of the time we find that after the infrastructure, you've done the handover, that's when you'll see the defects in the infrastructure. So I think I humbly request you to advise other MECs, how did you manage to do that so that it can be done in all the provinces, not only in Gauteng? As I conclude, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moletsane. Honourable MEC, would you like to add any comments before we move to the next Honourable Member?
Yeah, I'll say that the issues of MOUs, because we don't run these facilities, we don't run any facility as a provincial government. Even where we build for the municipalities, because we see our role as that of oversight, of coordinating, facilitating, creating a conducive environment, and providing resources, and it's a concurrent function as well between especially the facilities part. It's actually a national and the municipalities, though we also use try and get our equitable share to augment to it, even if it will not. It's actually allocated through the MIG and the USDG and other infrastructure grants. Yeah. So we wouldn't have any MOU with a specific club or what. They will have that with the municipalities. Thanks.
Thank you. Honourable Moletsane, can we continue to go to the next Honourable Member? Are you satisfied?
I'm fine. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honourable Kabo, you're next up.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks for the opportunity. Chair, I want to check while we are still there. Let me also welcome the report by Gauteng Province. The MEC says that they are building for municipalities. And obviously, as part of serious investment that they are doing on infrastructural development, they must be concerned on what then happens to the investment that they have done to a particular municipality. Now, I want to check if there is, in terms of operation and maintenance, is there any MOU that they are signing with these municipalities? That will be the first question, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Honourable MEC, if you could answer.
Yeah, well, I think in the recent past, at least since I was there, but Tabang will add to this. Most of this we're building in schools. I was saying, in cases where we help municipalities, we do that, and of course there are requirements, and in most cases municipalities wouldn't agree if they are not able to maintain it, and we're supposed to have an MOU. But in the case of the schools, as I use the opportunity that I'm dealing with both portfolios. We give our schools okay. Firstly, these combi courts that are built, especially the combi courts, I think the department national would have explained that they are 10 to 15 years, depending on what is that before they are being maintained and all that. So there is that issue. But secondly, we have what we call the money that we give to our schools, a 12% budget, 12%, which is meant for maintenance of infrastructure in the schools. That is whether for sanitation, whether for windows, doors, whatever. Though unfortunately some of the schools don't use it for infrastructure and all that. But in this case, the two departments will have to agree that where we put these facilities, the schools, as part of that maintenance after 10 years or 15 years, we'll have to do that. Thank you. To maintain them. Yes.
So it's safe to conclude that, MEC, we do not have active and living MOUs that are signed either between municipalities or schools with specific reference to operation and maintenance of these infrastructure investments that you are doing.
No, it's not safe to say that. We'll have to verify and we'll come back to you.
So, MEC, thank you very much. I see you have had an investment in terms of your combi courts. I would want to check with you, take into consideration that Gauteng is the largest beneficiary in terms of your allocations. And I'm happy that we are then dealing with an MEC who's enjoying a responsibility over two functions, namely your sports and education. And we are mostly interested on your development and investment that you are making on the sports development aspect, in particular, sports in schools to be precise. I would want to check with you, what is your overall budget allocation as a department? And from that specifically, how much is it diverted or set aside for school sports in particular? Look into areas of development, grassroots development. Thanks, MEC.
Budget from education or from sports, because the two are separate departments.
Now I'm referring to sports in particular.
Or the Department of Sports. Yeah. Look, one of the, and I will respond in this fashion, one of the biggest problems about our budget in sports is that it has not grown for the last 14 years. It has been stagnant. And it's not the only department. There are other departments. And one of the reasons why that's the case is because of the investment we've been making in education. And that, for instance, if I was to give you numbers, if you look at the education budget, currently sits about 71 billion, and it has grown by 1,600% in the last 30 years, when the sports budget has not grown in the last 14 years. And the sports, arts and culture budget deals with sports, libraries, archives, and museums, and all the things that you know as the honorable members of the committee. So the budget for school sports, even in education, is very minimal, because education itself has got huge pressures. I mean, they've got 2.4 million learners, which have increased from 1.4 million in the last 25 years. And you still have kids that don't have desks, chairs, and all that. So instead of them investing a lot in extracurricular activities, they prioritize all this. So it's competing priorities, but what they do is through partnerships, try and raise resources, both departments, and make sure that we also augment with the limited budget that we have. But I can give you the specific budgets from both. I don't have it on top of my head, but it is budgeted for. I thought I should just give that broad context so that when you see the numbers, you don't say, but this is little given the huge population. It's because of the competing priorities that we have to contend with.
No, I get your argument, MEC, but I still maintain my view that our area of interest is how do we sustain this investment that we have made, and failure for us to have an allocation set aside for operation and maintenance, and we still don't find a way of checking how do we cover that aspect. It then means that the state would still have to come and make a reinvestment on some of these things. Maybe I must pose this question to your good self. Maybe request that in writing, particularly the specific allocation for schools in sports. MEC, there is an MOU signed between basic education and sports, arts and culture on the implementation of the promotion of sports in schools. How are you implementing that program at the level of the provinces?
Well, I know of that MOU at the national level. In the province, one of the things that we are doing, and that's because, once again, I have both portfolios, was to try and synchronize the function and make sure that at the district level, because we have people who deal with extracurricular activities, we linked those with people in the Department of Sports. In fact, when I came in the Department of Sports now in April, they had done away with the function of school sports. We had to revive it because my argument was that we need to empower the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to be able to help us in schools, but also post schools in communities. These learners, these young people must have activities. So we've got a forum of both departments working together for the implementation, including the municipalities, because in Gauteng we've got what we call hubs. There's about 27 of those, and they are not enough because they're not in all the parts of the province. But it's a model we use to implement, and that model brings on board the municipalities, and we, in most cases, are stationed in specific facilities. And we have sports, we've got arts and culture, and we've got municipalities being part of those hubs.
But I want to bring the DG on the implementation of this MOU. Is there any national structure that you are part of that deals with the implementation of this MOU? Have you had any meeting with the national structure or forming part of any national coordinating committee meeting that deals with the implementation of this MOU? Because the MOU on its own has gathered dust and we are unable to assess the impact that it's making because there seems to be no clear coordination of the implementation of the MOU. So I want to check with you, is there any coordination that you have been part of? Just yes or no, MEC? Just want to jump into this other one.
Yes. Is the question for me or for the MEC? Sorry, MEC.
No, let's start with the MEC firstly, DG.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, but you are saying it national. I'm saying in the province.
No, obviously, MEC, let me qualify my statement. The MOU obviously has been signed by national and it must be implemented on the ground. And the way through the ground of national is via the province. So that's why I'm asking you, at the national, has there been any national engagement? Has there been any engagement that has been convened by the national, specifically to look into the implementation of this MOU?
I don't know. Maybe the HOD must answer. I'm only 4 months in, so I mustn't assume that there hasn't been.
All right. MEC, outside your budget, there is what we call sports trust in the department, and I strongly believe you are quite aware of that. Is there any projects that are being implemented in your province from the sports trust?
Well, the Sport Trust is the implementing agent of the department at the national level. And I think most of these projects that are done by national are actually done by the Sport Trust. We have not as yet, as a province, contracted the Sport Trust, but we will. We're in discussions with them as well, because they've been efficient in how they implement most of the projects for many years. So I know of them because I've been in the system previously and I've seen the work that they've done. But currently there's no specific project that we are doing with them, but we are in discussions with them.
Thank you very much, MEC. Let me take it up with the DG. DG, Can you just maybe confirm the current allocation for Sports Trust, and out of it, in the current financial year, is there any project that is being implemented by Sports Trust in Gauteng? And or out of the overall allocation out for that Sports Trust, how much has been allocated for Gauteng, including the 3 provinces that you have met?
I have the overall figure, Honorable Member. I don't have the figure in front of me for individual provinces. The overall figure for this financial year, which we tabled to the Portfolio Committee in May, is 139.5 million going to Sport Trust. But we can share the information in terms of the breakdown. I don't have it here.
Okay, please do that in writing, DG. But out of interest, out of that 139,000, you said that you'll give us an allocation for these 4 projects. I mean, these 4 provinces. How does Sports Trust implement a project? Is there any public procurement process that they are observing, in your understanding, DG?
In my understanding, yes, but can you allow DDG then to respond to the specifics? Because he works with them directly. Through you, Chair, DDG.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, indeed, Honorable Khabo. Yeah, they also, because it's public funds, so they're also bound to the processes as legislated by government. Yeah, so they do follow those particular processes, Chair. Thank you.
DG, maybe you can confirm as to what is the overall allocation of these 4 provinces. Can you do that?
DJ Campbell, you're welcome to answer.
Is that for me? Is that for me, Honorable Khabo?
Yes, that's for you, DDG Campbell.
Okay. No. Look, we've. It's. I don't want to give you a specific because I might miss a few 100,000 or so. Can I give you that in writing as well immediately after the meeting, Honorable Khabo? Thank you.
Is the department in possession of any demand management plan or implementation plan from the Sports Trust, particularly speaking to that 139? Can the department reflect on how that 139 million is going to be used?
Yes, we do have the full spread in terms of what the money will be used for, and I'll just quickly tell you what it is going to be used for in this particular financial year. It is for the rollout of the combi courts and the outdoor gyms. Then it's also, Chair, we also have a project, the 10 million has been articulated by the DG earlier on for Mabatu Stadium, is also part of that allocation for this particular financial year. There's also an allocation.
Maybe just to, can you give us that in writing of all of how the 139 million is been spent? Because to a large extent, there's a serious argument of which I agree with, that in terms of implementation of projects, Sports Trust seems not to be having a clear list of projects that would be implemented. And as a result, it is open for abuse. It's vulnerable for abuse. It is for that reason that we would request a list of projects that would be implemented aligned with the budget allocation. Because it cannot be. In the past, we have had instances where provinces were complaining that they are not even aware when the Sports Trust is implementing projects in their provinces. Largely would assume that the department would just wake up, not really the department, or the minister or the deputy minister would decide or instruct the Sports Trust as to which project must be implemented. So would want to demystify that narrative, of which I see it taking place, because we have never been presented with a plan of Sports Trust. Rather, we are implemented with projects that are being done by Sports Trust, of which it becomes a bit difficult. Like I said, it is vulnerable for abuse. So that's why I would request that report in relation to the Sports Trust in particular. I want to go back to the issue of Gauteng, DG. Can we speak to the implementation of the MOU? And maybe just remind us as to when was the MOU signed and from a departmental point of view in terms of implementation of this program. Because having listened to the MEC of Gauteng, you can clearly tell that provinces would opt to invest money on infrastructural development or education rollout other than incorporating. And I would also want to touch on the aspect of the creative arts, like Honorable Muthetwa would always argue. Why do we seem to be downplaying? Can we speak to the implementation of this MOU in terms of sports in schools? Thank you very much, DG.
Thanks, Chair. The MOU, I stand to be corrected, was signed around October 2024. And that particular MOU, the implementation thereof is very much program-based. So there would be, in other words, steering committees and structures that are set up specifically regarding a particular program that is being implemented in line with that MOU. However, Chair, since the appointment of the DDG, we have asked him to then lead the elevation of the implementation or the agreement of the implementation between the two departments, two levels of DDG to DDG. I am aware that DDG Campbell in our side and just forget the surname of the DDG in DPE have then started working on that particular task. But the implementation as of now, DDG, you can add if you want, as of now is very much program-based, informed by each of the programs that we are implementing between the two of us. Some of them are successfully implemented, some are not. Through you, Chair, maybe DDG, if you can just expand as you are leading this project again.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, DG. Indeed, you know, I've been in this space for a very long time, Honorable Khabo, and there's a lot of MOUs that were signed over the years, but I can tell you without fear of contradiction that we've successfully operationalized the provisions of the MOU. And then what we've done, Honorable Khabo, we've established what we call a national joint task team. And we also use the conditional grant framework because that's where the funding also then sits with the school sports program. And we work very, very closely with DBE. So we've got a national joint task team that works on the implementation and operationalization of the MOU. And up to now, Chair, we've implemented very successfully some of the programs that are enshrined, you know, as broad concepts within the MOU to give it practical life. So I must say I'm quite happy with that at this particular point in time. It's not where we want it to be currently, Honorable Khabo, but I can tell you there's been huge progress. DG is correct. In fact, as of even yesterday, I met with my counterpart, DDG Whittle, in education, where we're now going to look at how do we then elevate this particular thing. Maybe just on the issue of arts, we also agreed yesterday, Chair, that we need to then put in provisions within the MOU that deal specifically with schools, in arts in schools and heritage in schools. So we will then also bring that into the fore. And I will just coordinate that with my colleagues from Arts and Culture and Heritage within National Department to ensure that the MOU ultimately then encapsulates everything that we do within DSEC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DDG. Honourable Khabo, your time is up. Is there anything pressing that you'd like to add before we move on to Honourable Muthetwa?
No, nothing pressing. I'll submit in writing, Chairperson. I'll submit in writing. Thank you very much. But maybe probably in closing, just a recommendation and emphasis. It becomes difficult when you don't have COGTA in this engagement. Other things, I'll submit them in writing, particularly on the implementation of the school sports. Thanks, Chair.
Definitely. Thank you very much, Honourable Khabo. Honourable Muthetwa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Grace and peace to you, LVC, and your entourage. Let me start by saying Gauteng is the melting pot, the convergence of all that who are seeking greener pastures, whether in sports or in arts and culture. In terms of sports, arts, and culture, what would be your understanding in terms of sector transformation, taking into account all aspects of historical exclusion of Black people, both in the colonial and the apartheid eras? What does it mean to you? Or how would you translate it?
Well, for me, from my ideological point of view, my organization, we have we're driving a national democratic revolution, and we want to liberate Africans in particular and Blacks in general, and make sure that we build a non-racial, non-sexist society in broad terms.
Is that
And
how far?
And no. I'm saying my
Okay.
understanding is based on this broad framework. And therefore, in everything that we do, I have to ask that question. In sports, whatever we do, how does it liberate Africans in particular, Blacks in general? In arts and culture, how does it do that and all that? And therefore, how we allocate resources and how we help and work with the different sectors will be informed by those broad framework. But also, we've got the constitution. We've got different regulatory prescripts as well, which prescribes how we need to proceed.
If you were to practicalize now the ideology, practicalize it. You've got a school in the township that is different from the school in the suburbs or in the previously predominantly white schools. How would you practicalize the ideology in terms of sports, arts, and culture?
We've been practicalizing it. That's why we're building these facilities that's the practical expression, and making sure that we also provide the skills, make sure that there's resources, make sure that there's access, make sure that every learner that is in that space must have the same opportunities that the learners in the what you call private schools. We don't have white schools anymore, at least in Gauteng predominantly.
Would you agree with me first? Would you contradict me when I say everybody who talks about transformation talks rhetoric? It has become a cliche.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. Finish your point.
The reason why I'm saying this, we still know that there's a vast difference between the township schools and the urban schools. 30 odd years, we still have vast difference between the township, the rural schools are even worse. What would you say is the difference between the urban? In your understanding, what is so different with the schools, the urban schools and the township schools that needs to be changed and corrected?
You know, where you say there's still a difference, I'm just trying to understand, because, you know, when you talk schools, what barometer do we use? Do we use the method of teaching? Do we use the infrastructure? Do we use the curriculum? Do we use the type of subjects that the learners take? So we have to be clear, because it's broad. So you can't just say, you can't be simplistic and say, because, for instance, if I was to give you an example, there's a school called Lufering. It's #1 in terms of our matric results, but they don't have good infrastructure. They are in mobile classes, and we're building them the school now. But they've got top learners. They've got more bachelors.
You are not responding to my question. Sorry.
No, I can't respond.
I said in terms of sports, arts, and culture. I didn't say in terms of education. And in my first question, I said all aspects of historical exclusion. Now, maybe let me simplify it this way. Since you are new in the department, how do you envision turning around the issue of sports, arts, and culture at school in previously disadvantaged schools, in particular township and rural schools, in view of the sporting codes, for instance, facilities, because you would agree, a township school child cannot dream to be a swimmer in the township, to participate in the Olympians, like it would be so easy with the child who goes into the suburbs because of the facilities. They don't have the swimming pools in the township. They don't have hockey facilities, rugby facilities. Yet we are saying we want to transform. How do we transform? This is the same with the arts in school. Township schools are exposed to gumboots dance, something that is very old. We know it everyone, when they think African, they think gumboots dance, choral music, while their counterparts in the suburbs have different musical instruments. They learn different things in arts and culture as opposed to the town. How do we change that? According to you, what would you do to change that in Gauteng?
Well, firstly, that's why we've got what we call schools of specialization in Gauteng. And one of those schools of specialization, or some of them, are in arts and culture. Others are in sports. And then there are other trades like engineering and all that. So that's the first thing, because we recognize that we have to fast track that, but also that not all learners are gifted academically. And those who are not gifted academically must not be constrained because there are no facilities, there are no instruments and all that. So that's why we have those schools. That's one.
You are not answering my questions. You are not.
Answer the way you want me to answer you. I'm answering your question.
No, but you are not answering. You are not. If you don't understand,
you are not going to treat me like that. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm not your subordinate. I'm giving you an answer. You don't like it. It's fine. Engage with it. I'm not your subordinate, so you don't.
I'm engaging you. I'm engaging you because I want you to understand my question.
No.
Honourable MEC, if I may, an honourable member, if I may. The question is about if an honourable member, please do correct me if I'm wrong. The question is about sporting access in schools.
Yes.
Within various areas of LSM. So, Honourable MEC, if that is clear, thank you very much. If we can answer that question.
We've got schools of specializations that deals with arts, with sports, and in those schools, as I was saying, we are prioritizing learners who are from poor communities in the township. So that was the first part to the answer. And these are schools of specializations, highly resourced. Secondly, we are now issuing a circular to make sports, arts, culture, and recreation compulsory in our schools. Thirdly, we're looking at things like scholar transport because they are a hindrance. We've got 320,000 kids who are using scholar transport. And sometimes they are not able to participate because the transport must go and early and all that. So we're looking at how do we use to ensure that we deal with that issue. And then fourthly, we are building facilities. But fifthly, we are also building facilities like podcasts through our film commission. For instance, we're doing creative hubs and all that. So those are some of the things that we are doing.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Mthethwa, are you comfortable with the answer? Did that question answer your question?
No, I'm not comfortable, but I would allow him because he seems to be agitated when I am asking and trying to explain, to clarify or simplify it for him, to understand the transformation that I want. There's an MOU between the Department of Sports and education. He's an MEC of sports, arts and culture and education. It should be very easy to him to say, in the schools, in the township schools, what are we going to do in order to give access to school children, not specialized schools where one has to leave school and go after maybe matric, he can go to a specialized schools for arts and culture. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about children from primary school, children at high school. How are you giving them access like white children in white schools are given access to those things before they even finish their matric? They are already equipped. That's what I'm trying to end. We have migration of people moving from their provinces, which is migration of workers, similar to migration of workers. We are still maintaining that because everybody wants to come to Gauteng as a melting pot. But Gauteng doesn't have those changes. It hasn't done those changes. It hasn't. We are still maintaining the old systems where a black child must sing choral music, must do gun boots. He can't play piano because there's no piano at school. Those are the transformation that I'm talking about. Spatial development. The schools that we have are one floor. In the suburban areas, they've got triple-story schools, and the constantly given response by what's the other department? The department that deals with infrastructure. They say that in township schools there's no space, and I want to argue there is no such. We used to have grounds, what we call grounds in township. They're still there, but they're abandoned. There's no development of infrastructure. So a focused development of infrastructure in township schools, in rural schools, it can happen, but there's no vision of doing so. Why don't government build or extend schools, triple story, build swimming pools, indoor swimming pools in those buildings? Why couldn't that be done? Why can't that be done?
Thank you very much, Honourable Mthweta. Honourable MEC, if you can answer, and please remember it is still Parliament and we have called you to respond to our various questions from various organisations. Thank you very much, MEC, if you could answer the question.
And I'm doing exactly that, Honourable Member, but I'll also appreciate respect from Honourable Members. So, firstly, the schools of specialization. It's not those.
Can I just say something before the MEC respond? Can I just, as the co-chairperson of this meeting, together with the NCOP, call for the decorum of this House? I have noted the demeanor and body language of the MEC. The honorable members are just doing their job. And if we are done here, it will give us an opportunity to go back and to interrogate what we have asked. There's a reason why we ask questions here. And I don't know why we should find it difficult to engage constructively. I mean, for the honorable MEC to and point fingers, I think that is utterly disrespectful to Parliament. We have seen through these 3 reports, co-chair, in what state this country is. All 3 provinces, especially the others that we have engaged with. And we are not here to demean anyone. We are here to solve problems. We are here to engage because we are facing infrastructure that are incomplete. Honorable Khabo has done such an interrogation to an extent that I have also learned through this process that there is utterly no oversight from MECs. And I said I respect the transparent responses here. We are collective here. We are not representing political parties if we're in this forum. We're representing the country. As much as you Honorable Maile, represent the province. We must fix this country. We must fix the infrastructure. We can't just give money and money and money. And we are facing a situation where the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture are being drilled and grilled over what is transpiring down there on all those levels. I've said last night, it is mayors who have their budgets, it is the council, it is districts, it is the province, it is national. And why should our people still struggle? So I really want us on all sides to respect one another. And this is the way Parliament is doing it. This is the way Parliament interrogate. Proceed, Honorable MEC.
I respect Parliament. That's why I came when I'm summoned by Parliament, and I understand the role of Parliament. So I will never undermine Parliament, Committee of Parliament or Parliament, and I have the appreciation and the respect. So let me proceed by answering the question that the honorable member is raising. Firstly, the schools of specialization are actually schools. It's the schools that we have just converted. They've got grade 8 to grade 12. They teach like all other schools. They've got a curriculum. And they're in the townships, all of them. And I will invite members who are interested to go and visit those schools and look at the investment we've done. That's the first thing. But the second thing, there is no school that we've built or that we're building currently that has no sport facilities, because we acknowledge the importance of making sure that we give our kids opportunities. And that's why even the size of the schools that we build, they're on 4 hectares, a minimum of 4 hectares at least, so that they can be able to have sporting facilities. So to suggest that we are not doing anything and we're not building schools that have got facilities and that are able, and that's why earlier on I went into detail to demonstrate that the investment that we make, not only in terms of sports, arts and culture infrastructure, but also in terms of the curriculum, the skills and the resources in the township schools. But I'm not saying the township schools or schools that are in the townships don't have problems. And I'm not going to defend the problems that have been created by apartheid and create an impression that everything is well and good, because we're all living in the same country. But I will not agree with any suggestion that says we are not doing enough, or we're not doing anything. Whatever we're doing might not be enough because of constraints and financial constraints or resource constraints, as I was explaining earlier on when Honorable Member Habu was raising a question. And I gave that context deliberately, because I know that because of the constraints, we'll always have these challenges. So I'm not defending anything, and I'm not saying that we are perfect and we're doing everything well, and neither are we allergic to criticism. Members can criticize. When we give you information, if it's not making sense, it's fine. Members can say it doesn't make sense because of this or that reason, and we will also give our explanation. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mthethwa. I'm giving you more time because I think you were derailed, so another 5 to 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think you would appreciate the fact that as we debate issues, as we discuss, we're learning from each other. I would therefore request you to provide me with a list of schools that you have built in Gauteng that has those facilities, so that I can go and visit them and go and see if such is true. Secondly, I want to find out from you. Do you know what is your take on outdoor gyms? Do you know any outdoor gym, the outdoor gyms that are in the suburbs? And can you provide me maybe a list of those suburbs that have outdoor gyms?
Yeah, I know of outdoor gyms. I don't know any in the suburbs. I wouldn't lie. I will have to double check because, but I've seen some in the townships. Yeah, I think.
What is your view? What is your view in terms of that being provided only for Black people to go and gym at parks?
Well, we have gyms. I can give you gyms in Gauteng that we have built as government, both as municipalities and provinces that are indoors. So it's not only outdoor gyms. And anyway, I've never even thought about, and I don't know why whoever that conceptualized that came with that thing of saying people must just gym in the parks and all that. And I don't agree with that. And that's why we want to build more gyms. I can give you a list of gyms that we have built and we've put equipment in those gyms. And some of those gyms, by the way, are in our hubs that I've referred to.
Before you proceed, Honorable Mtetwa, the concept of outdoor gyms comes from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. And the rationale behind the question is to see how best it is utilized and where, and whether it is been brought to closer, and you're addressing it and referring every time to apartheid, whether it's closer to the villages, to the people where it matters. That's the rationale behind that question. We went on oversight to the Eastern Cape. We found outdoor gyms. We found outdoor gyms that does not work. We found outdoor gyms that work where a lot of people are interested in. So I want to put this question to the DG on the issue of outdoor gyms and also give the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture's view on outdoor gyms, because it seems, and it's shocking, that there is no support from the MEC, from Gauteng, on the rationale behind the outdoor gyms. We refer to apartheid every now and then, but let me inform you, MEC Maile, outdoor gyms enhance social cohesion in this country. It brings people, it brings races, it brings color, and it brings everyone together. Dr. Kumalo?
No, thanks, Chair. I do understand the viewpoint from which the MEC is coming from. However, as you are saying, the objective around the outdoor gyms, as I understand it, was to bridge a gap that existed. Obviously, this dates back to a whole lot of years ago when the intervention was introduced. In the township where I come from, Mpumalanga Township in Hammersdale, there are outdoor gyms and there are members of the community that actually utilize it. But there are instances, as you cite, where you find that those have become dilapidated, similar to the discussion that has taken place since this morning. However, the viewpoint that MEC is coming from, which I also share, is that gradually, as we transform our interventions and the society, venturing into indoor gyms has got its own purpose. However, the outdoor gyms, as you say, were there to serve more than a purpose around providing a space for gym, but a space for social cohesion as well. However, I think the test is in the eating of the pudding. Thanks, Chair.
Do you
And
think,
maybe-
Dr. Kumalo, do you think there's a need to engage with Sport Trust because those are the implementators of outdoor germs under your watchful eye?
Sport Trust, DDG, my understanding, if you can come in, is that Sports Trust is more in the space of combat courts and other priority projects that we have asked them to expedite the implementation thereof. But yeah, DDG, if you can assist me, please.
Thank you, Chair. No, yes, indeed, Sports also rolls out some of our outdoor gyms, DG, in addition to the combi courts. So there's also a component that they do around
Okay, no, that's
outdoor
fine.
gyms.
I'm corrected.
Yes, thank you, DG.
I'm aware because the ones in Eastern Cape was the Sport Trust, and it seems there is quite a sound contradiction. And what the Honorable MEC Maila is also saying and referring to, there's a need to have an investigation then on this issue and to see how best we can utilize that monies if outdoor germs is not viable in certain provinces or communities, because I take it also for granted that we do have challenges with security issues. So there's a need to relook at this.
Honourable Chair, if we can finish Honourable Mthweto's questions and then revert to you. I also have one or two questions, as it is the province that I represent, if that is possible.
Thank you,
Honourable
Chair. Thank you, Chair. The flip side of the outdoor gyms, I deliberately started by bringing the historical injustices into the equation, so that you understand that whatever that we do, we need to change that also. Because the flip side of what these outdoor gyms also present to us is that there are certain things that are still preserved for Black people. That's why I started by asking whether, do you know any suburb that has these outdoor gyms? It seems like it's a thing for Black people only. So that is wrong. And Gauteng, when Gauteng sneezes, everyone catches the flu. That's why I'm very much on your case, because you are the one who must lead the nation. Nationally, most of the things are led by Gauteng. So let me go into the
As you
arts in
conclude.
school. The arts in school. As I said, GP is the melting pot of the creative industry. Everybody comes to Gauteng, in particularly to Johannesburg. The gym come to Joburg. What are you doing, or what are you going to do with the arts in school? Again, considering the fact that you still have white school, previously predominantly white schools that have everything, and the child who comes from the township envies to be in the suburban schools because they have access to most of these things. The reason why I'm emphasizing this, because if you look at the United States, why United States excels, it's that children in the United States, they start from primary. They don't wait to be in grade 8 in order to access what they would love to do. They are trained from primary all the way until college. USA is willing to give a foreigner a citizenship if he excels in sports, in arts, and whatever. Address above some of the people who have been made by United States, even though they are not Americans. So I'm saying, as South Africa, what are we doing? What are we going to do to present our children with these opportunities as early as grade 1, up to grade 12?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Through you, Chair. I think there's nothing wrong, absolutely nothing at all, to make reference to apartheid. And I make no apology about it. I will definitely make reference to that. And Honorable Mtetwa, fortunately, the Gauteng department has never built any outdoor gyms. And I agree with you, most of them, in fact, I've not seen any that are working in our province. And that's why when I answered you, I said, I would gladly give you public-owned gyms. And in most cases, they are run by communities themselves because that way they can be able to protect them. On the issue of the arts in schools, you are correct. It has to start from foundation phase, and kids must be given option to be academic or to take whether arts or sports or whatever route that they want to take. And there should be things that are done generally by all the kids, even before you they can, what is it, they can specialize. And even in the curriculum, we need to have that. And that's why we do have schools that are providing arts in Gauteng. But apart from that, as I've said, we have schools of the arts. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there are 3, and you will correctly argue that that's not enough. And I will agree with you. And that's why we want to build more. And I can give you the details, and you can go to those schools. You can even check what facilities, what is the content of the curriculum that we are offering, and what resources we are offering there, and all that. And because our education system is constrained, is huge, and you've got lots of demands for various subjects and all that, and you've got a limited number of capacity to be able to do that. That could be a constraint. But as a principle, art has to be part of all the different levels of our education system. I agree, and we will, even in our districts, we have what we call extracurricular activities coordinators who are responsible for that. In the schools, though it's not as efficient because not all the schools have them, we have said they have to have arts and culture coordinators, they must have sports coordinators, and in the schools where there is those coordinators, there are a lot of activities, and there's also a progress. And they're not just doing choral music, as you are correctly saying, they're also practicing other forms of arts. But what is important, we also have learners, schools of learners with special needs, which have art programs. And we can also give you some of those schools, because these are kids who are autistic, who are having different challenges, and through those activities, they are able to also get therapy, but also learn skills to be able to sustain themselves. Thank you very much.
No,
Thank you.
I will submit, but
Honourable
sorry.
Mtetwa, I think your time has concluded. If you are able to submit the rest of your questions in writing, that would be fantastic. Honourable Chair, if with your permission or your indulgence, I have 2 questions to the MEC, unless you would like to ask another question about Gauteng before I hand over to you for closure.
No, please proceed. I will close.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable MEC, I work in a community which is called Region G in Johannesburg, Lenasia, Enedale, Lowly, Protea South. And many of the sports federations have spoken to me about the lack of meaningful consultations
I can't hear, member. You are fading.
Projects are approved. They have also spoken to me and
Sorry,
said many.
you're fading a bit.
All right, Honourable MEC. Let me change my
Honorable
data.
Du Plessis, if you can switch off your video, the MEC can't hear you.
Is it better now?
Yes, yes.
All right. Honorable MEC, I work in a community, as I said, which is in Lenasia, Lawley, Ennerdale, Protea South, Lahai, and many of the sports federations have spoken to me about the lack of engagement from the department, both on a local and provincial level for projects before they are approved. And allegedly, many of the ward councillors are asking the sports federations for a stipend before they are even considered to be part of the conversation for meaningful conversation for these projects to be launched. Is there something that Gauteng is is changing in order to ensure that these sports councils and sports federations are meaningfully consulted?
Thank you very much. We've got a Gauteng Sports Confederation, which is a body made up of various federations. It's called as a confederation. And we are even funding them to be able to coordinate their activities and help us to interact with the sector, the different federations. That's the first thing. But the second thing we do from time to time, for instance, just last week we're meeting with the Central Gauteng Athletics. So at the provincial level, we are consulting with it because, as you know, the federations will have provincial structures and will have local structures. And depending, for instance, take the Gauteng Marathon, let me make that example. If we are intervening, but if we intervene, we do it through the provincial structure. So we don't work directly with the local federations because the local federations work with the municipalities. But I take your point that the consultation, it's important, especially if there's a development to be done in that community, a specific community. And maybe it's not enough, but we are having this structured relation with the Gauteng Sport Confederation and the provincial and national federations. And if there are specific issues, honorable member, which you might want to bring to our attention, please do, so that we can then respond or follow up on those issues.
I'll definitely do that, Honourable MEC, as it is incredibly important, as you know, for local municipality structures to be a part of it. The next question is slightly more difficult. It is something that I've seen with my own eyes, and I'm not sure how we are going to engage this, but how do you account for the gap between higher LSM areas and lower LSM areas and the sports grounds that you see in both of them, as well as the maintenance in both of them? So I will give an example. Within Ennerdale, the stadium is entirely dilapidated, the Oden Stadium as well. Aldo is exactly the same. Lawley doesn't even have a stadium. Lahai has had promises of a stadium, but nothing has happened. However, when you drive in the parks, the stadiums are well looked after, as well as the tennis courts are often well looked after. How do we account for that gap? And how will we be ensuring that the poorest of the poor have similar access to sporting grounds?
You are correct. It's a difficult question because there are, I think, certain facilities. I know of the city of Joburg, for instance, where they have, in these higher LSM areas, have outsourced some of their facilities. And because they have outsourced them, I'm saying outsourced in inverted commas because the public still has access, but there's someone who's got, who takes responsibility for the maintenance of those, and there are certain activities that they put in those facilities, which brings money. So there is a hybrid model of commercializing them and then being able to also give the public access. But there are others where they are outrightly commercialized and outsourced. And there's not a lot of such in the lower LSMs. In fact, I don't know of any at all, and precisely because the lower LSMs will not be able to afford. But secondly, unfortunately, there's no maintenance plan in most cases by most of our municipalities, and I think that's the issue that Honorable Khabu was raising when I said we now prefer to build in schools, because even in terms of security, maintenance, and all that, it's a bit better. It's not necessarily a solution, because you still need to maintain those that are there. So we have to work with the municipalities, because these facilities belong to the municipalities, and where possible, I'm not opposed to the province using its equitable share to even help the municipalities with the maintenance, because there's no point of building more and more facilities when there's a lot that are degenerating. It's like taking one step forward and then 3 steps back and all that, so it doesn't make sense. So I agree with you, it's a complex matter. It's not as straightforward as that, yeah.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. I just want to say I do hope we can find PPPs, because there are a lot of companies who have social awareness outreaches as well that can assist in the lower LSMs. But thank you very much. And that's it for me.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, guest, Honourable MEC Maile, we had a very, very long day. I would like to thank each and everyone, and I think, Dr. Khumalo, this was indeed not only necessary, but it was a necessity for us to meet in this fashion, to have a bird's eye view on what is transpired in the country. I want to end this meeting with the following words. This committee, and I would argue every single member of this committee, all agree that apartheid left us with the deep inequalities in sport and culture infrastructure. That is exactly, honourable members, why we are mandated to sit here and discuss these issues to fix the facilities in townships and rural areas. The question before us still remains as to what are we as a collective doing about that today? What are we doing? What are we doing in 2026 to deliver? And on that note, this committee will not allow anyone appearing before us to refer every time to apartheid after more than 30 years, to come and derail the issues that is at stake, to score political points, or to make any defensive arguments. I declare this meeting as adjourned.
The meeting